Justice, where are you? Michael and Linda are here.
Love you, Linda.
The world is justice. Will we ever find justice?
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing
Will
"Oh
we
Happy
know
Day."
justice when we see it? To be and down, I lead the way. Hoping justice will win the day. Listener clues, finding justice where we can. Join us now, we're on the run. Justice is waiting, we'll see it done.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Sorry for the little bit of the delay. I know you saw there were 2 screenshots up there, and the reason for it is this. Michael Bryant was told yesterday he hadn't yet been approved for streaming, and we wanted to stream. But when he got there this morning, he is approved for streaming. So he was setting up his camera. But to do that in our StreamYard, we have to show a link in YouTube, which goes up until it becomes private, until I can bring it into the studio here, and then we can take it down and become private. So I know a lot of you were confused, as was I initially, to try to get all of you who were in the link setup for the streaming into the show setup here. So we think we've done that, and I'm glad you're all with me. Before I really actually start on the case that we're going to be doing, I just want to thank Kathleen Connery, okay? Conary, okay? And there, she had paid us $10 last night to help with gas or pizza or a little bit of both, okay? So thank you, Kathleen. Every bit helps when Michael's on the road traveling. Even though gas prices have come down a little bit, they're still high when you're going, you're driving 6 hours a day. But thank you very much. And the mobile studio is up there, and we are in Lawrence right now. Michael has been there for the last couple hours. And as I said, trying to set up. There are no legacy media TV stations there right now, and neither are the participants, or as we like to call them in the law, the litigants. All right. Thank you for the haircut. Yes, for those of you who don't know, I was bobbed yesterday. I kept looking around and seeing everyone being bobbed, from one Demi Moore appearance, which she just had one night, to Charlize Theron, to Margot Robbie, to Jessica Chastain. And I said, you know what? It's time for me to get a bob. So we are bobbed. All right. And thank you very much. I really appreciate it. So we'll see how it does as it grows out. But I think that maybe we'll keep it this way because I really like it. I don't know if you can see it and really well. But I really like it. And thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I actually used to have a bob for many decades of different sorts. And then I let it grow, and here we are. But really, okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning from, thank you from Australia. Thank you. We're going to be joined here, and I know it's created some controversy by Judge Ashley Willcottt, who's going to retract some of the stuff. She's a fabulous, she is a judge, and she does this kind of work. But we're going to be talking to her about her judgeship, and she now knows, the back facts of the case, and we're all good. And you're going to be able to ask her questions, because I know you were pretty upset. There she is. We're going to add her to the stage. But good morning, and you'll see everything is going to be cool here. So let's go through. Let me bring the judge on. Okay. Ashley, hi. Thanks for joining us. All right. Now I have to deal with this. I have to get this way. There we go. That is our stream if it goes. Okay. Right now it says, right now I can't even read what it says because it's so small on my screen. As you know, by the way, everybody, how's the new microphone this morning? Good. Still good. Still everything's good. Everything's great. You voted on it, and here we are. I'm using it. I don't know if you can. I can go a little more. Look at this. Look at the size of this thing. It's hooked to my desk. But I think that it has solved our problem, and also, right? Everyone's good with that? Thank you. So, Ashley, we went over last night some of the papers of this case. I know you have some corrections you want to make, and when I ask the question, you could make them. But I was not impressed, shall we say. Matter of fact, I was very offended by Justin, the aliens papers, because to me, it looks like he does not want to have this co-parenting going on. And he wants to delay it as much as possible. And he only, in my opinion, had the 2 hours in the lawyer's office this weekend so he could say to the judge, look, I'm cooperating, I'm doing stuff. But everything in his papers go back to, well, she had postpartum depression, I believe, even though there's nothing else to say that she had postpartum psychosis, and therefore she can't have the baby. But in Massachusetts, there's a case called Angeloni versus Angeloni that if as long as the mental health of the mother, she has not hurt the baby, which she's never hurt this baby, it's irrelevant. The judges don't consider, they only consider what's now. So can you talk to us about that from your viewpoint as being a judge who does this work for decades?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Linda. First of all, let me make a correction to the record. And it happens. The correction is this, that Kelsey Fitzsimmons in her criminal charges only pointed a gun at her fellow officer. As a result of that, she was charged. And she herself stated that it was approximately 100 days, so a little more than 3 months, that she was actually incarcerated away from her baby during that incarceration. Now, of course, when she was on house arrest, she didn't have the baby with her, but I did want to make those corrections. Thank you to viewers. Always pipe in. I'm watching your comments. I'm watching the chat. I'm going to be jumping into that as well. So please share with us.
Oh, that is so great. I'll let you continue. But our viewers correct us on every minor little detail because they know the case sometimes even better than the lawyers do from the parties.
Absolutely. And it's no excuse, but Linda, we live this, we work this, we cover lots and lots of cases, and sometimes errors happen. So I'm always thrilled to own up and fess up when they help point out exactly the correct set of facts for all of these cases. Now, having said that, I don't disagree with you. Listen, I see this. This is a national trend that parents want to say, no, 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 that other parent is no good for my baby, no good for my child. I need to have the baby or the child all the time. This is what I predicted. I did not expect that they would work out a parenting agreement, a parenting plan. I just didn't. And the other piece of that is the case that you mentioned in that state, Massachusetts. It is always true that a court has to look at the best interest of the child, but they're not going to consider past mental health issues, past behaviors, other than to say, hey, have you done something about those issues? Are you now safe for that child? Is there any risk at this child going with that particular parent? So postpartum depression, it is not uncommon. It is not something that we've never heard of. What is that? We know it's a real thing. We know there's treatment. We know that mothers really deal with it, but it doesn't mean a mother's no longer ever capable of caring for their baby again because they had past tense postpartum depression. So the court has to look at what does she have now as any mental health issues, if she has any, and if she has any, has she obtained treatment? Has she gone to therapy? Does she need ongoing therapy? But there's nothing to me to suggest at this moment in time there's evidence to say she's a risk to her baby and she shouldn't have her baby. But that's what this hearing is for. Maybe he's going to show us that evidence, and I may have to eat my words if he does.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to show us that evidence at all. That's why the discovery is going on, because this is for the temporary, right? The continuing a temporary order in some way. Now, the court in that Angeloni case also said the welfare of the child will be best served by granting custody, usually, and that was back then, to the mother with liberal visitation by the father. I think there's more of a trend now to have joint custody. Correct me if I'm wrong, across the United States, but that's still the law in Massachusetts. So talk to me about that whole issue.
Sure. So joint legal custody is the norm across the nation. That just means that both of you have your parental rights, legal custody. You can both make equal decisions. Then there's tiebreaker decision making, for instance, for medical, if you can't reach an agreement and one parent has that. There are 4 different areas. You've got religious, you've got medical, you've got educational and extracurricular. That's the legal aspect of it. Then we have physical custody, primary physical custody. Who's going to have that? But again, one of the trends we're seeing is judges are saying, no, we're going to do 50-50 physical custody. And then you have to struggle with what that looks like. Well, it's a little bit different for a baby because they're not in school, right? So you don't have to worry about the child getting to school every single day. So with a baby, it could look like, if it's 50-50 physical custody, it could look like 1 week for the father, 1 week for the mother, 1 week for the father, 1 week for the mother. Primary physical custody means it's a more traditional, one person has physical custody, and then the other parent has the weekend visitation, alternating holidays, Mother's Day, Father's Day, etc. So those are the legal options. And I am seeing, here's one thing that worries me. It's just something I don't agree with, Linda. This is strictly my opinion. I don't know where you fall on it. I see now a lot of parental alienation cases where one parent says, the other one's alienating my child from me. That's not right. I need the child. And I have seen courts literally rip the child away, in the 2 cases I know of, from the mother immediately, and place that child with the father without regards to what that does to the child, without transition to say, oh, I think there's been parental alienation, without an expert saying that, putting the child with the other parent, in these 2 cases, the father, and saying, it's your turn to parent. Let her have visits. So it's an unusual place where we stand across the nation right now with what happens with custody. Anything is possible.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point here is that it seems to me that he allowed, like, there was 11 days. So we rush now. We have not that any visitation with the baby, with Caden, the baby, to Kelsey isn't bad, but that in the lawyer's office with Justin and the lawyer being present. I mean, the proposal from Kelsey is no guardian, by the way, and that you end up letting the parents, Kelsey's parents, be the one who's with her at the time she has the baby. I think that's perfectly appropriate, because that also gives the parents the ability to see the baby. Now, I expect that and when we discussed last night, we expected that Justin was going to see, well, his allegation that she's unfit or validated because she tried to kill herself. But according to the psychiatrist, that was an acute transient psychological crisis she was in just at one time, and it's gone. Hasn't happened again, and she's under care. And that I expected the Justin to also say the baby's formed an attachment with my group of family members, and they're strangers. And he kind of said that in a roundabout way. And since grandparents have no rights in Massachusetts, that's not going to be a good plan. I think that's a perfectly appropriate plan. I mean, I think what he's trying to do is keep barriers between him and Kelsey getting the baby. And I don't like it. And I hope the judge sees through it. What do you see when you read those papers?
Well, I'm going to push back a little bit, because I do see the same thing, but I'm going to take it one step further. I don't believe there's any reason that Kelsey, that we know of, unless there's evidence presented today, Linda, there's no evidence I've heard to suggest that she needs anyone present when she's with her baby. I think she can have her baby. Again, unless there's new evidence today that I haven't heard of, that I don't know anything about. So I struggle with the fact she's even offering, well, my parents can be here. I think that's beyond reasonable. And I think that he is digging his feet into a position that I think may get him in trouble, because he's looking at the past. He's refusing to move forward as to what's best for the child. Every child needs co-parenting. I do not see in these papers that he is making any effort to co-parent. Just my opinion.
No, I agree with that. And we talked last time about this app. What was the name of the app?
My Family Wizard. There are a couple of them. Our Family Wizard.
Yeah, Our Family Wizard, right. And then she sent to him the link or whatever to Our Family Wizard and offered to pay for it. And he blocked her. So he won't even communicate with her, with Our Family Wizard, which was the suggestion at the last hearing, that there was all, ways to communicate. I think you're right. I think if I'm the judge, I'm looking at it and saying, you, sir, you are trying to keep coercive control over your wife and your child, your girlfriend and your child. And this coercive control is not good for the child. And I'm going to let Kelsey have the child. Because she's saying no coercive control. She's trying to work with you. So I'm going to give her more rights than even you wanted me to give her. That's what, if I were the judge, that's what I would say.
I got to tell you the same thing because our family wizard, let's talk about that a little bit. We've talked about this before. The whole purpose of it is because of the way that it allows parties to communicate directly, but everything has a record so that when you go to court, if one party's alleging the other one, was cussing me out, was rude, was non-responsive, you've got this record that can easily be presented as evidence. Well, this is what happened to our family wizard. It keeps everything in one place and it can analyze messages. So there's a deeper ability of that software. But the reason people use it, the reason I as a judge love it is I can say, hey, it's in our family wizard. It's the only way you're communicating. So I've got clear documentation about everything that's going on between the two of you so I can see it for myself. And that's what I want to look at. I agree with you. Blocking her.
Yeah,
what does that accomplish? Nothing. And he may say, all right, here's what he's saying. Nobody's ordered us to use that. We don't want to use it. And so I'm just going to block it until I'm ordered to use it. Well, if I were a judge, I'd say, fine, I'm ordering you. You've got to use that. But I agree. I think he's playing with fire. I think there's a real opportunity that a court's going to say, forget it. You are clearly unwilling to co-parent. Co-parenting is required. We're giving the child to the mother.
Yeah,
What's he going to do then?
Yeah. Now, this is a fairly new judge, although apparently a very good judge. She's been around for about 2 years. Initially, this was transferred back to Lawrence because in Massachusetts, there is a new kind of policy among the courts that you put the case closer to where the parties live, even though Judge Mary Black had done a fabulous job, in my opinion, really being fair for everybody and to Kelsey. So then it went back to Judge Ulrich, who had signed the original restraining order. That part of the whole takedown here was that original restraining order. I think Judge Ulrich may feel like she's been abused now, but she's off the case. She's off the case for some reasons, maybe that, maybe other reasons. And we have a new judge who's handling the case. It's Judge Karen Michal Munevar, Munevar. Do you think that she'd be concerned, as some judges are? Well, there was something in Kelsey's past, and I don't want to be the one in the headline news if something happens if I give the child back to her. Do you think that's a possibility?
Absolutely. I think every judge is going to think that. And here's how you deal with that. You have to deal with that head on. You have to say, yes, there's evidence you suffered postpartum depression. Now I need to hear evidence about, was it one time? Is it ongoing? You just mentioned the expert's likely to say it was acute. Now that I've heard that evidence, I want to hear, what did you do about it? What are you doing about it to ensure, gosh forbid, you slip into a depression or something that you are putting a child at risk potentially? What are you doing about it? Are you getting therapy? Do you need therapy? What are the experts saying? 9 times out of 10, I've got to hear from experts. And then we know if there's an expert for each side, then the judge has to basically say, well, that's a wash. So how am I going to ensure this baby's safe? There is nothing wrong with requiring ongoing therapy for the mother as out of an abundance of caution. Which of us sometimes can't use therapy, right? So there are things the judge can put in place because that is a valid concern. She may in the future have more issues in terms of things she needs to deal with. Okay, so set it up so you don't set her up for failure.
So that's a really good point, that don't set her up for failure. This whole idea that, and I know I said the words, I don't think they were really around when the Angeloni case came around, but this coercive control, that's what I am seeing here. I am seeing that he really doesn't want Kelsey to have this child. Now, I don't know who's actually caring for this child, whether it's him changing the diapers, doing the feeding, whatever, or whether it's the extended family unit doing the feeding. He did say something to the effect that Kelsey in the papers doesn't really, the child really doesn't know, Kelsey and all. That was the upshot. But that's because of what he did and what happened. It's not her fault. So why should she be punished?
Yeah, it is coercive control. I do believe that's what it is. And I'm going to say this, a lot of people get very frustrated by our family law system. It can be very hard to get a divorce. It can be a 5-year battle about custody of children. So I know the frustrations and they are real. Having said that, I also believe things catch up with people. So if this father continues to act the way he's acting, refusing to communicate, sticking his head in the sand and saying, she's always going to be a risk. She should never see this baby. She can never be alone with my child. All of these things add up to eventually that's going to bite him, and the judge is not going to be able to allow that child to stay with him. Now, part two, I would be calling witnesses if I had any evidence to suggest he wasn't the one changing the diapers, caring for the child, feeding the child. Guess what? I would call witnesses, i.e. his grandparents, put him on for examination to find out if they're doing it, because that also goes to the care of the child. If he's not the one providing the care, well, is he really entitled to custody? Got to think about that as a judge.
That's really interesting. Can the judge order him to have a therapist, or to get an evaluation from an independent court expert, seeing this kind of behavior that may worry him? Because is that a possible?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, a judge can order any of the things they deem necessary to determine what's in the best interest of the child. It can be what we call in Georgia, it's called something different everywhere. I'm not sure what it's called in their state, but in Georgia, it's called a parental fitness evaluation, which is a very comprehensive evaluation. You can do a strict psychological evaluation of each parent. You can do a psychiatric assessment of each parent, where you have the experts do those assessments to make recommendations, all to help the judge make a decision as to what's in the best interest of the child, which controls at the end of the day.
Yeah. Now, let me just tell you, I've been texting with Michael Bryant, who's in court. We have our stream set up, okay? But Law Girls is also set up. We're going to see which one is really operating, because it was, as he put it, let me put it to you this way, a shit show in court, because they're not used to all this stuff, all right? And so whether or not everyone's got their cameras right and all, and the miking, I know that Michael has made sure that Law Girls does have the proper miking, which he always is very good about that. So we'll see. When things happen, if I see things happening on the Law Girls streaming, we'll pull that in and pull ours down. And we'll see which one is inferior, which one is working, and all. So I just want to keep you apprised. That's why I have actually Michael Bryant's. I had to make this, when you first all got on today, you saw there were 2 streams, and that's because when we set up our stream with StreamYard, it automatically goes to YouTube. So it was there as a public, and we had to go back in and take it private. So I have the link. I don't want to lose the link because it's private, but I have the link right now, and that's why I'm keeping ours in there, and I may even keep it, below, even if we have to go to Law Girls. So we'll see what's happening. We have both of them in the green room, so we can both see that nothing is happening right now. So let me ask Michael: Have you seen the? Hold on, let me ask Michael. Have you seen any of the litigants come in? All right, so let's get that's from our person in the courtroom, if he's paying attention to his phone, and he's got a lot going on there. Okay, a lot going on there. So and by the way, both Law Girls and our cameras are set up differently. Okay, check X, but yes. Okay, Michael said check X. So Joy, he's posting on X. Okay, so we should check our X posting as to who he's seeing. And maybe is it possible I could bring our ex Twitter in too? I don't want to screw up the stream. You'd be surprised of all these different issues. Now I have to load, because what we are. Joy, do you think you can bring X in through and all put it in the back? Or if not, I will try to do it. I have to open it with, and these are all the secrets. I have to open it with Google Chrome because we're in StreamYard, right? And then if I want to share the screen, let's see, let me just read it. I think it'd be safer if I read it right now before anything. Let's see. No commercial camera is here. Okay. 1 minute ago, Michael Bryant X tweeted, they're still handling other matters. Kelsey and her team are all here. Mom and Dad, Mrs. Lauren Page is sitting in front of Justin. But they can't be more than 3 feet apart, and the courtroom is now full. All right. So, and Michael points out that we are collaborating with Law Girls, not attorneys, and streaming this hearing. There is no commercial camera that is there. So hopefully between the 2 of us, we get 2 different viewpoints, even if we may only stream one and record one for later. We'll see. Okay, but Kelsey and the team is there, and obviously Justin's there since Mrs. Page is sitting in front of them. Isn't that interesting? Wow, isn't that good, since you kind of almost denigrated the grandparents last night in your opening. Okay, so let me see. Joy is now texting me. Okay, I just put it in chat. Perfect. Thank you, Joy. So Michael's X, what's going to happen is going to be in chat. I'm actually going to close down my X and Joy because I don't want it accidentally taking over my link to streaming if we go. All right, so I'm looking at both us and I'm looking at Law Girls, and there is nothing going on. According to Michael, they are finishing other matters, which is that's usually the way, right, Judge? You want to get the other matters that are smaller, maybe in terms of time commitment, out of the way. And then if you have a matter that's going to take a full time, you'd like to get them last. That's what I always feel too. Right.
Yeah, exactly. And, a lot of people think, oh, it's going to be the only case. Well, if it's special set for trial, or a hearing, then it's the only case. Otherwise, it's usually a mass cattle call, so to speak, where there are multiple hearings. And to your point, every judge has to manage their courtroom. And ideally, you get the ones that are shorter out of the way so everybody doesn't have to sit through a potentially long hearing. Linda, I hope you don't mind. I'm looking at comments. And Sarah,
yes, please go ahead.
Yeah.
If you see comments, because let me also tell everybody that at some point at 10:30, I have to leave you for a little bit to prep with the team for a federal court hearing that I have this afternoon at 2:45. And Judge Ashley was going to be hosting the show and hosting the interplay. So if you see comments, Judge, it's all yours.
All right. Well, I just wanted to mention at Sarah Widger asked, what about husband refusing to change to a safer supervision spot or persons? How does that look to a judge? What a great question. And again, I stand by, you have to ensure that a child's parents are going to be able and willing to co-parent. And that to me is one more example of a resistance to believing that Kelsey has any rights and a resistance to co-parenting. And that's a strike against him, so to speak, in my opinion.
Someone says I'm not allowed to leave. The judge will handle this for a very short period of time. I have to leave because federal court. Let me put it this way: even though we have a streaming channel, and even though I practice law full time during the day, this is part of the practicing of law. And when a federal judge says you have a hearing by telephone, telephonic hearing, that has to come first. As a lawyer and having a client, I have to unfortunately let that come first. But I leave you in good hands when that happens. So
I don't know. These are big shoes to fill. Everybody knows that. I can never fill Linda or Michael's shoes. But I will say the thing I love about chat is there's so much great information we can share. One more comment, and you're right, federal court is just of course you always want to follow a judge's direction, but Linda, federal court is just the next step up of you better dot your I's and cross your T's, because the federal judges I know, and they don't play.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You wouldn't have a lot of the stuff that goes on in state court. I always say that. You better be prepared, and you better know what you're doing, and you better have it 1, 2, 3, and you better never lie to a federal judge or prevaricate a little bit, or kind of like do the whoopsie, right? Because you will be caught and you will be damned for hell, So it's when you practice in federal court, actually, you learn the best practices, I say, Judge.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And you better know your evidence rules, because that's another thing they don't wiggle about. Well, which objection? You better just know them. So another comment, Sheila, and I don't want to get the last name wrong. I think it's Shawsony, but in any event said, I bet that his parents may lie and say Justin is doing it all. How can they be trusted? Well, they can't. And so you have to be able, you really ideally want to cross-examine them so that you have an opportunity to ask questions in a way to discredit their testimony. That's one of the tools that you can use to discredit what they're saying.
Okay. Now, also, Kyle Sharkey points out, I don't know if I can put this in and I don't know if I can show this and block it. Oops, wrong one. Sorry. And not that you're wrong, but I think there we go. Here's Kyle. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to show this. All right. Oh, a judge covered the judge's face, so I can't do that. Let me just read it. All right. If I can find it again. My God, this is Kyle Sharkey. Federal court today, hearing as to Matthew Farwell, detention hearing set for 4/28/2026 at 10 a.m. in the courtroom 9, in person only, before Magistrate Judge M. Page Kelly. Now, this is the case with Sandra Birchmore. And you recall that Matthew Farwell filed the motion. I'm going to digress a little bit off Kelsey while we're waiting. filed a motion to be let out on $50,000 bail while he's awaiting trial. Once the DNA came that he wasn't the father of the child, which I think is irrelevant, but I digress. All right. So what happened is the federal government answered in 2 different responsive answers and basically laid out a lot of evidence that we didn't know. That the original investigators said there's no DNA to match it to him. Well, they never got his DNA. The feds did. And guess what? On the ligature, which is the weapon used to strangle her, in my opinion, and according to the federal government, that there is his DNA. Also, there was semen of him in her panties when he said he hadn't had sex with her for months upon months. So it sounds to me like maybe those things he shouldn't have applied for this, because now we know that. And then the final thing is, and you all know this, my husband did the autopsy review privately for the family of Birchmore, and he was the first person to conclude this was a homicide. They actually cite that in their papers, that once Michael's report became publicly known through, I think it was an article in the Boston Globe, then all of a sudden Farwell wrote a memo to his friend saying basically he wished things had got another way. Please take care of his kids. This is the hardest thing he's ever done. And in the 3.5 years he was out, where he thought he got away with murder, according to the federal government, he never had those kind of admissions or ideations. So to me, my husband's a hero, but I digress there too, because the whole idea is that here's a detention hearing, and I don't think the court is going to let him out. Judge, are you familiar with this case at all?
I'm not. I'm listening just with bated breath, taking notes, because I was not familiar with this case.
Yeah, it is. It's in the same triangle terror of Kelsey Fitzsimmons and Karen Reed, as we like to call it. Yes, Sandra Birchmore, the government there, the local government, Norfolk County DA called it a suicide. Then got the medical examiner called it a suicide. They won't change the ruling, even though there's been now the expert by the federal government, even though there's been my husband, and even though there's been the DNA on the ligature and the semen, they won't change their ruling to say this was homicide. We have actually asked for comment from the medical examiner. When are they going to reevaluate the case? And we have heard, as Michael Bryant would say, crickets. Okay. Crickets. So yes. Okay.
Can I just comment on that, Linda? It's amazing to me how many cases really, truly, they need to look at again. And it feels like sometimes district attorneys' offices really balk at that and don't want to do it, don't want to reopen, don't want to be in a position to say, oh, we were wrong. But that's justice. There's no reason not to reopen it if there's evidence that exists. So that's, again, just my position.
Yeah. Here's an interesting one. Janet Unseen says, question. Judge Carolyn, I think she's talking about Carolyn Erskine, is a retired Massachusetts family court judge, has said that Justin's attorney could have put himself in a situation where he's now a witness with the supervision witness. I'm sorry, I keep blocking your face when I put these up, Judge.
You're good.
Yeah. So what about that? That's an interesting issue.
What did they say, that he would be a witness because he's there? Yeah.
Because he's there.
Right. He could be. Absolutely. And what he's observed. So yeah, you're right. He could be a witness. And I don't think Justin thinks, and this is just based on what we know and what we've heard, what we read in his motions and his pleadings. I don't think Justin thinks he's ever going to do anything wrong. And no matter what he does, it's okay. And so he can be there, and it doesn't matter if he'll be a witness or not, because he's done everything right. That's the sense I get of him as a person.
Yeah. Even though he's relying again on the old text about going far away, going a far away that Kelsey wrote to him that day. But it turns out that as we learn more, we learn little tidbits in this in these papers that Julie Hess has filed on behalf of Kelsey Fitzsimmons, that indeed she was going to go overnight to New Hampshire to her father's house, and it was called a faraway place or something like that. And that's where Justin had proposed to her. So it had a name. That's the reason why she said she's going to a faraway place, because that was the name of the house that her dad has, who lives in New Hampshire. And I think that lying and by not telling the whole truth, to me, is also shows some type of character flaw. And he's keeping at it, Judge. And yet I'm not sure that the judge is going to see that and say that's not in the best interest of the baby, and he's going to utilize that.
And, anything taken out of context can sound different. And so Justin, I think, and he has great attorneys, but it can be a manipulative thing to just take little pieces of it and say, this is what it meant. When in reality, when you have the full picture, which I believe now Kelsey's attorney in filing that has attempted to do for the court, it's a very different picture.
Now, in Justin's papers, he said that she had more than PPD. She had acute psychosis. Now, he says on information and belief, but as Lori Ballou points out, he illegally got her medical records when he took her laptop from the house, when he stole her laptop and then returned it. Okay. Now, could have been that he doesn't want to admit that he saw some kind of possible diagnosis, or it could have been a rule out. People who don't read medical records correctly don't understand when you say RO means, you can rule out, that you look to see if somebody has something, but you rule it out. So, that he may have seen something but he can't say that I saw it because I stole the medical records. Is that a possibility? And can the judge explore that?
Yes, absolutely. So evidence, evidence that comes into court has to be obtained legally before it can be admitted. And so you have to have motions, and the judge has to decide if it was illegally obtained, can they use it? Typically with medical records, no. There's HIPAA. It protects them. So I do think that's an evidentiary issue they're going to face.
Yeah. And Polly Pockets Power Trip says, lying by omission is a bad habit. I always say to people that you can lie by not telling the whole truth. And sometimes that may be worse than just actually the actual lying.
It's more manipulative, right? It's definitely more manipulative.
Yeah. That's what I think. I think it's absolutely more manipulative. And they have had some depositions in this case. Okay. They've had some depositions in this case that we do not know about, including one of Michal, and Michael Bryant says Michal, because that's how she was identified initially, Michal Mitchell, who testified in the criminal case. And I thought we read them last night, and they seem to have, or what we read, what was placed in the papers, and she seems to have a lot of problems that no one ever considered when she was at that meeting at the house with Justin before he went and signed the order. No one ever considered whether Kelsey is fine. They just considered, whatever Justin wanted. Justin wanted to do this. Justin wanted to do that. So they did it. With friends like that, it may get you into more trouble. Will the judge possibly look at these full depositions? Can the judges do that?
That's a great question too. And I don't know the laws in the state. So I do want to be clear that there may be evidentiary laws specific to Massachusetts, which I'm not familiar with.
Me too.
So right. So
I only know some of the criminal law evidence laws from Hernandez when I tried the double homicide, not guilty murder of Aaron Hernandez. But beyond that, I don't know, all of them. And even then I rely on local counsel for those.
Absolutely, which I would do as well. But I will say this, anytime, if usually depositions are used to impeach a witness, that's what we're accustomed to, right? And so you have a prior statement under oath, and if they lie on the stand, you can approach them and say, do you recall giving a deposition? Was this under oath? Was your attorney present with you? I'd like you to turn to page 4, line 2. Please read that out loud. Was that your answer when asked this? And you use it to impeach. Now, whether or not the entire deposition can come in, boy, Linda, you're trying me. I'm not really positive that you can't just introduce it as, hey, here's the whole deposition, judge. I don't think. You probably know better.
Yeah, no, I don't know whether or not you can do this in family court. And this is a family and probate court, they call it. And this is the interim hearing. This is the temporary hearing on who gets temporary custody, I guess, pending the trial and what the conditions of custody are that were going to be happening. Okay. So where does the judge go? Where do they start? Who has the burden of proof? I mean, all this to us is foreign, right? All this to us is foreign.
And I think it's important to remember it's a civil case, as you know, and in a civil case, you've got the person who filed initially, and then you've got the respondent. And if Justin is the one who has filed to keep custody, then he goes first, and the evidence is by clear and convincing evidence. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Civil case, clear and convincing evidence. If Kelsey's the one that filed to say, I want my child back, then she goes first to present that evidence. It has to be relevant evidence. It has to be admissible evidence. Often temporary hearings limit how much evidence you can present. So for instance, in the state where I practice, temporary hearing, you can call your client, the party, and one other witness. And that's it. That's it, Linda. Everything else has to be done by affidavit. So it depends on the rules, again, of the state as to what they can present. But I want us to mention, you had me on when we talked about their first agreement, which was the protective order would remain in place for a very short period of time and would then expire. And so the court's going to take some of those things into account as to what the parties previously agreed to.
Yeah, I mean, wow. It sounds to me that this judge, well, it sounds to me about the delay, if there is being a delay in there, and Joy is going to check the Michael's ex to see whether or not the parties are talking to each other. But I don't think the parties are talking to each other. Now I see a lot of comments. Yes, the judge did correct the thing about the indictment. She corrected within the first 60 seconds, and she's stronger than I am on Kelsey winning this hearing and actually getting custody, not getting sole custody, but getting the ability to see her baby without anyone being present. She's stronger than I am on this. So here you go, everybody.
And just so everybody knows, any posts that were in error have been removed. So
yeah, so that's there you go. I know everyone's been here, but they know that Judge Ashley is really fabulous, and this is what makes her so fabulous. Okay, and as a judge,
Linda, you're sweet. But it is true. I mean, the viewers hold us accountable, and the reality is, and it is true, everybody needs to pay attention to the facts because anybody can get it wrong, and if they do, they need to be held accountable, which is what viewers do. So it is all good.
Oh boy, they do that to us all the time. So when you have this temporary hearing, there were a lot of issues from these affidavits that were in dispute. So what is if all these issues are in dispute? Does the judge now just ignore them and say, for this hearing, I want to know, I'm going to put into an order into place what I think is the best interest of the child, and I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. And do they do that without an independent court-appointed expert?
I think that's up to the judge and what evidence the judge wants to hear. If I'm the judge, I want a guardian ad litem appointed who is in the best interest of the child to do a thorough investigation of both sides. That person would then have the opportunity to observe the father with the baby, to observe the mother with the baby, to talk to all of the grandparents, to get a full picture, to do a complete investigation, to review from the mother her medical records, from the father any of his medical records, and doing so, being able to say to the court, this is a very long report of everything I've done, everything I've seen, and this is what I think is in the best interest of the child. The judge can then use that as information to make a decision.
Now, Mullen Law, who's been on our show, who practices family law, says, yeah, absolutely, the judge can do that. It goes to my view that the judges can do anything they want. But let me ask both of you, because we have Judge Ashley on and we have Mullen Law in our stream here. Can the judge order delay Kelsey's custody of this child, seeing the child without anyone being present, given the fact that Justin is claiming that Kelsey's still a danger to the child? Or can she just ignore that and go ahead and say, no, she can have the child without anyone being present, or with the grandparents being present, and I don't need to appoint any guardian ad litem, which indeed the Kelsey is disputing that there should be any guardian ad litem. So, and by the way, everybody, if he doesn't know what a guardian ad litem, the judge can explain that right off the bat before she starts. So
sure. So a guardian ad litem is one who, again, is trained to advocate for the best interest of the child. They are there to do the investigation, provide a report and recommendations as to what's in the best interest of the child. They are not the attorney for the child. They can be, but those are two dual roles. So as a guardian ad litem, strictly, it's all about what's best for the child. They don't represent the mother. They don't represent the father. They don't represent that baby. They're saying this is what's in the best interest. It's an expert that the court has the value of having their information. Now, I'm going to tell you what I say to everyone. A judge can do anything. You know that as well as I do, Linda. They can do whatever they want. Now, there may be appealable issues and may get them in hot water, but they can make whatever decision. Theoretically, that judge could come in and say, look, I've reviewed everything in the record. There's no evidence that indicates to me that Kelsey is a risk to the child, and I'm going to give her 50-50 custody. A judge could say, I'm giving her physical custody. A judge could say, the concerns raised by Justin are sufficient for me to say, I'm not comfortable with the mother having this child unsupervised. So grandparents, you have to supervise, or we're going to use a professional supervisor. You have to pay. A judge can do anything.
They want, and the problem with the guardian ad litem, as Mullen Law points out, is that it's going to delay things. And this child has been away from her mother for such a long period of time. She needs, in my opinion, she needs to be back to that mom. She needs to smell that mom. She needs to be held by that mom, so that Justin can't come back and say what he has said, which is, the baby has formed an attachment to me, and I'm the baby's favorite person, they say. And the baby's doing well, so I don't want the baby with strangers, meaning the mom and the grandparents. All right, so to me, that's why the guardian ad litem is not ad litem, as you point out. Jersey, we said ad litem is not an appropriate remedy in this case.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And it's funny because as a judge, I see the value of it. But as representing private parties, I usually oppose it because it takes the control out of the mother and father. I say to my client, you two figure out how to co-parent, because if you don't want to figure out how to co-parent, guess what? This person's going to come recommendations that may really be adverse to what you're asking for. And so it's a risk.
Yeah. Now, Justin apparently had placed this baby, and we didn't realize it, with this supervisory team. And he says, well, she can have 5 hours with the supervisory team. And he already hired them, and he already had them do evaluations. And they said, he's just a great father. He's a wonderful father. The baby loves him. Well, the baby loves him because the baby, of course they said that. And the baby hasn't seen the mother. Of course the baby loves the father. And quite frankly, we don't want to have the baby not love the father or the mother. That's something I think he forgets.
That's what I was just about to say, Linda. Of course, the baby loves the father. The baby should love the father. The baby should love the mother. I mean, that to me is a kind of an asinine thing for me to hear from a witness. I'm going to presume that a baby of this age, as long as there's no evidence of physical abuse, sexual abuse, any of those horrific things, the baby should love both parents.
Yeah. Now, according to Michael Bryant, counsel for Justin is with an associate pouring through Post-it marked documents. He's chatting with Julie Hess. Michael asks, is there an agreement in the works? Could happen. What about that, Judge?
I don't know. Seeing the response filed by Kelsey's attorneys, it can always happen. And again, I would tell them it's to your benefit to work this out. This is not a good idea to let and make a judge make this decision about your own child. But the reality is, if Justin is going to continue to take the position he's taken, that the past postpartum is indicative of a psychotic break and she's a risk to the child and you have to have a paid supervisor there to actually supervise. If this is his position, if I'm Kelsey, I'm not agreeing to that. And the only other option is to go to court, let the judge decide.
So Michael had a funny comment that he posted on X. He said, another case was called No Attorneys. Quote, sir, can you take your hands out of your pockets? And the person does. And as Michael points out, the court can be intimidating, and the judge acknowledged that. That's kind of like a funny aside when you're watching a judge. You see, she sounds like she has got total control of this courtroom, and she ain't going to take any, shall we say, bullshit from anyone. And I would remind everybody, if you noticed last night, we talked about our new word series on Justice Serve TV, and I don't know if I have the screenshots. I don't know whether or not Joy does. We have a new line of t-shirts. One is bullshit. That's a legal term. Another is never underestimate the power of likability. And the third one, the fourth one, we designed on the show as a result of a viewer asking us to last night. We're nimble and all. And then we have a fourth t-shirt, and you all know what that fourth t-shirt is. Go look it up, because it's what Michael says all the time. So I have to tell you to hit subscribe, like, share, and notify. And if you want to buy one of our new word series t-shirts, you can go to our store. I'm not going to put it up here because we are sitting here waiting. And I know I have to go. I just moved my conference with my team for another half an hour because I don't want to leave Judge Ashley here having to pull in a stream when that itself is intimidating. And
yes, I would not know how.
Yeah,
I wouldn't know how.
If this were 2:30 and it's the federal court judge, I would have to leave here no matter what. But I just moved my team conference for a half an hour. So I'm with you at least to 11 for a bit. And then I'll try to make that as quick as I can and come back. But we're here. So any other comments you see, please. I'm trying to go through because they're coming fast and furious.
They are.
Okay.
Can I mention the KC1125 and says, we say Justin is saying this in his papers, but he is being advised by his attorney. You raise a great point. Of course, he has attorneys representing him, advising him, but an attorney does have to honor what the client wants. And so if the client wants to fight it and wants to say she shouldn't have the child,
Excuse me.
then bless you, then you have to follow what your client wants. Now, in terms of strategy and how to do that and how to get there and using your expertise, those are all the decisions of the attorney. But ultimately, your client has to tell you which direction. Do you want her to have the child? Do you not want her to have the child? I mean, those are client decisions. Linda, would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. You have to, you can't let, the only thing you can't do is let the client lie on court. And if you do, my view is that you have to get out of the case. But Michael points out, he just X'd again. Julie Hess, that's who represents Kelsey, pulls a 2-inch thick file from her briefcase. There's been a lot of paper in this case, but his feeling is looks like they're getting ready to do battle. That maybe, something broke down. And before I do that, I will just point out there was another Dr. Baden rocks. Oh, thank you so much. And all Maria Collins, number 3. And the reason why I had the screen far away, because I have to pull in all these things, so I can't keep the screen so close. And also, this is not the Dr. Baden I Love You show, but it sort of is. I love Dr. Baden, seen many cases he has been in for many years. I have the greatest respect for him and admire his ways. Thank you. And New Hampshire NH Mary 83. Thanks a lot for those. We really appreciate those relating to the Sandra Birchmore case, because you can imagine being the first one out of the box and saying, this is my opinion. You leave yourself open to everybody attacking you, but no, they didn't, because everybody knew. My view is everybody knew that he had done this, and I just say that allegedly because he is presumed innocent. Now, going back to the case we have, Mullen Law. Sorry if I missed some questions, but happy to answer. All right, Mullen Law. That's great that you're happy to answer. I really appreciate it. I love the fact that you're in our chat with us. Remember, Michael Bryant is one of the few people that are actually in the courtroom. There is no legacy media in the courtroom. And as to the streamers in the courtroom, it's Amanda and Josie. And I think when they start talking about the child, Josie will have to leave the courtroom because she's 16 years old and all. So that's what happened last time. And Amanda will be in the courtroom. Michael's in the courtroom. They're both working together with each other. As you know, Amanda and Michael kind of work together, trying to get the mics working. And if our stream doesn't work, we'll go to Amanda's stream, and everyone's fine with that. If their stream doesn't work, we'll go to our stream. So as you all know, law tubers try to help each other. But Michael I think he's in there, Judge. I think it's like his 40th trip to the Triangle of Terror since the Karen Reed case came up. So it's just unbelievable. But we are in that courtroom, so you will get that firsthand information. And Joy is going to pull into any comments he makes on X. You can open your X screen if you want and see, or if not, Joy is going to pull them in. So what else are you looking for as a start? If you were the judge in this, and this was your case, if you were, and I'm going to put you in Georgia, what would you be looking for as a start as to what's the first thing I want done, or the first person I want to hear from, and who goes first, by the way?
Right. Whoever filed goes first. The person who filed goes first. That's the petitioner. That's the person who goes first. That's just how it is. And the petitioner has to put forth evidence. But in a case like this, I have to wonder, Linda, if the judge hasn't had any kind of pre-trials with the attorneys behind the scenes that we don't know about. And the reason I would have done a pre-trial in Georgia is to say to the attorneys, have you spoken? Is there any type of agreement? What are your clients' respective positions? So I know walking in what they're asking for, because then it gives me an idea of where we're going with this. And a judge is going to have to hear evidence. A judge is not going to walk on the bench and say, all right, I've read everything, and Justin, this is what you want. And I've read everything, and Kelsey, this is what you want. And I'm just going to tell you what's going to happen. Judges could do that. Most judges aren't going to do that. They're going to say, all right, well, present your evidence, petitioner. What's your evidence to prove to me by clear and convincing evidence that this is what you want to happen? And then you have to let the attorneys do the job. Most judges aren't going to say, well, I haven't heard this and I haven't done this, so put this witness up. Instead, they're going to say, present all the evidence. And then after it's all presented, they may say, listen, nobody's addressed the elephant in the room. Nobody has said why they think Kelsey is still a risk, and I'm making that up. I don't know that's what's going to happen. I don't want viewers to go off and say, hey, I can't believe she said that. I don't know. That's my opinion. But then at the end of it, as a judge, I would say, what have I not heard? What do I still need to hear? This is the information that I'm missing in order to make certain that I can make a decision that I'm comfortable with in the best interest of the baby.
Yeah. And as Mullen Law points out, as you just said, the person who filed the papers first goes first. And Mullen Law points out Kelsey's attorney filed the papers first, so she will likely go first. It's exactly what you said. And now we have it supplemented by Mullen Law. Thank you very much, Mullen Law, for that. I am just concerned because remember, this is temporary. This is going to be an interim order for Kelsey's rights and the aliens' rights and Justin's rights. Okay. And then the trial date is actually scheduled for August. They initially had a pretrial conference for May, and that's been by consent moved to July. But there was so many things. Judge and Mullen Law, you're in there if you want to answer to. There's so many things that were in dispute in this record. It seems to me that the judge has to go to me. I'm going to the best interest of the child, and I'm going to see what the best interest of the child is. And to me, the best interest of the child, because any past history you may have had, you're getting treatment for it, Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I don't know about you, Justin the alien, and the issue of drug abuse. I don't know about that. But it's best for this child to have two parents, and I'm going to start this reunification right now. And reunification means you don't go into a lawyer's office and it's a cold, sterile office and be stared at by the father and the lawyer. To me, I mean, that's how I feel about it. Now, I don't know how this other judge is going to feel about it. Judge, your thoughts immediately, and Mullen Law, your thoughts.
Yeah, immediately I say, listen, there's so many other relatives available and grandparents available. There's no reason the maternal grandparents can't be involved in this to prevent. I only use that type of visitation, that type of facility when I have to, when there's no other option. There are too many other options. Let the relatives be involved. There's no evidence I've heard of yet. Maybe it will be presented today to make me think, no, we can't do that. At Mullen Law, also want to mention, yes, I did retract. Yes, I did correct. I'm so happy you're on here about the laws there. And I would love to know whether or not at a temporary hearing in Massachusetts, the amount of evidence you can present is limited. Like I said, in Georgia, you can call your party and one other person. Everything else is done by affidavits. I don't know if Mullen Law is willing to answer, but I'd love to know how much they can actually present to the court.
Yeah, that would be great. As always, the best interest of the child. So we all agree. We all agree the best interest of the child, and the judge can always reflect back on that and fall back on that. And as in any other state, the family judge is quite used to all this noise, and you're quite used to all this noise too, Judge. When you do this, and you've been appointed now for 2 decades or more in Georgia by the governor. So yeah, I think it's even like civil cases. The judges kind of cut to if they're smart, they cut to the chase, and they don't get you. They don't want any of the parties to have coercive control over them, to use one of my favorite phrases. Now, Michael Bryant, okay, is in court. Post for Michael. Case now being heard, has more meat. There are allegations made by the woman. So there's another case being heard. Man just seeing them now, and he denies all. Testimony now being taken from each person. She says, and so this is family court that's going on here. She says, came home to him at 3 a.m., knocked on her door, barged in and rummaged looking for another person. He says never happened. Judge says she believes the woman and extends an impound order. An impound order, okay? I don't quite know what the impound order is. I assume it's some kind of restraining order, maybe. I don't know what the import order is. All right. Man just see, but he denies all. So that case is going on right now. So that's a real interesting issue. Michael's getting to see the nitty gritty of family court here in this courtroom, because these cases are going on. And indeed, in that case, apparently the woman testified. So whether or not that's a restraining order, Mullen Law, is it an impound order, a restraining order in Massachusetts of some sort? Just let us know. Okay. I see Michael, but Michael's getting, you know what I love about this? I think Michael is getting a feel for this judge. As I said, we're in the courtroom. Many law tubers covering this are not in the courtroom. Amanda, Josie, and Michael are in the courtroom. I'm just here monitoring what they say, trying to work on your comments, which are coming by fast and furious. We definitely want to come by fast and furious. All right. I mean, I know if I put a poll up right now, which we could do, Joy, we could put a poll up right now and say, do you think Kelsey is going to get full custody today, full physical custody today, or is Kelsey's going to get physical custody with no guardian, or Kelsey, I'm talking guardian like the mother, the father, or you think Kelsey's going to get time with the baby just alone with herself? Joe, I don't know if you can put a poll of something like that up. That would be great to see what you're all thinking right now, because I think everybody is all over the lot. Okay.
And one thing though, Linda, I'm seeing quite a few people saying in the chat is they think that a guardian ad litem needs to be appointed, but then people are adding, and the judge should order visitation pending that result, because guardian ad litems take a lot of time to investigate, a lot of time to rewrite their report, so it's not quick. And the other thing is, Mullen Law did share appeals in family court are nearly impossible because you have to show abuse of discretion, which absolutely is true and is very difficult. And that's why, judges can do anything they want, and there are very few, at least in my state, to his point, that appeal, because it is hard to show abuse of discretion. But that's why I believe the judge needs to hear evidence, and then they need to issue their rulings on the record as to why they are finding whatever they're finding in the best interest of the child to support their finding.
Yeah, Mullen Law, she's great. And I love the fact that in this panel, like we have two women on this panel. Mullen Law is female. The judge is Karen Michal Monover. I love the fact that women rule here, but and women are actually going to rule, because Judge Monover is going to make a ruling from, obviously, I would think it's going to be from the bench. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe she'll wait a day and all to see, but I can't imagine she doesn't have some idea about what she is going to do. I mean, again, I just was so put off by those papers that Justin did last night. And what happened is we looked at greater death in Kelsey's papers, and she had to go answer what she anticipated were going to be his objections, and there were, it was a lot of them. And showing how they were wrong, how they were false, how they, even the fact that he went back to say he alleged that she had tried to commit suicide in high school, and they categorically denied that. Okay, because his basis on information and belief. I think, Judge, when you have a father who is putting together all this false evidence to the court, and I say false, I say wrong, okay, not vetted, to try to dirty the mother. If I'm moving to get that baby more away from him until he gets his act together and starts learning how to co-parent, and I mean be a parent, not be somebody who wants to be a controlling asshole. Okay, I said it. There you go.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you. And I think that's what often in family court, right?
I'm sorry, everybody. I have to send that to voicemail, but that's because of my case.
The irony, it was that song when you just said an asshole, and then Poker Face came on.
Because I know.
That was ironic. So what I was going to say is, listen, I forgot where I was going with that train of thought, in Justin and what he said. But the judge, I will tell you this, how a parent behaves 100% eventually comes into the equation. In my experience, if a parent is unwilling and cannot co-parent and will not, in spite of what may be best for that child, it is going to hurt them. And they are going to end up in a position where custody may be taken away. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he continues to dig his feet. And if the judge does say custody to the mother, and Justin's going to have visitation, and maybe they want an evaluation of Justin, maybe they want more information from an expert about why he's unwilling to co-parent. There are lots of ways a judge can go with it, but a judge needs to hear the evidence. It's not good enough for him to say to the judge, well, this is everything she's done, and this is my protective order, and the reason. That's not enough. How do you back that up? That's your position. That's what you think. That's what you say. How do you back that up? You have to present that at a hearing to a judge if you don't reach an agreement.
Yeah, that's a very, very interesting situation here that we have. Is the judge supposed to show their bias in that way, though? Is the judge supposed to say, I don't think you, sir, given your papers, have really seen the gravity of taking a mother away from, her child and what has happened to her and everything that's happened to her. But you've presented no evidence that she ever was a danger to this child. And as far as I'm concerned, and under Massachusetts law, that is the only thing that counts. Was she a danger to that child? And she has never been a danger to that child, even under the worst of circumstances. She always made sure, even when she thought she was going to off herself, that she gave her baby to somebody who she thought was going to be protected of it. And that was the point in the trial. She gave her baby to Officer Noonan because she thought that he'd be caring for the baby until that order was given over. So why was she going to shoot him? So I don't see her. I mean, to me, if I'm the judge, I'm going to say, get this back to the mother. Get this back to the mother. What's the delay? And that, I worry about a judge going down the route of, well, because I want to make sure and I want to protect my ass, I'm going to appoint a guardian ad litem. Okay, that's one thing I worry about.
But also, I want to say this, everything you just said, I didn't hear as biased. I don't think it was indicating the judge would be biased if the judge said what you just said. Rather, the judge is saying, based on what's before me, based on what I've read, based on what I've heard, based on all the pleadings, based on the TPO that he took out, this is the decision I'm making, and this is why. It's clear and convincing evidence, number one, not beyond a reasonable doubt. And number two, there's a lot of discretion by a judge in a family law case because the best interest of the child is not a clearly defined, this is what it would be. It's a subjective, these are the factors the court has to consider to then make a decision. So that subjectiveness means the judge can say everything you just said, and it's because it's subjective, not because the judge is biased. That's my opinion. The second thing is...
That's interesting. You're making a difference between bias and subjectiveness of value.
Right. And it is hard to appeal these cases because of that discretion. But the other piece of this is, for the judge is going to have the whole picture. This is not one day of one pleading that the judge reviewed. The judge has the whole picture. It may be a new judge to the case, but that doesn't mean they don't have access to everything that's been filed, everything that's been done, every decision that's been made. They review all of that. They have all of the information before them to make this decision. Being a family court judge is one of the hardest things you can do because it is subjective, because you are affecting that child's life for the rest of their life. I mean, come on, talk about the stress and on the shoulders of the judge to make that decision. But I am going to say this, if there's any one parent anywhere in any court that refuses to accept that they have to co-parent with the other parent, it's going to bite them in their ass.
Oh, that's interesting. The question is whether it has now already. That's why I think that Justin had that 2-hour meeting because he blocks her on the our wizard family, or our family wizard, whatever it is, the wizard app, right? He blocks her on that, and he had plenty of time to let her just like have the baby with her parents, and he didn't do that. It had to be in the lawyer's office for 2 hours just before this hearing. So I think that shows a manipulativeness to me, that he was doing that to say, Judge, you see, I'm trying to co-parent here. I just want to do it the right way. What about the fact that he hired this group, and this group is saying, oh, the baby loves him. That it seems, and he wants the visitation maybe to occur under the supervision of this group that he hired. Doesn't that indicate that they would already be biased because they're being paid by him? They were asked questions only related to him, not related to Kelsey. And would a judge then say, no, I'm not using that group that you've hired. We're using the family here.
Well, yeah, but you can also give weight to any of the evidence. And so the judge can consider that report. I'm sure they did observe visits between Justin and the baby, but I may not give it much weight because I'm going to say on the record, the only thing they did was observe Justin with the baby and talk to his family. They don't have information about Kelsey. They don't have information about those parents. I need a full picture, or I'm going to have this person assess Kelsey, and then I'll use his report and I'll use her report, however they want to divvy it up. But how much weight you give evidence is crucial, because you may not give it much weight because it doesn't have all the information. It only has one side. The other thing is, I would say, if it were me on the record, let's put this aside. Of course, the baby's going to love both parents. The baby doesn't know any different. So we're going to start with baby loves. That's a premise for me as a judge. I don't need to hear any evidence. I don't need a report that says the baby loves dad or the baby loves mom. Of course, the baby loves mom or dad. And it doesn't matter if the baby's bonded to father, or probably more so father's family, because that's where the baby's been. Of course, that's going to be the case. And of course, Kelsey hasn't had the same opportunity to bond. But guess what? That doesn't mean she doesn't love the baby and the baby doesn't love her. That just means she hasn't had the opportunity. One other thing I want to mention, at Karen Cole, UK lawyer, says, in England, all family custody issues are private. This case with Kelsey is a perfect example of what happens in our courts. Fascinating that those are private. Now, some people believe these cases should be private because think about this, Linda. For the rest of time, everybody's going to be able to learn information about what she went through when she was a baby, about her father, about her mother, about how it looks to her as when she's older as to what her mother was saying and what her father was saying.
It's a he. Caden is a he, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know that. Thank you.
Yeah. Caden
Oh,
is
this
a
was
he.
Karen Cole. Okay, good.
Yeah,
So
I know
I said that for
the question had a she and it's a he.
Thank you.
And Mullen Law is a she, not a he. And we're how did I get into pronouns here? All right, because somebody is going to get on and say, "Oh, there's Linda again with her pronouns." All right. So anyhow, by the way, Mullen Law says, in my opinion, if the judge orders supervised parenting, time will that allow a family member a completely neutral person. Yeah, that's what I think too, and that's what the Judge Ashley just said too. You don't want somebody who's going to, I don't know, have a coercive control again. So Joy, if you just put up a message and you started from me about Michael, let's see what he's saying. Okay, let me get back to my comments here. You have no idea all this is going on here. Let's see. Michael apparently put up a comment. I don't see it in the starred comments, but I don't see it, Joy, in the start. Oh, maybe it is. Here it is. New post from Michael. The courtroom has been cleared for 2 cases with minors in attendance. When these matters are completed, we will go back in, presumably, to begin the Fitzsimmons hearing. All right. So when they said it was on for 10 o'clock, Michael Bryant was absolutely right. It was never going to be reached at 10 o'clock. And this is the minors. This would be closed because it involves minors. Now, I know, Judge, in the long as we've been talking, and that in New Jersey, for instance, you never get permission to have a camera stream this hearing. It just wouldn't be there because it involves family court. It involves health records, even the papers, which had disclosed some of Kelsey's health information, but not all her health records. Can the judge order all those health records to be given to her, even though they weren't provided? They're covered by HIPAA and they're not, there's been no discovery on them right now. Can the judge order that? Is that a possibility? Or the judges say, hey, look, you have never shown me, Justin, that Kelsey is a danger to this child. You have never overcome the fact that in the best interest of any child, 2 parents are the best. You've never overcome the fact that Kelsey has dealt with her emotional problems and is still dealing for that. You've never come over the fact that you seem to want to control what Kelsey was doing. You never come over the fact that maybe the welfare of the child would be that Kelsey would have the right to have custody and you get liberal visitation. Does that sound like something the judge could just say to Justin, or are you guys a little bit more, shall we say, diplomatic than I am?
Not necessarily. Oh, listen, it's brutal in some of the cases that I've seen where I've been with private clients. The judges are brutal and they will flat say whatever they think. I mean, there was one recently where they said to the mother, without hearing much evidence, you're playing games. You're playing games with the court. You're playing games with your child. I don't want to hear another word out of you. I'm not listening to any more of your evidence, and you are not going to be allowed to do ABC. Now, of course, as the attorney, you stand up and say, Judge, I need to put evidence on the record, but the judge didn't care and didn't allow it on the record. So anything can happen. Now, again, I believe if you're a good, reasonable judge, you want to make a record, protect the record, because you want to show that the system has accountability and that the decisions you are making are the right decisions in your mind based on the evidence. You want to be able to say, this is why I'm doing this. But I see lots of judges not do it that way. So Mullen Law would have a better sense of judges there and what they tend to do.
Yeah, she said the judge can, but with restrictions on dissemination, the records will be impounded. I would hope that the records would be impounded.
Yeah.
I mean, we also know from the last hearing. Okay, so apparently, is there a new post I'm seeing from Michael Bryant here? Before I finish that, let me just go into my starred comments. New post. Back in the courtroom, bailiff tells folks if you are here supporting someone, wait outside until the matter is called. Okay. Still, lots of litigants are there and attorneys are there for the cases. I may need to give the judge an energy drink. And Michael Bryant wants to give the judge an energy drink. Okay, he wants to share whatever is, what is it, Red Bull or whatever the energy drink is. When I ever try a case with Jose Baez, he starts the morning with a Red Bull. Matter of fact, he doesn't. I don't think he tries a case without a Red Bull in his hand. So that's an attorney. But yeah, I mean. These are a lot of cases to go through before we get. Geez, I hope we get to this case before noon, because I assume that the judge is going to take a break between these litigants' cases, the minors' cases, and the Fitzsimmons case. I mean, if nothing else, just for her to have a biological break, stretch her legs and all. So the way this is looking, we may not even get to her for a while, and all. And I can't leave you. Until we actually pull in this hearing. So I hope this happens before, let's say, 2 o'clock, when, because my judge's hearing is 2:30, 2:45. I think it got moved to. Sorry, everybody. I'm sorry that it's a day of work for me, so I apologize.
And let me read a comment while you're looking at that, because this is such a good point. At Kirk 7143 says, Justin's math isn't mathing. If the baby was 4 months old, how does 4 weeks of parental leave make him the main caregiver? Did Kelsey just ignore the baby for 3 months? Of course not. What a great point. And the judge will look at the math. It's not that Justin has had the baby since the beginning of time. Kelsey had the baby. Then this happened. She, in her own words, says it was 103 days that she was detained. I will say approximately 100 days, so we don't get in hot water with that wasn't the exact number of days. But she was caring for the baby. So what a great point to think about. Both of them have cared for this baby. Justin ostensibly only cared out of necessity because she was detained. And then there was that protective order that he took out.
Well, one could say out of necessity, but out of planning, because he wanted to take the baby from her. And then he asked for the monies from the sale of her house to go into an account where in the future he had control had money for child support till the baby was 18 years old from Kelsey's house. And Judge Mary Black said, no, I'll tell you what, I'm giving you $12 per week for a child care. I just think that even in of itself shows manipulation, that, he was looking for the money from her house to have child support for the baby until Caden turned 18 years old. I think that was like just horrible. I mean, I just think that was horrible. And that really shows to me, that again shows his true colors. And I keep coming back to that. And yet I understand that the baby's going to need both him and Kelsey to co-parent. So whatever our feelings are about him, they have to be put aside here. Even in our chat with us, they have to be put aside, because this child is going to need both parents. And that's what the reunification is all about. And that's what, that's what parenting is about, right? You got to get along for the benefit of the kids.
And so many don't, Linda. You do have to, but boy, most don't. Over and over and over and over, people don't. And so that's the sad reality. And at Mullen Law made a really good point too, which is, these judges are accustomed to hearing these battles about child custody and family. And so a lot of it's just noise. They start to tune it out because they know, people get really ridiculous and in the weeds about each other and totally forget about the child in a lot of these custody cases, people being the parents.
Now, Michael Bryant just posted again another new X comment. The attorney for the woman in this case that's before him, he's learning a lot about family law by being up there. And we're going to have to give him a new job. A modification requested by the father to catch up judge reads the material to herself. This is what happens when I take over. All right, let's see. There should be a second part of this. The second part. Here's the first comment from Michael Bryant, but I don't see the second starred comment, Joy. This is what happens when I take over for someone, it looks like, but I don't know what that means. But we're getting a feeling for the judge right now. So Joy, if there's a second one, please put it into my starred category so I can see it, because with all of you chatting here and all of you watching, this chat is, I said bring your chat game on, and boy, have you brought your chat game on here. No doubt about that. Okay, so
important information from At Mullen Law I want to share, Linda. This is
Yeah.
not an evidentiary hearing. So At Mullen Law says it will likely be representation of counsel only. Big difference then. I was saying every state's different. I don't know how it is here. In Georgia, there'd be one witness plus your party. So this sounds like it will be representation of counsel only, Linda, which changes the landscape, right? Because that means the court's going to hear argument, hear what evidence that the counsel says they have to support their arguments for the judge to make a decision, is what it sounds like. At Mullen Law can jump in if there's more to that.
Yeah. So Joy, I don't think they're streaming yet because they're on other cases. So you do have Law Girls up, and we do have Michael Bryant's link to his stream up, but there's other cases going on, and Michael will text me. He says when he decides to go live. Just I'm keeping you all advised as to what's happening, because quite frankly, while we thought this was going to be a little later, we didn't necessarily think that they were going to hear the full docket here and then had Kelsey's case at the end. I assume then that that's why these papers are all so detailed, especially from Julie Hess, who I think did fabulous papers and all. Because Michael Bryant and I were supposing last night that, geez, I mean, you have to have a hearing to, if there's contradictions, you're going to need to call witnesses. It has to be a hearing to call witnesses.
Think so.
But that would be then that would be in the trial in August. So the judge is really, as I assume, probably just gonna, let's say, wait a second. Michael just told the dad in the case that she heard. Okay, just Michael Bryant just texted. I'm just gonna interrupt you all. Just told the dad in the case that he's listening to right now that she gives 10 minutes to each side for a motion. Okay, and he suspects that the general rule might be blown up in the Fitzsimmons case, but that's her general rule, that she only gives 10 minutes to each side. That there's no way you can argue this case in 10 minutes. No way.
Although, you might be able to argue that it's easier because you can be pretty succinct when it comes to Kelsey. Here's what you don't have evidence of, Judge, right? Like, you have to be concise with your words.
Right. And remember, probation or social services went to Kelsey's new place when Judge Karp was in this to go make sure that the new place, I think it was Judge Karp was still in the case, not Judge Black, that her new place was wonderful and terrific and set up, because she's taken the condo for a year and all. And it passed all. And then, the parents went through vetting before when Kelsey had to come home on bail. They all went through vetting whether her houses were okay for Kelsey to stay, and everybody has passed with flying colors. So I don't see that as being an issue at this point. That we know
when they passed with flying colors. I agree with you, Linda. I don't think so either. I don't think that's this case. In some cases, I don't think it's this case.
Yeah. And since the baby is already at the child, I guess this baby is growing up so fast. He's almost a child, to call him in papers, is growing up so fast. The child's at the Justin's house, and the only issue is, do you then have the baby at Kelsey's house? And I think if you afford the same circumstances to each, I mean, I think Kelsey gets to have the baby, and I think with the grandparents around, maybe, that'll make quite frankly, that'll make, I think, the judge happy, but also make the grandparents happy, because, remember, Justin is fighting the grandparents' motion to have access to the child on the basis that Massachusetts doesn't have a grandparents' protection law or visitation law, depending on what state you're in. They call it different things, right? And this is certainly a way for the grandparents to have total access with the child by being the people in the room where it happens, let's say. So I think that would also, to me, that also smells of, again, coercive control, when you are fighting the grandparents having access to the child. I think that's outrageous, quite frankly.
Especially when your parents, the paternal grandparents, are clearly having access. I don't think you can, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? I don't think you can argue that. Now, I want to clarify, at Healthland Forever, Linda, I now understand what the question was. Is there an issue with the visit happening in Justin's attorney's office as the attorney now becoming a witness? I would never, as the attorney, want the visit for that very reason, because you're right. Anything I witness as the attorney could potentially, if I'm the only one witnessing it, mean that I'd have to testify. I would never, ever put myself in that position personally as a private attorney.
Yeah. Not even if I'm letting my office being used, because you never know what you may see or may overhear. And then, do you break the attorney-client privilege if there's something that is important for the best interest of the child? I don't know. We haven't reached any of those questions because we're still on the first question: is will this court, on this interim order based on these papers, grant custody, temporary custody, grant Kelsey temporary custody? I think the court will grant temporary custody and grant absolutely, to the mother. And I think the court will allow, obviously, visitation by the father, but I think custody will be granted to the mother. Now, you can't take the baby away from, in my opinion, where it's been now. And this is the problem. This is always the problem. You don't do anything wrong. Kelsey hasn't done anything wrong. She's been separated from this child. But now the father gets to argue the best interest of the child is not to pull him away from everything. This is the home he knows. These are the grandparents he knows. This is the aunts he knows. This is me, the dad. He knows, and therefore it's not in the best interest of the child to pull him away. But I think you have to balance that with, well, they're going to be in the best interest of the child to make sure this child knows his mother. And we're going to have to do that pull away in a way that it's in the best interest of the child also. And here's what based on what I see, here's what I suggest. Judge? And
I think that if she does give custody to Kelsey, because I think she might give custody to Kelsey, but I think it's going to be a closer to not 50-50, but pretty liberal visitation. I don't think that she is going to afford this baby an opportunity to be ripped away now from his father, right? So I think the reality is, even if Kelsey gets custody, a rational judge is going to consider that right now, maybe both are appropriate. Maybe dad only gets visitation, because I think there's a lot more to dad we don't know yet. And I don't mean that in a good way as a parent, but I think she's going to require they co-parent. I think that Kelsey's going to get unsupervised time with that baby, whether it's considered custody or liberal visitation. And I think the judge is going to order next steps. I think she's going to want assessments. I don't know if she'll want a guardian ad litem, but I think she's going to want to know more about father specifically.
Oh, that's interesting that she hasn't, there's enough here about mother, what she really wants to know about father and all, and why father made those misrepresentations in the first place to get the restraining order. How about that, Justin the alien? Okay. So, the grandparent visitation statute. Yes, I realize that. That's why I say there really isn't any, because of that Supreme Court ruling in Traxel that really, it has no teeth. It has no bones. To get any grandparents visitation. The way around it is to make the grandparents the people that have to be in the room for a while when the visitation starts occurring, to monitor and maybe give a report back to the court, or not even give a report back. I mean, even Judge, and I'm going to say this the way Michael Bryant would say it, McCarthy Naaman, who put her in jail because she couldn't blow into that scram device. Even that, she allowed custody when she let her out to go. She allowed Kelsey to go with her mom, and her mom, as long as her mom drove her everywhere, and her mom was with her and all. So obviously there was a lot of trust in Lauren Page. So I agree this should be the same trust here. Okay, if you see something, you can say something, but if you don't, you could be in the room too. And I think that's a way you get the grandparents' visitation and you get Kelsey's custody. But anyhow, if the judge is smart, but I don't know, we'll see.
And grandparent visitation, let me just say one more thing about that. Different states handle it differently. Some have visitation rights for grandparents if you file. Some don't at all recognize grandparents' rights for the children. But again, I'm going to echo, in this particular case, if I were the judge, I wouldn't worry about the grandparents. And here's what I mean by this. There's no evidence to suggest that grandparents aren't going to see the baby when they're with that particular child. So father, paternal relatives are going to see that baby. Mother, maternal relatives are going to see that child. There's no evidence that we've ever heard of any abuse by any of the grandparents. So grandparents are going to see the kids, but leave it at that. Let these parents parent the child, and grandparents be the supportive roles that grandparents are supposed to play. But again, I think she needs to know more about the father.
Yeah, so that's the supportive role. And so if Kelsey's got the child, the grandparents can certainly be there with that time with no problem. Okay, so we're all, I think you and I, we all agree that Kelsey should come out of this with a lot more than she has. And Justin's attitude and his continued reliance on talking about her postpartum depression. Get over it, Buster. Matter of fact, Buster, in my opinion, now, if I'm the judge, I can't say this because they have to be a lot more, but I can say this as a podcaster, as a journalist podcaster. To me, he caused a lot of this, and he was not supportive of Kelsey during her postpartum depression. You can see that he's still attacking her for having postpartum depression as if it were her fault that her hormones are all changed in her body and the chemicals in her brain are all changed because she's pregnant. Well, it is kind of your fault because you're the father. All right. But you don't get it. You still don't get it, Justin. You still don't get it. Your parents don't get it. You still don't get it. PPD is a real thing. It's been dealt with really. Now, there was no indication that she had any indication, even though you're alleging it, that she had postpartum psychosis. No one is saying that. But what the expert did say is that an acute transient psychological crisis in the moment where everything was taken away from her, after she fought so hard to get it back. She fought hard getting treatment for PPD. She got her approval to go back to being a police officer, to carry the guns. And you come in with this bullshit restraining order, most of it, in my opinion, false or made to look like real things were, real things were taken out of context. And you get this to happen to her and the baby taken away. Of course, she could have an acute transient psychological crisis. Almost anyone could have in that particular moment. But you're at fault because you weren't supportive of her in her PPD, and you're still not. And for that, Justin, if I'm the judge, I'm punishing you. I may not say it, but I'm punishing you in some
because
way.
he never treated her with love, caring, or respect when she was going through it. And that's what you expect from, even if you're not going to be 100% a partner to that person, you are the father of your child with that mother. Where's the loving, kind care, compassion, empathy for a mother going through that? He never demonstrated that, Linda. And I don't know the answer to this. At Mullen-Law is going to know better than I will, because I don't know the laws in the state of Massachusetts completely, but he is not currently a legal father. I believe he'll be legitimated, but remember, they were together, but not married at the time they had the baby. So there's that, just a legal fact that's out there.
Yeah. And so, I don't know the answer to the Mullen-Law. The presumption is in Massachusetts, if you're not married, the mother has custody of the child. That was my understanding, is the presumption. Is that the case? And how does that presumption play into this hearing today? I'm sorry, Mullen-Law, we're looking at you for the specific issue of Massachusetts. Is that the case in Georgia, Judge? Is the unmarried couples, it's a presumption that the mother gets custody?
No, not at all. The father has to legitimate before he'll ever have any rights to visitation or custody. And that means you're either married at the time of the birth of the baby, or you're married after and shows some other elements, or you go to court and prove you're the legal father. You can do a DNA test. The mother can agree. And then there's another step. The father, it has to be in the best interest of the child that the father be the legal father. The only reason that you would see a court not legitimate a father is, number one, if he's not the biological, or number two, if it is so egregious that it wouldn't be in the child's best interest. So let's say the alleged father has been convicted of sexual abuse of that baby. A judge is going to say, it's not in the best interest for you to be the legal father. I'm not going to grant it.
Yeah. So temporarily they gave Justin the custody and all, but that was pending all of this. So it's a new day today, I assume. That's why Kelsey's coming in with all of her papers for this temporary custody hearing and suggesting there be a change, because he got all of this and they agreed to it because her situation was one, at one point she was in jail for the scram device. I mean, would she proved it? But they both agreed, I think, here that Justin's the father. I don't think that's going to be an issue here. So I want to know exactly, because I'm really impressed with the papers that Julie has put together, because it went through every single allegation that could possibly be made, even the false ones, to either dispute them or discount them or contradict them or say they're irrelevant, because the best interest of the child is the child being with the mother. So, I mean, to me, that should be the only issue here today, is how do I get this reunification furthered? And maybe, even though you both agreed that custody went to Justin before, now it's going to change. It's changing. Okay.
You know what's interesting, Linda, to me, is Mullen Law added that, and I knew this was the case, that they just, and to your point, she was incarcerated at the time, but agreed that Justin have sole legal custody and physical custody of the baby. I'm just thinking out loud, and I don't know the laws in that state. I would never want my client to give up legal custody, even if she's in jail. I'd say, no, you still have legal custody. Gosh forbid something happened to the father. Then as the legal custodian, you could say, oh, I want the child to be with my parents or be here or there. I just feel like giving up legal custody only because you're in jail facing these charges that she's now been acquitted of. I'm a little surprised. Just my opinion.
Yeah, no, interesting how every state again is different. And when you go to custody, look at the Adelson case in Florida, right? What a case for the grandparents getting some visitation with the kids, and never could, because there was no statute that allowed it. No judge, no court would allow it. And the mother, who is still out, who everyone thinks is behind all the killings of the Florida State University, the professor, is out, never been charged with anything. So, but interesting, just really interesting to me how every state is totally different. And I saw there was somebody because AI takes over, right? And your algorithm takes over when you're on social media. I saw a post from somebody who was a gentleman who was fighting grandparent visitation and saying he's never letting his kids get visitation with the grandparents, and he fought it and he won, because the state he was in didn't give the grandparents any rights. So to me, it's very interesting how every state was different. So that's the Dan Markel case. You're correct. I didn't use the name of the case in case. I just used Adelson. As you know, the matriarch grandmother was recently convicted last year. I think it was just only last year. Okay. By the way, the baby now is still young, and I think when does memory start for children? Do you know about that? I know there's been papers about whether it starts at 3 years old or 4 years old, the formal memory. I mean, we all have quirks of things that when we were a child, but basically you have infant amnesia for a long time. Do you know when that starts, Judge?
What they say, they being the scientists, etc., that it usually starts forming, according to the experts, between 2 years old and 4 years old. But that personal, permanent memories for children really don't stabilize until about 5 years old.
Well, that's interesting. But still, we're coming up. We want to get this. We want to get this child over before, I guess, that 2 years starts. It would seem to me.
But you know what? That's because if you think about birth to 1 year, what the experts say is that is when infants do have short-term memory, meaning they can recognize faces, voices, right, within hours of being born. And so that's what's missing for this baby. Forget mom or dad. Baby doesn't have that with mother to a significant degree at all right now. And we don't know how much baby has with father, because we really don't know how much time baby is with father.
Yeah, right. And and despite that, the thing in his papers, it says, Justin is the most important person. In the baby thinks Justin's the most important person. Well, that's because the mother's not there, Dumbo. Excuse me, but of course he is. Do you think? Have you seen, and I'm sure you have you seen cases where the judge orders a change of custody or switch in custody and visitation and all, where there's really one parent who just won't go along and fights and continues on with his parental alienation?
Yeah, I just had one, and it was actually the mother who the father got lots of visitation, and the mother came up with reason after reason after reason why the child couldn't visit. So in essence, she prevented any contact between the child and the father in spite of a court order. And so it went back to court on contempt. And she was adamant as to each reason. And the court said, I don't believe you. Stop playing games with me. Stop playing games with your child. And the court ordered all of that missed visitation to be made up. And
Oh,
so
wow.
it greatly affects the mother's time, because now, for instance, in the summer, it was 1 week, 1 week off. Now for 3 summers, the father gets child for the entire summer and the mother doesn't get to see the child other than virtually. So my point is, if you play games with the court, I believe eventually it catches up to you. Courts don't want that shit. Don't play games with the court.
Yeah, and we'll see how Judge Karen Mitchell Mooniver will deal with this. But as we come up to 11:25 on the East Coast, and as we know, courts usually have union time to the officers in the court to have their lunch. I'm just having a feeling that we may be in a situation that there is a delay here, right? That this doesn't get reached maybe to after lunch or not. But anyhow, let's see. We have a new post from Michael Bryant. There are 3 litigants in this case: mom, dad, baby in a carrier. Okay. Court made sure the infant was young enough not to comprehend the process. Very quiet baby. Parties have now agreed to terms. Case is done. So that's another case that just went by. So another case has been handled. While everybody's looking on in family and probate court, talking about, infants and best interests and all. Okay. Julie Hess is not. Someone wants to know. Julie Hess is Kelsey's very fine, wonderful attorney who works with Tim Bradle on a number of cases, and they know each other well. But she has got one of the best reputations if you Google her in Massachusetts. So Kelsey's in great hands with Julie Hess. I don't remember the name. Court breaks for lunch at 1, Mullen Law says, unlike in New Jersey, or unlike in federal court, which is 12:30. I'm starting to get nervous here. All right. So if getting close, they'll push it to 2 o'clock. So maybe if they can get close to this case and get it done, it'll be done before 2. Yeah, a little law girl can't be in the courtroom because she's 16. She got kicked out last time, and that's what happened with some of the problems in the streaming, if you recall, because she couldn't go back in and fix it. And also, anyhow, but there's backup here because Michael's in court. We have a camera in court. Little Law Girls has a camera in court. Again, we're boots on the ground. Michael Bryant's boots on the ground in that courtroom. So when he talks to you either later today or certainly on our show at 6 p.m. tonight, he will tell you what happened. And we thank Ashley Willcottt. Wrong Ashley. I was just reading an article about her that apparently,
Right. I know it happens a lot.
Apparently that Savannah Guthrie has kind of cut ties with her based on her false reporting in the mother's case. Yeah, so that's what they're saying. So you have to be a little careful when you start accusing people of a crime of kidnapping and possibly murder. I mean, and double down on it. Right. So you tend to lose friends if you're wrong. Not that apparently mattered to her, but our Ashley is wonderful. Our Ashley tells us the truth, and if she makes a mistake, just like Michael,
I own it.
We make mistakes. We own it too. I mean, there's times we make mistakes too because
it happens.
Yeah,
it happens.
Sometimes in your own cases you make a mistake because you're dealing with so much. It's like, oh my gosh, I can't remember. I mean, I remember being in a federal court argument in the Third Circuit where now one of the justices is now on the Supreme Court. I won't necessarily say his name, but you can figure it out. I couldn't remember something, and he actually turned his seat. Yeah, maybe I'll give you a clue. His first name is Samuel. Okay. He actually turned his chair around and showed his back to me and looked at the wall. Okay. Because you're in a very hot contested thing. And sometimes all of a sudden a fact kind of like slips your mind, like we talk. What was I just saying? And it just slips your mind because you're answering, especially when you're doing a Third Circuit argument or a circuit court argument, you're answering like boom, 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 boom. And you're looking at your light because you only have a certain period of time, and when that light turns, yellow, you have 30 seconds left. And so things tend to slip out of your mind like very quickly. And he didn't like it. So that's why I was against him going to the Supreme Court. But that's just a little aside for all of you to know. All right. So
let me mention one other thing, because there's one other option for what might happen inside that courtroom, Linda, that we haven't really talked about or fleshed out. The judge may say, I'm not making a decision for you. Start talking. What are you two going to reach? What are you two going to work out? Because the judge wants them to work it out. It's to the benefit of the child. So who knows how much time, or if this particular judge is going to say, all right, here we are. I understand where we are and why we're here. Why did mom get in the baby? Let's hear you both talk. Right. So that's another possibility.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen. I mean, they had some agreements last time, but it sounds to me that war is happening and Justin doesn't want to give in. Now, I have had judges, and you can tell me if this happens in family court. I have had judges say, "This is what I'm ordering." Now, if you guys want something different, you can go back in there and you can talk to me before the order gets signed, and I'll put it in. I'll respect what you're finding. But because you haven't agreed, this is what I'm doing, and I'm going to give you 30 minutes to see if you want any changes to this and can agree to something different. I have had judges do
Absolutely.
that.
Yeah, they can do that in family court.
Yeah.
100%. Absolutely. And that
Okay.
may be what happens here. We don't know.
Yeah, and sometimes even in settlement cases, where you get a settlement and you say we're stuck on this, and the judge will say, "Well, if you brought it back to me, this is what I would order." So with knowing that, you parties work it out. They put pressure on you because they want to get this resolved. They want to get this baby. I think this judge wants to get this baby. This child wants to get Caden over to his mother. And I that's what I see as the intent here, and that apparently, if they had some agreement, they would have it by now, but apparently they don't have an agreement. I think Justice sticking to, I want my Massachusetts, whatever society thing, to
win. Yeah.
To win. He wants to win. He wants
Yeah.
to win, and he'll do anything to win. He doesn't want to give it up. Okay. So, I mean, that's, let me see what Joy is sending me a message. Let me see what's happening here. Okay. Okay. Another one from Michael. He's learning a lot of family law from the infant and the carrier. There's a new case. Okay. They keep coming. He says a mom and her cousin handling a young child between them. Father is in detention. Guardianship awarded to the female cousin as agreed to by the mom. This is basically what we're seeing family court every day. So really, you got the father's in detention and the mom wants the female cousin to have guardianship of the child. Very interesting there. The mom doesn't think she's capable of caring for the child, apparently.
And a lot of times that happens too, and I will say this, I dealt with abused and neglected children so much in my career that I would tell parents who made that choice, that's the brave, courageous thing to do. Because if a parent recognized they were not able to care for a child, or they had an addiction problem that they were having difficulties overcoming, even with treatment, the braver thing to do, the more courageous thing to do was to say, I can't do it right now.
That is, to me, that's a wonderful mother who says, I can't do it right now. Or a wonderful father who says, I can't do it right now. And a wonderful father here would be, oh my God, all this happened to the woman I was going to marry, the woman I loved, the mother of my child. I want her to get access to this child right away. And I want us to operate, even though we are not married, as a family unit for the benefit of the child, for the purposes of this child. To me, that would be the wonderful thing coming from Justin. Okay. Rather than having Kelsey go through more fighting. I mean, more fighting to get her child. He took it away from her in a slap dance. She got shot. She almost died. She spent 53 days in the hospital, if I recall. You all can correct me if I'm wrong. She almost died. She still has shrapnel in her back that may have to be taken out in the future. And she's done everything. She's gone through everything. She's lost her house. She's lost her, almost like Karen Reed. She's lost her house. She's been charged with things she wasn't guilty of. She has been put through the hoops. And you, sir, still don't want her to have access to this child unless it's under restrictions that you want to control. You coercive control asshole. Excuse me. I added that. The judge would never say that. Okay. So let's, let me see. There's another question here, and you don't have to answer that, Judge, because you're a judge. You have to be good. I don't have to be good on this show. I had to be good in my law practice, but on the show. Okay, from Australia. Is it necessary for Kelsey's money to be put in Justin's lawyer trust fund? No, I don't think so. I think they agreed about. They had some kind of agreement about what would be kept out previously, and I don't think they're arguing to that. She agreed to put something in out of the money. Dizzy says it's 50 grand out of the 225 or whatever. But that was it. That was it, pending anything else. But I don't think that's even being addressed here. Another legal term, Linda. Yes, asshole is another legal term. Although I always say that assholes have a purpose, and when we're using it in terms of calling somebody an asshole in a court case, we don't think there's any other purpose. But that's so I'm not sure it's going to make the word series of the shirts, because I really can't give that long explanation. and all. So yeah, I am. You have to be spicy if you're going to fight for people. You have to be with them, and you are spicy. You show them your true selves because you want to show them you're fighting. Now, when you go to court, you're going to be as professional as you can. I mean, I don't think there's ever been a court that's accused me of being unprofessional, and that's why I've been able to be admitted pro hoc vice in, let's see, California, Tennessee, Florida, Connecticut, where else? Somewhere else, and because they look at your record, okay. But you have to show people you're going to fight for them if you're going to, especially in the practice that I do, which is civil rights and discrimination, 1983 actions or murder cases. You have to show you're going to fight for them. Now, I think in a child custody case, you're fighting for them, but you also have to show that you have a compromise ability. And you want to get your client into compromising. Like justice attorney, as far as I'm concerned, should be leading him down the compromise road of what's really going to happen, not the non-compromise road. Okay.
And I'm going to say, I agree with you, Linda, but I have to say this. I think the reality of what happens in family law cases is often, understandably, the parents are emotional and they make emotional decisions. As an attorney, you can give them the most rational, reasonable advice of compromise. Co-parent, this is what you're going to have to do. And if you don't do it, the judge is going to do it for you. The problem is so many parents are so emotional that they refuse to follow your advice. They refuse to do what you tell them to do. They insist, I am not settling. I'm going to court. I'm right. And ultimately, that's a client's decision. And so sometimes you're stuck. You still have to be respectful and professional, but you still have to zealously advocate for a client that you may be like, you're doing the wrong thing. It's against my legal advice. I would settle this, but they won't.
Yeah. Now, Michael Bryant has another new post. Again, in his family law day, he can now say maybe he's a family law attorney. Judges insistent on this is interesting because this may apply to Kelsey. Judges insistent on the litigants represented or not provide information orally only, and he puts this in caps, if not already in the moving papers or affidavits. No regurgitation, please. So if you can add something to your moving papers, you can say it. But if you're going to regurgitate anything in your moving papers, she ain't having it. Okay. So maybe that's why the hearing is going to be shorter than we think, because maybe that's why she's going to have some kind of initial decision pretty quickly, because that's another one of her rules, that no regurgitation.
And it may be why it finishes before lunch, right?
Yes,
like she may already be planning, and she could have an afternoon calendar. So judges have to manage their calendar. It doesn't mean it can't be after lunch. And I don't know if she has one or not, but you got to get all your cases in somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. So Judge Ashley, you have a question for you, not on this case, but.
Oh my God, I'm laughing. I was just writing a response. I bet it's the one I pulled. Yeah, which one is it? Is it about the robe?
Judge Ashley, what happens in a case where a 17-year-old calls the cops on his dad with no report filed, no marks, no proof, and the dad goes to jail? We're talking about cases. We do see cases of this sort.
Yeah, you see a lot of cases like this. Let me just say this. So generally, as a rule, children are believed. And so if they allege any kind of sexual abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse, step one is you believe them. But all children should have a forensic interview through someone who's properly trained, so it's trauma informed and done correctly, so it's admissible in court. And during that forensic interview, they get information, and generally that can flush out whether or not there's any merit to a child's claims. But that's the problem or not, right? You want to believe a child when they say that the parent's done something to them, and you're going to believe the child. But at the end of the day, it could be a false accusation. Statistically, more times it's truthful than false.
Wow. Then you got to protect the child until you know better. But yes, there could be obviously consequences, unfortunately, if the father is innocent. And we've all seen them too. Sometimes we have to go to court and defend the father and have the forensics done afterwards. So, and that's the worst time of parental alienation. I've had a case where indeed the mother put the daughter up to charging sexual abuse, and there was none. And we actually, I actually got the prosecutor to dismiss this case before indictment. Okay, wow. By doing my regular good lawyering work for the client, and the client being believable and going through the interviews he needed to go through. But it does happen, and I hate to say it, but courts sometimes get misused, abused, and used. So, Judge Ashley, this is off topic. This would be more like a Fashion Friday case, but we can digress a little bit to something funny. What are the robes comfortable, or do you get hot in them? Asked Lindsay SIU 3086.
You do get hot. I'll be the first to admit that's an issue. And remember, these are government buildings, and some government buildings are older and may not be quite as able to keep up with the Georgia heat or the Georgia cold, depending. So depending on the weather, it can get hot.
Yeah. So let me tell you, I practice a lot in federal court. I was in federal court about a month and a half ago in Newark, we were in Trenton. This was Trenton, the Trenton case. And, when you go to a federal court, it's appointment. It's by appointment. Okay. And I think we may have been like the only people in there that day, although I understand there were some criminal arraignments going on at lunchtime, but we may have been the only person, certainly the only person that this judge had. The courthouse was so cold. Now, I never get cold. I mean, I'm like, bring on my poor husband, I think, it comes sometimes in a coat into the room because I've got the air conditioners on. It's 20 degrees outside. I'm still hot. My whole life I've been like that. And so I was so cold in this courthouse that I was actually shivering. I mean, I've never been in a situation where I'm shivering. My whole team was shivering. And the judge brought us inside. She found us a jury room that we could sit in that was at least a little warmer, because the only thing they were heating were the judge's chambers. I kid you not. Everything else was 50 degrees. And it was that cold 50 of a cement building, of a building with high ceilings, of a courthouse. So cold. And usually courtrooms are very hot, right, Judge? They're hot.
Right. Yes,
Right?
yes. But when it's not, right, it can be very uncomfortable for everybody, either temperature extreme for sure. Now, the other thing I'll say is some places judges don't wear robes. Some judges decide not to wear a robe and they walk out in their suit or their dress. And I personally am old school. I think that all attorneys should have respect for the court, even if they don't respect the judge. And I think the judge should wear a robe to show their own respect, again, for the court as part of the process.
Yeah. So, apparently, there's a situation in Massachusetts where you have pretrials done in the afternoon. So your disputed cases in the morning, your pretrials in the afternoon, and then some cases already, like this case, has a trial date in August, a specific trial date. This is an interim motion hearing for temporary custody brought by Kelsey. Okay, this is funny. Mullen said she said a whole divorce trial over a cord of wood. Apparently it was the principle. Boy, you see that. We see that, don't we, Judge? That people say, but it's the principle of the things. I usually find out, it finds to me that the principle, if you have to pay an attorney, the principle goes away. All right.
Yes. Yes.
After a while, it's
Yes.
the principle thing. This is going to cost you a retainer of $100,000 before we even get there. I'm not paying that. Well, then, your principal may have to go aside.
Yeah,
So,
you've got to have the evidence. And a lot of times people feel, especially in family law, they don't necessarily feel like our system is just or fair. Well, that's because you're having a judge make a decision about things that theoretically you should be able to decide as co-parents, but people just can't. People can't get along.
Well, they can't get along and it happens in the worst, when I was a baby lawyer and learning how to do real estate closings, I had a friend who had to close a house. He and she sold the house. And there was a walkthrough, and unfortunately, I have to say this, but they had taken like every light bulb, every toilet paper roll, and every like tulip bulb, like every bulb that was a perennial plant or an annual plant. I'm not good at my plants, but they'd taken the bulbs out, so that when the people came in, there were no lights. All the plantings were gone and all, because they felt those were not, accoutrements that would go with the house, and the whole closing was delayed for like a day while this was all worked out about whether the light bulbs would be returned, whether the toilet paper kind of went by the wayside, but whether the plantings would be returned because they were all dug up. So people get crazy over the most amazing things. And that's why, when we see these cases that are really important over a child, we understand that. And I say this with all loving this, because, we all have had clients that are crazy or being made crazy by the other side, or being made crazy by the process. And I don't use crazy in the terms of crazy. I use it like, I am so upset. This is so terrible. This is so ridiculous. How could the courts allow this? What is happening? Why does the law allow this? That they don't get it, and your job is to try to work through it. But sometimes it's very difficult. So when we see this kind of case, which has real issues, a baby, a child, a mother, a father, grandparents on both sides. This is, to me, we understand why people can get hung up if they get hung up on light bulbs.
Yeah, they do. They do. And you know what I tell people is work it out. And if you both walk away a little unhappy, then you have a good agreement, because no one's going to be 100% happy with whatever they have to agree to. But it's much better to walk away a little bit unhappy, able to live with it, than going to a court. Because again, my gut is Justin, if he continues to take the position that he's asserted, I think is going to walk away unhappy with the judge's decision.
Yeah. Now, Judge, we have a lot of questions. I need to go, I'll be in the same room, but I need to get this conference with my team done for this client.
Yes.
And this is going to go on. But I'm going to just mute myself for the moment, and I'm going to hide behind my camera, and I'm going to let you take over answering all these questions, because there's so many of them. And Joy, if Michael has anything, just put it in the chat. I don't think Ashley knows about the start, but put it in the chat so she can see it, so she can read it. And I will be back as soon as I can.
Yes, absolutely. We know. So if you're just tuning in, Linda is taking a work call for a federal case that's going forward this afternoon. And as she mentioned, federal court really doesn't play. And when you're told to be there, you're there. So she's doing that. I'm just going to remind everyone, and I'm grateful for all of you. I can take the flack that people have been giving me, because the reality is I misstated two different facts that were crucial, and I take accountability for that. Kelsey Fitzsimmons, we know, was acquitted. We know she was only accused of pointing a gun. And we know that she spent, according to her, 100+ days detained. And so we just want to make clear, you all know that, yes, I have made very clear I take accountability. And, it's true with court too. You can prepare. I can promise you that Justin and Kelsey's attorneys have prepared to go forward today to make their arguments. But it doesn't mean you don't accidentally say the wrong thing. It doesn't mean that you don't read a note from someone and it comes out incorrectly. These things happen. It's all about accountability and remaining professional and respectful in that courtroom. Let's look at some of your other comments. I want to remind, Dizzy points out that proceeds from the house sale, Kelsey agreed to deposit $50,000 with his attorney's office. That's where they said. And it is interesting because Kathy's Law 1 says, I've never seen a case where child support is collected in advance and put in escrow. And that is an interesting thing that happened in this case, because child support is specifically based on a child support worksheet, is what it's called in the state of Georgia. Now in Georgia, it takes into account assets, it takes into account income. It now, as of the beginning of 2026, takes into account how much time you're allowed to be with the child, your amount of parenting time, puts it through a little calculator, and you come out with, this is the amount of child support each of you has to pay. So really interesting that in this case, in that state, that's how they dealt with it. That's just an aside. Let's see any other questions that you have. I'm looking at your comments. And a lot of you have made comments about Justin and what he's done to this baby and what he's caused to this baby. So I do want you to kind of comment on your thoughts on that. Be kind, be gentle, make peace asked a question. Is it fun to handwrite your decisions and margins of the orders? It's interesting. Judges have at their disposal what they have. And the reality is they may not always have exactly what is in the order. So they either have it typed up by someone or they handwrite it, their choice. Listen, thank you to Joy. There's a new comment from Michael. So I think if I go back to the comments, Joy, the newest, that it's going to show Michael's newest. All right. At justice served. This next case, both parties are represented. The father is asking for a change in custody. The father wants full custody because the mother keeps dropping off the kids very late for school, and it's impacting the other two children, especially the boy who has severe ADHD, which is made worse by the scheduling failures when the mother. The kids never late when the father drops them off. So a legitimate reason to ask for a change in circumstances. Their education is being detrimentally affected by being late. The father gets them there on time. Why not give the children to the father? That's that current family law case before the judge. That was at 11:48 and 11:49 that Michal gave us those updates. That is what is happening currently in the case. Mullen Law clarifying that the parties both agreed to the $50K being held. They did agree to that. So we've talked about that. Any other questions, please put it in the chat. Again, we're waiting on the stream to start because we're waiting for this case with Kelsey and Justin to go forward. At Mullen Law, we talked a lot about who presents, who goes first. The person to go first is the person who filed, and if motions were filed by both sides, it's the one who filed the motion first. As I understand it from Mullen Law, that's going to be KELSEY FITZSIMMONS. So we expect KELSEY FITZSIMMONS rather to go first in terms of their attorney going first, is what is likely to go first when this gets started. Michal is there, boots on the ground for justice served, and he told us earlier that the judge indicated that each side on these other cases has 10 minutes. So we don't know. Does that mean each side is going to have 10 minutes when they get called? We don't know yet. We expect if the judge stays uniform, that's the case. But does FitzSimmons blow this case wide open? Is there so much that the judge is going to give more than 10 minutes? That's what we don't know. We're waiting to find out as she's hearing another case. At Mullen Law also clarified in Massachusetts, this is not set as an evidentiary hearing. So he would expect that we hear, Mullins rather would expect that we hear from the actual attorneys. Mullins Law is female. Apologies for that. I'm getting caught up in all the he, she's, like Linda mentioned early. Here's a question. Matthew McClellan, as a judge, how do you view the credibility of the quotes from the childhood specialist in his or her motions? Those quotes make me know there's an expert who has a report who takes this position. However, the weight I give those quotes is affected by the fact I'm only getting the quotes. I would want to see the whole report to take it in context. That's me as a judge. A comment by Lynette McViker. If I said that correctly, apologize if I didn't, Lynette. Justin seems to want to have total control over Kelsey and Caden. I have faith that any reasonable judge will not allow this to happen. And boy, you're echoing, I know what Linda and Michal have said. They believe it's a coercive control case, that's absolutely what Justin is trying to do. And again, I stand by, at some point when that's truly happening, it becomes evident to the court. I do not believe that can remain hidden from a court for very long. That comes out. Let's see, please, a reminder, Joy, like, share, subscribe, notify, comment, hype, share your thoughts, share your comments, whatever we think. Here's another, Jules 2244. What are your thoughts about Justin needing assistance with parenting skills and says the child is making progress? The next breath, he doesn't feed himself by 14 months. All right, does Justin need assistance with these parenting skills? And do you have any concerns about what Justin is saying? There are all kinds of services out there available to parents who need parenting skills. Number one, you can do a parenting assessment to see whether or not a parent actually has the skills to parent a child. And number two is you can have people who assist a parent with parenting skills to ensure the parent knows correct parenting skills. I'm going to give you an example of a neglect case. This was years ago here in the state of Georgia. And the mother specifically did not have the skills, did not grow up in a home where she understood what it meant to keep a house clean. I don't mean a house clean to a standard that most people would say, oh, it's a little dirty, pick up clothes, do laundry. I mean a clean house that could be acceptable for a child to live in. And so a parent aide was hired and provided to help her learn what it meant to have a house clean enough for children to live in. This person grew up in a home that was filthy, disgusting, one children shouldn't have to live in, but at the time, that's where she lived. She really didn't know any different. Not an excuse. She admitted she didn't know any different. So it was possible to put people in place to help teach her. This is what clean means. This is how you clean out a refrigerator. This is how you keep a house clean. These are the specific cleaning supplies you need to buy in order to keep your house clean. Now, that's an extreme example. I am not saying that exists in this case on either side, but I am saying there are people who can teach parenting skills. Justin may need parenting skills to learn how to co-parent. He may need an expert to teach him, listen, whether you like it or not, there are two parents, a mother and a father, and you have to learn how to co-parent. And there are experts who can help him learn how. Cindy 3907, Mullen Law, I'd love for you to weigh in on this if you're still with us. I don't blame Kelsey for not wanting a GAL, which is a guardian ad litem. I don't either, because again, here's the reality. A guardian ad litem is making recommendations based on an investigation that can take a very long amount of time to what's in the best interest of the child in terms of where the child is, who has custody, who's providing for the child. The reality is it takes a very long time, and it is putting in the hands of a non-parent what's been the best interest. Arguably, parents should be able to say in the best interest of the child. Kelsey's argument is it's in the best interest of the child that I have custody back. I don't need anyone else to tell you that, Judge. That's the reality. So those are my thoughts on the guardian ad litem. Let's see. Just some comments I want to share because a number of you have expressed similar views. Pro Gamer V15 says, Justin's family has no limit to their arrogance. And, I would just love all of your thoughts because I am confused about why there's been such an adamant position taken by Justin and his family that the maternal grandparent should not be allowed to see the baby, Caden. Why can't they see him? And Kelsey's been acquitted of criminal charges that were against her. She's been acquitted as if they never happened. Acquitted. It went away. Not guilty. So the reality is, I don't know, and I've not heard a legitimate basis for why Kelsey and her parents shouldn't be allowed unsupervised contact with Caden. Now, that's my opinion. If you disagree, I'd love to hear. If you agree, I'd love to hear. That's just my opinion. I don't know that there's a legitimate basis to say Kelsey can't have her child unsupervised. At this point in time, is there a current mental health issue or there current reason she might be a risk? That's one thing, but I haven't heard any evidence of that. All right, 2 questions. Sarah Widger, 2 questions. Number 1, blocked, barred, court-ordered access and blocking rights to access to information by the other party. How will the other court look at it? Well, or how will the court look at it, rather? It really depends on what information is being blocked. Now, if you're talking about our family wizard, that's a tool that can be used for parties, parents to talk to one another. And it means that it's all captured in one place. It can provide analysis of the tone of the communications, of the content of the communications, to be able to say if parents are evenly, respectfully co-parenting or not. If as a parent you block the other's access, I think that's a bad plan. All right, new comment. Let me go to the new comments. New comment from Michael. Michael is our boots in the ground. He's in the courtroom. Joy, I'm looking. I know you say they're starred. I don't see one starred. And here we go. Judge Ashley, new post from Michael. Same case that we mentioned from Michael earlier. The ADH child meds issue. During her attorney's argument, the mom keeps whispering in his ear. The judge says nothing is more difficult for an attorney than a client chiming in during an argument. Let him do his job. Wow, this tells me a lot. Michael, boots on the ground. Justice Serve TV, inside that courtroom, a case that's going on right now before we get to our case. It says so much to me that the judge chimes in and says, let your attorney do your job. There's nothing more difficult for an attorney to do their job while you're whispering in their ear. This judge takes control of the courtroom. Some judges would let it go and figure, hey, it's up to that attorney to control their client. Not this judge. This judge has already said on these other cases, each side attorney has 10 minutes. We don't know if that'll be true in Fitzsimmons or not. I think it will be, given the way we're seeing the judge interact. She's not playing. Female judge says, hey, stop talking to your attorney. That's what she means by this. Stop chiming in. Let him do his job. Oh, Michael, this is good stuff. Good stuff from Michael there in the courtroom. Again, a different case. Gives you a lot of insight into this particular judge. Whew. Great stuff. All right, give me just a second. Joy, I'm going to look at new chats from other followers and people who are watching. Yeah, you know what? Kate from Australia says, Judge Ashley, his family seems very controlling and arrogant and has standing with the courts and the police. This viewer, Kate from Australia, thinks very Adelson types, except without the millions. What a great example. Who doesn't know the story of the Adelson family, the matriarch now in jail, the brother-in-law now in jail. They were both convicted. Open the chat. It looks like we have a new chat from Michael. Thank you, Joy. Let's look back. Joy. Here we go. Nope, that's not it. Justice served. 12:01, real time. This judge is a grinder. Moving on to next case. I've lost count. Maybe 12 so far, question mark. Single litigant here, permanent guardianship, awarded this mom as dad is MIA. Appropriate. Mom should have the child if dad's MIA, and mom's appropriate for the child. So that's what happened. Judge is a grinder. We have been streaming this since a little before 10 a.m. to make sure you don't miss Justin and Kelsey as they are going to court today for a temporary order, temporary, not an evidentiary case. She's a grinder. That's direct from Michael there in the court, boots on ground. Thank you, Jordan Breezy, for the insight and that it's helpful. Thank you, Dizzy. I am following in footsteps of Michael and Linda. They are a hard act to follow. I'm the first to admit they have mentored me. I have known them for a long time. They are outstanding attorneys, individuals. Justice Serve TV is excellent. Let's see what else we want to talk about. Why not show us all these cases? Black Dog Barks, great question. The judge didn't agree to show those cases. She closed the courtroom to these cases, so they can't be streamed. Now, I will say this. If one of the, and I agree, Linda and Michael are terrific. I could tell you this. If one of the parties in one of those cases wanted the case to be live streamed or on media, they could have asked for that to happen, and the judge could have made the decision. So I'm not privy to any of those cases. I'm just saying that could have been an opportunity. Is it Whitey's Ghost? I think that's what you're called. Best law tubers of Linda and Michael. I completely agree. And kids are involved. It could be embarrassing to them. Let's talk about that again. Kids are involved in these family law cases, and not everybody wants the whole world to be privy to the kids and what's going on. So that might be the reason. Let me answer that, Judge Ashley. Did you work with Linda or Michael before? I was on Law and Crime with both Linda and Michael. I adore them both. They're fantastic human beings, as well as incredible attorneys and legal brains. And I agree with you, Kate from Australia. It's so good with info from Michael to give us such an understanding for this family court judge. Completely agree. Thank you. Thank you. Michael and Linda are the best. Like, subscribe, comment, join. More information from you also helps educate all the rest of us. So this is fantastic. Let us see any other questions. Oh, here we have Pro Gamer V15. Word for word, here's what's said. I can't believe system can be manipulated to kidnap, quote unquote, a child. Maybe PD chief wanted revenge, quote unquote. Does family blackmail local officials? Is anyone who tried to out unfit to parent forever? All right, so let's think if what you say is true. And let me say this, can a system be manipulated to kidnap a child? Theoretically, no, that should never happen. But remember, the very first step when a parent takes out a protective order is to give an affidavit under oath. That means they swear to tell the truth. That doesn't mean they tell the truth. They could put whatever they want in that affidavit. And if the face of the affidavit indicates that there's a risk to a child, a protective order can be issued. Now, there'll be a hearing depending on the state and how it operates. In Georgia, there's going to be a hearing within 72 hours. But that means during that 72 hours before the evidence is presented, based on the face of a sworn affidavit, that a temporary protective order might have been issued and that other parent gets custody. That is the way our system in the United States is designed to work, with caveats as to the timeframes and hearings, dependent on what the state's laws are for that specific state. Is anyone who's tried to out unfit to parent forever? So it begs the question, is a parent unfit to parent forever? And if there's a child custody order, generally, even if a parent has been found to be unfit to parent, they can petition the court, depending on the state's laws, after an amount of time, to then say a change in circumstances. I'm now fit to parent. But that is a simple answer to a very, very, very complex, great question. Every state's different with the way the laws are designed, and there are different types of hearings. So, for instance, in my state, if a parent's rights are terminated to a child because all the legal requirements are met, including they're unfit to parent, then those rights are gone forever. So if a parent's rights are terminated, the rights are gone forever. And that stands forever. If it's a custody modification and it's determined a parent's unfit to parent, at least in my state, after 2 years, the parent can come back and say, change in circumstances, I'm now fit to parent, but the judge gets to make the decision. I am hopeful that's responsive, but if not, put a chat, and I am then going to absolutely answer whatever else you have in the chat. All right, let's see. Oh, Queen of the Pool. Can a psych eval and psych support be put on Justin given his egregious behavior? Now, again, at Mullen Law, if you're still with us, I'd love for you to chime in for Massachusetts specifically. I can tell you this. As a judge, I can order any parent to have a psychological evaluation, to have a parental fitness evaluation, to have a comprehensive evaluation, to have a psychiatric evaluation. And if I'm going to order it, then I'm going to put on the record the reasons that I'm ordering it. Justin's behaviors in this case, including things that we've learned, like OFW, our family wizard blocking Kelsey on that, like taking the position that she should only have supervised visits supervised by someone other than her parents. These are extreme positions of which I've not yet heard credible evidence. It may exist, but I've not heard it. Based on what I know, I think it could be completely appropriate to allow or order rather, not allow, to order psychological evaluation of Justin. Absolutely, 100%. 100%. We know there was drug use. Does he need a drug evaluation? Absolutely. That's what I would do if it were me. Okay. Cheryl and Amanda Aussies. Hello, Judge Ashley from South Australia. We love Linda, a legend herself. I agree. And Michael, the best male boots on the ground reporter. I agree. We hope Judge Michal Maneuver, and I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. If anyone knows, tell me how to pronounce it. Maneuver is how I think it's pronounced, but I'm not positive. We hope she is 100% unbiased for Caden's sake, keeping in mind she has to do what she deems in the child's best interest. And that's how a judge in these cases really does make the decision that should always be for the child and not for the parents, because it's in the children's best interest. Has to be in the child's best interest. Caden's best interest. No, here we go. Janet Unseen, a great question. Maybe Joy could send this to Michael, because I don't know I have enough hands and buttons to do it and not accidentally in the live stream. I don't want to risk that. Would love to have Michael tell us if Justin is turning a little green from the judge's comments. That is such a great question. Kelsey and Justin, how are they responding to the comments? Now, the courtroom's closed. Are they still in the courtroom? I'm not positive. It's a good question as well. Did they have to exit the courtroom for this, or are they allowed to sit in? Are they still in there? Janet, tune in tonight. Michael will be telling you all the stuff that you cannot see on the camera right now. He's going to be on the show tonight, giving you every detail, ins and outs of everything that's happening in that courtroom. Be sure to sign in and watch. Judge Ashley, this is from the Blind Spot show. What do you see immediately when the father has no record with anything to do with the children, minor DUI 20 years ago, and the 17-year-old calls the police on him? What happens? This may be the same one where someone had commented, and I don't know if it was you or not. Apologies, I can't remember that, as to a 17-year-old saying the father put scratches. You have to, I was saying before, any child who calls the police, and a 17-year-old is a child, they're not quite an adult, and their brains don't fully form until they're in their early 20s. So any child is assumed to be telling the truth initially right off the bat. What needs to happen is that they have a trauma-informed forensic interview to figure out whether or not they're telling the truth and what the allegations are, for then our system to go further and either determine that it is not credible information, there should be no charges, or the opposite, it is credible information from that 17-year-old, and our system needs to continue to seek justice for whatever the charges are that are appropriate. Seeing if that's responsive or not, maybe not. All right, Joy, I'm looking at our chat. I don't see that I've missed anything there. It's 12:13. Whoo, if you're joining, let me do a little summary of where we are. Linda and Michael, Justice Served TV, bringing it all to you. Linda had a call to prepare for a federal court case. Federal court is always much more serious in terms of how they treat it. So she's on that call. Hang on. Breaking news, a new comment from Michael. Mom, dad, and toddler in court for this one. KSO asked the little guy. You could tell I don't speak Spanish. I apologize. Chuckles from the bench and gallery. Dad wants custody. Oh, the mom took the child to the DR, Dominican Republic, for a month. She still has a Massachusetts home. The little boy is coloring. Michael, you've nailed it when you say this. Got to be tough to see and hear as parents in this strange setting. In court, again, this is the next case that the court is dealing with. The mom's there, the dad's there, the toddler's there. Dad wants custody. Now think about it. the mom took the child to the Dominican Republic for a month. If that wasn't allowed by court order, there's a problem. And you can understand why a father would say, it's not okay. I didn't see my toddler for an entire month. Give me custody. But I don't know all the details. Was there an order that said she couldn't do that? Or was she allowed to do it? I don't know. That's going to make a difference to the judge, I think, for the judge to make this decision. Now, I'm going to say this. Here's a good sign. You know, the case before that, Michael said only one parent was there. In this case, both parents are there with the toddler. The toddler's drawing, a good indication that although it's a weird situation for the toddler, obviously the toddler's comfortable enough around mom and dad, I would argue, to be coloring. So that's good news, right? Let's take that. That's great news. All right. Thank you, Joy, for keeping me so organized. I can't thank you enough. That's the latest comment from Michael. So he's boots on the ground. He's there in the courtroom. The court was closed for these matters that the judge is hearing. Michael has described the judge as a grinder. The judge is going through case after case. Earlier, he had said the judge had indicated 10 minutes for each side. She's rolling through her cases. When it is time for the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter, the goal intent is that will be live streamed. So don't go anywhere. Justice Served TV is going to live stream the hearing as soon as it starts. And that's this hearing, Justin and Kelsey's hearing. So we're waiting for that to happen. There was a comment and it indicated that generally court breaks for lunch at 1. So we don't know. Is she going to fit all this in before breaking for lunch? Is she going to be reaching this case in the next couple of minutes? We don't know. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere because Michael's inside the courtroom being able to give us all of that information. Family court, Ashley Oaks 10, family court seems so hard. Every court is hard, right? Our systems are the best in the world, but it doesn't mean it's easy. There's so many different players. There's so many different issues. There's so many different legalities. In family court, there's subjective decisions that a judge has to make in the best interest of the child. I will tell anyone, if you have any reason to go to court, any reason at all, please, please, please do what you can to be rational and reasonable and resolve it if possible. All right, we have a new comment from Michael. New comment. Just in from Michael. The same case. This is the one where the toddler's in court. The father does get more parenting time, not custody. The court is focusing on fact the child has been primarily with the mother, so the court will not grant the father custody. More time, yes. Oh, this is good news. Child on the mother's lap is focusing on his coloring. Again, I would suggest if a kid's in my courtroom, and I see kids in the courtroom all the time, is coloring, that's a great sign that something's being done right. All right. So I think a reasonable, rational approach by the judge. The mother's had the child most of the time. She took the child to the DR for 1 month. The father wants custody. The judge says no. Child's accustomed to being with mom, but the father gets more visitation time. Good outcome. Do you think it's a good outcome? I think it's really reasonable. From my perspective, subjectively, I think that's really reasonable for this child. And that to me means that there must not have been any awful scenario for this toddler with mom or dad, because if there was some awful scenario when the child's with one of them or the other, then you would have seen something different, in my opinion. All right, let me just mention, was addressed at the start of the stream because it came up again. Let's just clear the air. Accountability. I appreciate all of you. You keep all of us honest. Sometimes the problem is if we try to do something scripted, it can be wrong. I take responsibility for that. Kelsey Fitzsimmons acquitted when she was accused of pointing a gun at another officer. She was acquitted, so that was accused. Was not true factually according to that jury. She was acquitted of that charge. The second thing, let's make clear on the record. We've done this at the beginning of the show and throughout the show, but let's make clear on the record. Kelsey herself said that she was detained for more than 100 days. And it said at one point it was 103. So on the safe side, I'm going to say she was detained for approximately 103 days. All right, that's for the record, clearing that up. Those posts have been clarified, they've been corrected, they've been removed. All of those things have happened. Now, Chris Carr, 0501. What Justin has done is so wrong. I pray the judge sees through the BS and Kelsey gets her baby. 10 minutes is not a lot of time to list everything Justin has pulled. You are echoing Linda. Linda said, I don't see how these could get through in 10 minutes. There's a lot in this case. Now, we don't know, is the judge going to give him more than 10 minutes? Is the judge going to limit to 10 minutes? We don't know. We have no idea. Sandy B198. Does it mean that the judge will do the same to Kelsey? We don't know. Joy, here we go. Ooh, Judge Michal. Love this, Michal. Here's what he just shared. A note. It was the bailiff who provided the pens and paper to the child to occupy him. That is a work of art, says the judge, when she sees the scribbles done by the young boy. This is a good family law judge. You know what she's not doing? She is not ignoring the children at the heart of these cases. For her to say, and he quotes, that is a work of art, when she sees a toddler scribbling, good for her. At the center of all of these cases are the children, and she is not ignoring the children in her courtroom. Love this judge. Got to tell you, so far, love this judge. All right, that's Michal, boots on the ground, inside the courtroom, bringing you all these notes. Right now, closed hearings. They're not being live streamed. No permission to live stream. When we get to Kelsey and Justin's case, the live feed will go up. Now, that could be in 2 minutes, could be in 10 minutes, could be after lunch. We just don't know. Previously, we had a note shared in the chat that the judge typically breaks at 1 for lunch. Right now, it's 12:21 p.m. We don't know if the judge is going to do that or not. So we don't know. You know what? Joy says, we are loving this judge. I completely agree. She commenting on the child scribbling. Good for this judge. Praying Kelsey will get her baby back. Trust is love always. Let's see what else. Again, a reminder, please need to tell you, like, share, subscribe, notify, comment, hype, all of those things. Joy, thank you for that. Reminder, subscribe. Let us know your thoughts, your question, your comments. You know, I have to respond. A friend said, it must be really hard when you get negative feedback or people saying, can't believe you said this, it's wrong. And I said, you know what? It's not. It's what makes it accurate and makes it rewarding to me to come on to phenomenal shows like Justice Served TV. Because the viewers, you make the difference to make sure that things are right, that we answer your questions, that we do one of my goals, which is provide clear insight into our legal system, because I believe in transparency in our legal system. And if we are not commenting on it, bringing it to you, describing it to you, informing you of it, it's not transparent. Family law is no different than criminal law in this sense. The more transparency for everyone, the better. Now, the difference is there are kids at the heart of it, and it's not always appropriate or good or proper to stream and show things having to do with kids. So, you know, there are very good reasons. Sometimes it is not shown, is not screamed in these family law cases. Again, I can't wait to hear from Michal, and I know he will tell us tonight at 6 if he's not able to before. I can't wait to hear, are Justin and Kelsey, and Linda may know too when she joins after her call about a federal case, are Justin and Kelsey inside the courtroom for these other cases? Were they allowed to stay? Are they listening and hearing what this judge is like? If I were generally, let me say this, even if clients are asked to leave, generally other attorneys, if you've passed the bar, you're allowed to stay in the courtroom during all these other cases. And I think one of the things I would be doing as their attorneys is staying in there. Oh, Michal, new in from Michal. And we continue. Ha ha. Kelsey in her professional glasses and hair tied back, stretching slightly as she waits. New case. Parties through attorneys have agreed to custody and parenting time, so ordered. That's a new case. That's not Kelsey's case. Let me reiterate. That is not Kelsey's case. But Michael's updating us. Kelsey's in the courtroom. She's in her professional glasses. Her hair's tied back. She's stretching slightly as she waits, as most people tend to do when they're sitting for a long period of time. In this new case, the parties had agreed through the attorneys to custody and parenting time. What happens in a case like that is you generally don't hear from the parties in a family law case. The attorneys announce it, put it on the record. You make sure that both attorneys agree what goes on the record. And then the judge may ask the attorneys, do you agree? But that's completely the judge's choice. And then the judge orders it. So ordered, the judge said. Next case, I'm sure they've gone on to. All right, Joy. Let's see. You'll let me know if there's anything else. Mullen Law, thank you for sharing. And I don't disagree with you. Most of the family court judges I have dealt with in my career are excellent and really care about children. I would agree with you, thankfully. And if they don't care about children, then that's a problem. We're just going to say that right here. All right, KLB, you have not missed the hearing yet. Great question. You are right. We have been live 2 hours, 38 minutes, and Michael predicted this. He predicted, I don't think that hearing's going right at 10 a.m. Michael was right. They never start on time if there are other hearings scheduled as well. That's just the way it goes. They start at 10, get through the hearings. The judge is still going through other hearings. Again, when she gets to Kelsey Fitzsimmons' hearing, then Justice Served TV will begin streaming that. So don't go anywhere. You haven't missed any of it. Oh, Joan of Bark, you're right. I have to get the facts right. I've already apologized. We've already cleared it for the record. So just letting you know, the facts have been corrected. And I will always, always correct when I inadvertently make a mistake. Let me get back. New from Michael. Lots of Hispanic litigants and a very good interpreter. Dad's attorney is zooming along, and the judge slows her down because I want the interpreter to survive the hearing. Now, this judge sounds like she also has a pretty good sense of humor. Let me read that again. This is, again, he's tweeting. So you can follow along Justice Served TV for tweets from Michael. This is what he just sent us. Lots of Hispanic litigants and a very good interpreter. Dad's attorney is zooming along, and the judge slows her down because, quotes, I want the interpreter to survive the hearing. Good sense of humor this judge sounds like she has. Let's see. What else? Yes, thank you for reminding us. Karen Cole, UK lawyer. Michael is our eyes and ears in the courtroom. And again, he will be on at 6 tonight, giving you all the scoop, all the information. Can't wait for all of that. Thank you for your compliments, Kate from Australia. We know very hard shoes to fill, Michael and Linda. I could never accomplish that. I adore them both. I worked with both of them on air at Law and Crime, and they're fantastic. Thank you, Viper. Doing this the way they do it to the best of my ability. Again, hit the like. Justice Served TV. I just got distracted. Linda.
Hi, I kind of hear what's going on as I'm on my call. I didn't know the specifics, but I could tell because I didn't take the earpiece out, so it was muffled. But I knew you weren't streaming yet, and that you've been answering like 5,000 questions because our viewers we have 3,000 people watching right now. It's a lot of people.
Yes, and not only that. Yeah,
Right.
but Linda, it's been great because Michael's been giving us these great tweets about everything in the courtroom. And I have to tell you one, because I was so impressed and we've gotten a lot of comments on it, that on one case, mother and father in court, mother took child to the Dominican Republic for a month. Father was asking for custody. Two things I want to share with you. Number one, apparently, according to Michael, the bailiff, and Michael knows this, he's in the courtroom, guys. The bailiff gave pen and paper to the toddler to draw. And the judge said, boy, do I like your art, to that child scribbling. And that's great art. right? And the
Wonderful. It's
second
a
thing
wonderful.
is,
And by the way, thank Judge Ashley Willcottt for doing this because she knew when she got on that she'd be like really hosting this show, and she doesn't know it, but we want to see more of her. But we'll keep that private for now. We'll let her know
oh
some
my
other stuff.
goodness.
We'll let her know in the
And
future.
you've been so kind to me because you allowed me to make that public correction to the record. So thank you to
Oh, you were
Michael and
great.
Linda
You were great.
for
But,
that
our viewers
opportunity.
are you learn so much from our chatters and our viewers. You really do. I always say you learn what juries are thinking, right? This is the best jury pool around if you were going to try a case. So, it's just fabulous.
100%. 100%. Let me say one more thing. I think it gave us insight that I love this judge in there, and I think she's being so reasonable. So in that case where Michael tweeted, and everyone can follow his tweets, and Linda will be bringing him up here, but he said that when mother took child to Dominican Republic for a month, father wanted custody. The order of the court was the mother primarily has that child. And because of how much time the mother spends with the child, the court didn't want to change custody of the father, but
Oh.
did give the father
Oh.
more visitation.
Oh,
Very
that's really
reasonable.
interesting. That's very reasonable. That's really, really interesting. By the way, Ms. VUSMC gifted 10 Justice Serve TV memberships. I want to thank you very much. Subscribe, like, share, notify. And let me tell you, if you're in the chat chatting, you get some of those memberships. They've already been given out. We don't have any control over them except for the 5 that I think we still have to give out before tomorrow, Joy, which we should do tonight if we can, before we forget, because we have 5 more as JSTV. But they get given to you. And, if you get a chance, pay it forward. This week, we're probably going to do our book club. Usually we have a once a week thing for members. Usually it's a book club or something else, but we'll be doing something soon. It's just that when Michael is in court all week, pretty much, making the commitment from last night and then getting up, very early this morning, traveling, and then he'll be traveling back. Either we'll do our show with the mobile studio, which is the car we got with our Starlink, or he'll be back in Connecticut. I tend to doubt he'll be back in Connecticut, Judge. Boy, this is going right. This is, and then he's got to come out of the courthouse. He's got to take interviews. He's got to get film. I don't say film. I guess a tape. No, it's not film. It's not tape. Recording. What do you call it?
What is it when it's live? I don't know that. Can I just say this?
Yeah.
Can I just say this about Michael? His interviews, if anyone's watching who hasn't seen his interviews before, there at the courthouse with people, are outstanding. Like he has a way, this, Linda, you and he are partners on Justice Serve TV. He just has a way about him that I think he knocks it out of the park with his interviews.
I agree with you. I've never seen anyone do an interview better than Michael Bryant. And people like him also. People trust him. They know he's going to be fair to them. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons in Karen Reed that we were able to get all of these interviews and deal with things and have people on is because he walked into the basement to actually go use the men's room of the registry of deeds, I believe, down there, and there was a whole bunch of Karen Reed supporters, and they felt like he's either a cop or he's someone coming in to spy on them or something like that, right? And so with regard to that, he wasn't, and he let them talk on air, and they found because he let them talk, they trusted him, and he's never betrayed anyone's trust with that. Yeah. Now, I am getting some private messages from Michael. At least 15 cases have been heard. Let me just tell you.
Wow.
Yes, we see that he says, I've been doing a play-by-play on X. Yes, we know that, Michael. We've been telling you our play-by-play because and the reason why we're doing that, and Judge knows this, that gives us insight to the judge who's sitting on the bench. That's Karen Mitchell Munavar, who we don't know. Okay, we haven't seen her on the bench before, so that gives us insight into her. Although we were told that I believe one of the parents of one of the step parents of Kelsey had an action which she handled and thought that she was extremely fair. So that's good news. So let me tell you, Michael Bryant's worried about this, Ashley, that with all the work and everything that you're doing this morning, that you're never going to come on again. He's concerned. Okay.
Listen, I adore you both so much. That is such a sweet compliment. I'm always available because, I learn every time I do this. It's amazing. And to offer this transparency of our family law system is vital, I think, for everyone to learn.
Yeah, and we don't get it in all the
I know.
cases. Now, do you have to take a nature break because you've been sitting there since
I'd love to. That's so
9:45 and come back? Why don't you
yep,
take a nature break? Because
perfect.
I did my phone call, and actually I also did that. So I'm back right now, and then you can come back when you feel good about it. Okay. And then if not,
Excellent.
and if you don't feel good about it and you don't get the hearing, we'll see you at 6.
Right? No, I'm here for it. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. In the meantime, Judge Ashley is putting her icon there. Madeira Beach caregiver. Hi, Madeira Beach. LKB, SMB. Cases in alphabetical order. He could be a memory expert if we were doing that. I was just discussing this memory expert. There is a world memory expert. They do have a world grand champion memory expert. And I was discussing this because you all know that I have my client, women's grandmaster, 3-time national champion, Jennifer Shahade. And we were pleased to announce a resolution with U.S. Chess this month, and that was public. I won't give you anything private. Well, her brother, Greg Shahade, also a grandmaster, appeared on Jeopardy last night, and he was the one who took down Mr. Ding, who had 31 wins, the second in terms of days. He only was behind the gentleman who went 32 wins, but Greg Shahade took down. So what a month for the Shahade family. So, but he is also a memory expert, or he's been working on being a memory expert, which is why he could answer questions about everything in Jeopardy. I unfortunately went to look at the replay about 1:00 in the morning, and I was like, I don't know the answer to any of these questions. There's no law category here, which is what we get immersed in. But so just amazing. If you get a chance, go watch that replay of my client's brother, also a grandmaster. Okay, now, Joy, Michael says there's video that he's been taking and putting up on Justice Serve TV. Can you confirm that? Because if there is, we could bring some of those videos in and we can play them. Now, while I say that to you, also, just so you know, and I have to read it off this computer. I am sorry about that. It was mentioned earlier that the Karen Reed, and I'm working off 2 computers, everybody. One is my actual work computer, one is a TV computer. Karen Reed in the Miles King case, right? Having reviewed the papers, and the motion is allowed under the terms and conditions, and that is the motion that Ms. Reed and her attorneys may only use the phone data in Michael Proctor's phone in connection with actions and counsel for Ms. Reed referred to during the hearing against the Massachusetts State Police and the Canton Police. No other use of materials in any way without permission of the court is permitted. But in any event, Karen Reed won her motion to use some of the downloads from Michael Reed's phone. So it's a decision in order on Karen Reed's motion for permission to use materials recovered from former state trooper Michael Proctor's phone and related to court proceedings that already exist. That's the Massachusetts State Police in Canton. And there's a confidentiality issue with regard to it, of course. But so she won that. Now, remember, that's involving, apparently there's 40,000 pages of text and emails in Michael Proctor's phone. He didn't even know he had in 2013 or 14, I believe. And they carry a wealth of information, including what we heard from Rosemary Scapiccio last week, that he tweeted that it was in Canton in his day, that it was shoot a or whatever, or kill a whatever, and I won't use the N word. I'm paraphrasing. All right. So I imagine along with that racist tweet, there's racist text. There's a lot more homophobic, racist, and whatever phobia and discriminatory and bias you could possibly have that they're going to be using to suggest that, to confirm that, and suggest and support the fact that, yeah, Michael Proctor may have set Karen Reed up. All right. I don't think Michael Proctor has a penny already. I think Michael Proctor doesn't have a penny. So, Joy, if you could just check on Michael's videos, we could bring them in here and we can play them if they're posted on YouTube. Okay. Proctor's goose is cooked. I remember when his wife appeared, what a wonderful guy he was. I wonder what she thinks now. Also, how could you not know you didn't have an iCloud, right? Okay. How could you not know you did have an iCloud? So there are no new videos. Okay. I just want to let you know there are no new videos on that. I thought maybe there were new videos, but he actually got to the court and was in the courtroom setting up and all. And you can see we're there. I've had this on the whole time to show this setup, and I don't want to remove it from the stage because I'm scared if I do, I won't get it back again because it's on a private link in YouTube. That's what we're confusing everybody. Judge Ashley will be back, and we are worried that we just subject her to like hours and hours of co-hosting, but she is such a great host, and she's also a great person. You see, when she made a mistake, she owned it, like we try to do here on Justice Served TV. We try to own our mistakes, but when we don't believe we made a mistake, we're not going to own something. We're not going to plead guilty to something we didn't do. All right. So, because you know how hard it is once you do that, if you didn't do that. So, anyhow, so I haven't seen a new, the last tweet or X I see that Michael has posted, and I'm going to go on X itself. I want the interpreter to survive the hearing. That was the judge's comment to somebody who had an interpreter in a hearing. That actually tells you a lot about her. Not only that she doesn't want regurgitation, right? Not only that she doesn't want regurgitation, but she also, wants to make sure people live through these hearings. Well, there you go. Okay. But anyhow, so let's see what you all have in terms of questions, and all. Let's go. Let's see. Someone was asking again about the new memberships. We have a new membership here. Trust is love always. Is that a new member from a gifted membership, or did you join? Either way, we welcome you. Thank you for joining. We want to make our memberships grow, but the reason what happens is when somebody gives a membership, and that's a very big donation, you give 10 memberships, that's a $30 donation. They get randomly given out by YouTube for people that are in the chat. So you have to be either a subscriber or in the chat. You have to somehow be interactive with Justice Served TV. It's just not going to anybody who's just sitting there or doesn't show they're interactive with Justice Served TV. So that's a good reason for you to hit that subscribe button, share, like, notify. And of course, you get 3 episodes a week that you can do after you get off the episodes on your iPhone or on your iPad or something on your mobile device. You can't do it from your computer, I understand. You can hype 3 episodes and try to get into the top 10 hypes of the day, of the week, of the crime series, whatever. We're not quite sure how it works yet, but we know that it's good because the more hypes you get, the more YouTube pays attention to you. And maybe it'll let us get to 37,000 without sitting there for like a month wanting 10 people. Yes, we... and make sure you have your gifted memberships turned on so you can get one if we give one. I think hopefully tonight, Joy, we can send out those 5 ones that we have left. All right. We tend to forget we have them. We get 10 a month, and we've already given 5 out early this month. I don't believe we gave the other 5 out yet, but we have to do it because or else they'll just go for nothing, So that's, but you have to have your gifted memberships ability to receive on, or else you don't get that. And don't ask me where that is. Okay. Don't ask me where that is. Okay, Michael, just again, another X post, and he said, and I'll read it to you. Guess what? Okay, chat, guess what? All right, let's guess. No, okay, I'm going to tell you. New, okay, another case, yet another case. Yes, there is another case before we get to Kelsey. Mom and dad unrepresented. Mom has a pile of documents she presented to dad. Nada, fighting over the kids. Dad canceled visits. Mom changed time. It is a sad and common scenario. Lost in the shuffle, of course, are the kids. The goal by dad bringing motion is better organized parenting time. Dad lost job. Mom moved. Dad missed video call time. Mom too far away now. Kids not safe with dad, according to mom. Judge perks up. We have a safety issue. So these are 2 unrepresented parents. One moves away. One loses a job. Video time's not clear. And there's no one supervising anything. And apparently now the mom says the dad really shouldn't see the kids because he's a danger. And off we go. This is what normally happens in courts of our system. Anyone who's familiar with matrimonial courts is a very sad situation. And again, lawyers are expensive. Kelsey has been running fundraisers. Kelsey has sold her house. Kelsey's basically losing everything. Now, Kelsey has been running fundraisers. People have been running fundraisers to help Kelsey, just like they've been running fundraisers to help Aiden, because, when you have a law case, it's very, very expensive. Now, I think didn't Proctor try to run a fundraiser? Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Proctor try to run one that didn't go so well? Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. But he didn't have an attorney for a while. Cheryl and Amanda Aussies. Okay, hold on. I have to star this or else it goes away. Let me put this up because I won't block Judge Ashley's head right now. We'll have to figure out how we can have 2 or 3 people on the side and still get the comments up and not blocking the head, by the way, Joy. I'm not quite sure how to do that. I know Missy does. Oh, when will Kelsey's name be called up? Justice for Caden and not to be used as a pawn by his daddy, in my opinion. Purple hearts for Kelsey. We don't know because there's a new case and we don't have the docket. Maybe the docket is posted there, maybe not. But obviously, we're still waiting here. Let's see, 10 o'clock. They could have just told them to come in at 1 o'clock if they're not going to reach it. The judge could have done that. But I guess, no one wants to waste any court time. So if these other cases go faster, then they get to, obviously, it's clear to me that the last case on the docket for these motions, especially a temporary custody hearing motion, is going to be Kelsey's. That's clear to me right now. And apparently in the afternoon at 2 o'clock, they do pretrials. And the judge, if she's going to finish it, thinking about getting this ready. But if she only allows 10 minutes of argument, there you go. Yes, I was probably thinking of the House defendants fundraiser. You're right. Excuse me while I choke myself to death. Sorry, guys. A lot of talking, both here and in prep for my own case and dealing with my own clients. Yes, I was thinking of that. Thank you. That's why I love, and Judge Ashley is back. That's why I love having you in chat, because you can remember for me. If it's not even correcting me, you can remember for me. Here we go. Remember for 10 minutes. HB Sunrider. Melanie has video up now. Okay, so let's see. The video for the
stream is live. Did I miss it? Are we getting live?
No, we don't seem to have live going, and neither does Amanda. So who's she streaming from? Let me text Michael directly and say are we live? Are we live? Because chatters say
Lost video stream is live.
The only 2 streamers that were approved were Amanda and Michael. So I don't see. Let's see.
By the way, congratulations on that, Linda. The fact that you all were approved just to serve TV as one of the 2 is huge.
Thank you. Yeah, we've been now, we fought them in Reed because the court rule said that you had to have a streamer you had to have somebody who was the designated streamer. And they were like, I forget, it was Jennifer in there who said, no, you don't qualify. And then of course, they got a different person who said, yes, you definitely, it's on. So it's on, but we don't have a stream. Okay. So Joy, could you tell us who's able? Yes, Melanie Little has our stream live. How could if she has our stream or Amanda's stream? Because we don't have it at all. I'm going to put that up in a full screen for me. All right, so video is unavailable. So there we go. So Joy, get us a stream, please, in here, because the 2 of us who are approved, I don't have it in the. So let me tell Michael she has a stream up. We don't have any stream. That's why you're there. Unfortunately, you forgot about us, Michael. You forgot about us. You're streaming, but you forgot about us. So. Yeah, we don't have the stream up. So there we go. Let me see. Let me take
Someone
this.
says, you know what? Can I have at the top of mine, it says, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, stream this to your audience. Should I hit that button and see what happens?
Well, you can, because mine says video unavailable. Yeah.
I'm going to hit it just to see.
Hit it to see.
Yeah, it says unavailable as well.
Yeah,
and then
video unavailable.
It says it just refreshed. I just thought I'd try.
Okay, so we're trying to see what we can do.
Judge only allowed 1 streamer according to Mirrors 28.
Okay, well, we had approval. That's our camera up in there. So unless the judge told people to turn out the camera, that's what Michael may be saying. It's a real shit show there right now. Let's see. Now, if I add like law girls to the stage, right? I still don't have them. They just have the landing page. So who's streaming? Okay. Let's, we have to, yeah, she has court live. Who's streaming? If it's not us and it's not law girls who are approved. Yeah, that's really interesting. If we have to bring Melanie Little stream in, we'll bring Melanie in. Hopefully she won't mind. We'll just text her and ask her.
I
But-
see it
but-
says law girls are streaming, but it has the hearing actually. Oh crap! Justin is being spoken to by the judge. Says
All right,
Cheryl
so-
and Amanda.
Let me say add to stage. Joy, we don't have
You have
anything.
to click on live. They said go to that landing page you're on, and one of the viewers said, "Oh, it says they have 2 streams. You got to be on the correct one and then hit live."
Okay, so Joy, we're probably on the wrong one. So I don't know why. I'm going to stop screen sharing there. I'm going to stop the screen sharing here. Okay. Okay. I'm going to stop the screen sharing here. So yeah, well, he's being spoken to and we are missing it after we have the cameras. I mean, this is the one, add to the stage. Is this it? Okay, get that comment out of the way. Okay, Joy, I need some help here. All right, open chat. Okay. Yes, please
He
add it,
tweeted
Joy.
you're live. It
Yeah.
says that Michael tweeted we're live.
Yeah, we're live. Fill up the page and bring up any asset. Just pull up the. It's up. Michael says it's up, and why don't we have it? So, Joy, we need to figure this out since we're there, we're streaming, and and unfortunately our channel doesn't have it. Okay. Let's see. So, all right. So, Joy, what are we doing? Okay. Let me go. I'm going to go myself onto. I'm going to go find that. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to go into girls. They're definitely live now. I'm going to share this now.
$325, I'll come back on about quarter to 4. Okay, we can chat for a few minutes. I'd like to get your input so I can make any changes.
Why am I getting an ad in my ear?
Sounds good. Okay. All right, thank you.
Court, rise.
Does anyone have? I have like an ad coming in. Do you have an ad? There we go. I had an ad in
Okay,
my
so
ear.
jurors, at this point, we will start with closing arguments, and counsel for Ms. Medina will go first.
I have Court TV up,
2026.
okay?
And we're still talking
This
about
is not it, Joy. This is Hank
happens.
Brennan, okay? That's Hank Brennan. Joy, that's Hank Brennan. That's not them. It's the wrong way, wrong stream. Okay, turn your stream off, Joy. Let me. We're missing the whole thing, and
And I'm just going to speak while you're fixing that. So if you're
Yeah,
with
I'm
us,
getting
stay
a
with us.
double.
Linda is working on getting the live stream up. We know that Justin was addressed by the court. Michal is in the courtroom. And again, we'll be on at 6 to bring all the details of everything that happened there. And right now, Linda and Joy are working hard on getting it to bring in the live stream that we were told we would have. So bear with us. I'm going to look at comments. Cut me off when you're ready, but
years
Let's-
after the fact, a year and a half after
Can
the
you
fact.
hear
Some of
that?
them
Can everyone hear
he's
that?
talked about
Yes.
8 years ago. We didn't even know her. But that being said, Judge, the allegation of punching and something never happened. She never assaulted him. Never. A lot of these events, she would be upset with him, Your Honor, and they're absolutely sometimes had an argument. Like, for example, that one time that he was talking to another woman at an event. She was upset, but he was drunk. He even apologized to her for how he behaved. When he went to Mexico, I believe it was, he had blocked her from his phone so she couldn't reach him, and she ended up being in the hospital when she was pregnant. I think there was bleeding, I'm not sure, but she went to the hospital. And so yes, there were incidents that they argued and were upset with one another, Judge. But to suggest that she was abusive to him or their baby, really, it's not credible when you look at the overall allegations, Judge.
I know that there was a visit, I believe, on April 25th.
Yes, on Saturday.
And that was with Dad, and that was at counsel's office.
Yes,
and I
Judge.
have that correct, and that was arranged by Dad. Is there, prior to that or since then, has there been any time between mom and the child?
Absolutely not. She's not seen her son since June 30th, 2025, Your Honor.
Let me hear from you, brother. Yes, please, counsel.
What?
Thank you, Your Honor. Please support. Your Honor, I'm disappointed that I'm hearing that there's no acknowledgement of the past abuse because we just want to move forward. And we've taken a very positive approach to the case, Judge. What you don't see in the paperwork, maybe you do a little bit, is that I've worked with my sister proactively.
He's disappointed that Kelsey's not admitting to things that aren't true. I'm so sorry that you're disappointed, sir. Yes, he's calling
So this is
Julie
Melanie
Hess, his
Little.
opposing counsel,
Give her
his
credit.
sister. That's what they do in Massachusetts. My brother, my sister, in some courtrooms. People are saying, why are they all standing? I guess that's the way this judge likes it. Everybody needs to stand when they address the court. It's respectful. Here we go. It's a very tiny courtroom.
Since we became involved in this case, every single court order.
They're in agreement.
Is it agreement?
Their submissions.
So there hasn't been this, they're painting my client this picture that he wants to delay and obstruct hardly.
But why has there been no visit whatsoever until?
Go, Melanie.
Your Honor, have been in front of the probate court and candidly, they didn't ask for it. And I suggested.
Hold on. Watch Julie Hess. This is as far in as I can zoom. Praise be that law girls, not attorneys, are in the courtroom. The judge is saying, why has there been no visit with the baby until this Saturday when Justin let her see the baby in air quotes. Look at Julie Hess's hands, go to her face like, are you kidding me? He says they never asked for a visit. Listen.
Delay and obstruct involved in this case. Every single positive approach to the case, Judge. What you don't see in the paperwork, maybe you do a little bit, is that I've worked with my sister
Go,
proactively
Melanie,
since
go.
we became involved in this case. Every single court order.
They're in agreement.
Is it agreement?
Their submissions.
So they
On medication. I don't know if she's been cleared by her employer. I read something to that effect. Okay.
She resigned in December of 2025, Your Honor.
Judge, we don't know.
But she was cleared before that.
We don't know. I do have a report from an expert from the criminal case from a year ago, which I could speak to. He's paid expert witness. We don't know. And I think, moving forward.
Do you believe that mother is being dishonest about the fact that she's currently in therapy and on medication?
I'm not saying it was being dishonest, Your Honor, but I haven't seen it. I haven't analyzed it. That's why I have a motion for jail. I think a jail would be perfect for this case to analyze that data and understand that information. They can even have information, Judge, from a psychiatrist, psychologist. I'm not qualified to interpret. I'm not in the position to say, oh, sure, that's good enough. When we have a 14-month-old child and we have this long history. And my message to the court is, Judge, we want to move it forward safely, in a controlled way, candidly, Judge, so it succeeds. I want it to succeed. He wants it to succeed. These people have a long way to go with each other. They have 18 years plus. They have a lifetime to go. And these are very important days in their lives right now. It's a very important day. Can I be honest with you, Judge? The heck with him, the heck with her.
I would hope that everyone's
I
gonna.
am, but, you know, I mean, I meant to be candid. Judge, it's the child that really matters here. Okay, they both have their rights. The court will protect each of their rights, but it's a child that needs to be protected because of his young age. As you pointed out, I don't know if you remembered what happened way back when there was arguments to domestic violence happening when he was an infant. But I rest on the papers I filed with you, Judge. The record is very clear, and not just confined to things that I brought up from my client. There's other things that, you know, third parties, things that mom has agreed to and admitted to. We both agree that the parent attachment is supervised. We just don't agree on for how long, and what that looks like. We've talked.
So I have read that there was some agreement to have a professional supervisor. Is that correct?
Right, Your Honor. I'm not discounting concerns of this court or anyone, but we also aren't afraid of what anyone's going to see. My client is stable and looking forward to try to co-parent. We're also not trying to say dad's a bad dad. We're just saying mom wants to be involved. So, but my problem, if I could just touch on this very, very briefly on the GAL, Judge. We also have no problem with the GAL being involved. We have no problem with providing the records. If I read that in my submissions, we'll provide all of our records over, but there are some protections that we need to have too, Judge. So the problem and my concern with the GAL is that, as we all know, GALs take a few months, and that's understandable. I can't have a GAL taking a few months and no parenting time.
Correct.
What I also would worry about is, let's say the GAL suggests implementing.
Is your client's position that there be no parenting time until the guardian ad litem investigation is complete and the recommendations are provided to the court?
Not at all, Your Honor. In fact, I have offered, if you look at my prayer for relief, my motion, that entity, I had contacted their clinicians. We could have started that weeks ago.
What's your client's opposition?
Yes, Your Honor. What
Say
they
no, Judge.
offered, because what they offered was at a center. It's a very sterile place for a 14-month-old and another weeknight for less than 2 full days over 60 days, Judge. That's not a reunification. That's punishment. That's not co-parenting, Judge. So what we suggest, that's why I thought, let's start with a little bit of supervision.
At home with the supervisor.
At home with the supervisor. I provided a photo of the room that she has set up in New Report in her home with a supervisor, short period of time. Then we can expand that to just her parents or it doesn't matter who it is, but the child's also been cut off from her entire family, Judge, her entire family. So I suggest a stepped up parenting plan, and then maybe in the interim, we could have this GAL be doing all the investigation and reviewing records, but we need to start something more than 1 hour a week, Your Honor, or a few hours a week for 60 days. That seems absurd.
So there seems to be some agreement to a guardian ad litem category.
Yeah, sure.
I do have someone in mind. If you want to submit recommendations, you're willing to do so. You're welcome to do so as well. As far as I believe that it makes sense, at least for the short term, for Kaden to remain primarily in dad's care, because there is some distrust and some concern about past events. But that has to be weighed with the fact that Kaden has been completely disconnected with the one person who brought him into this world. And we're not dealing with purposeful neglect, we're dealing with mental health issues. So I think it's extremely important, yes, to keep Kaden safe, right, first and foremost. But equally important is reestablishing his connection with his mother. I think that has to happen imminently, and I don't think that 1 hour per week is appropriate. She needs to bond with this child, and this child needs to get to know his mother again.
I agree with you, and I'll point out, Judge, we weren't looking for it to be 1 hour a week. In fact, what I was suggesting was exactly the time my sister was suggesting promotion. It's identical. So it was not 1 hour a week. It was exactly what my sister had suggested in her motion. So the prayers really was the same thing.
I'm seeing some disagreement with your sister. Would you like to clarify, counsel?
Sure, Judge. I'm not sure what my brother's looking at, but we had suggested up to a few weeks for the initial supervision with a professional supervisor, and another few weeks with her parents as supervisors. And that took about 2.5 months for that, and then to bump it up to a 50-50 type parenting plan, assuming no issues or no concerns were again raised. So that's
Client
far
have-
more than.
Sorry, Kelsey, does your client have concerns about the maternal grandparents?
We do, Judge. I don't think it's appropriate that they be the supervisors because they've been involved in this case too. If you read their reference to some of my pleadings as well. And candidly,
But I also read that they stepped up when help needed.
they did.
And he
They
called
did.
them.
We wouldn't, Judge, we wouldn't be
They
opposed.
behaved in a way that some may
Right.
argue were not in their daughter's
Understood.
interest.
This isn't a case where we're asking that they not be allowed to go to supervised parenting time. We think it should be by a professional person. And the reason we had suggested a place, I suggested a place that the court does use frequently. Ken's 14 months old, Judge. Like, I'll tell you this, an example, one Saturday, he was on the floor, we had toys set up in blankets, he could be anywhere. It doesn't.
How is that different from having a professional supervisor in the home? They're gonna be
Well-
taking notes, they're going to be observing, it's going to be a
Right.
licensed mental health care professional
Understood.
and a mandated.
Understood.
report.
I think the issue is who would that be? And,
Well, they suggested someone.
right, it was absolutely inappropriate.
Why is she
Well, there's,
inappropriate?
first of all, one person they suggested is out in Pittsfield, and her job is, I think she works on cases with Tim Brado co-counsel on criminal cases. I saw no experience in this area, number one. The second person was a woman with 6 years experience. I called her just to talk to her. I don't know if she didn't call me back. I don't even know if she supervises. I don't know if my sister spoke to her.
I think he's talking about her name's Emily Connell or Canal. I think she was on she was GAL on a recent case of mine, which wasn't perfect for my client, but I think that's what made her fair. She saw both sides, and I didn't realize that my brother contacted her. I have no problem contacting her. I did not contact her about this case either because I didn't want anyone to be biased when and if they were available. Just because she's had 6 years of experience doesn't mean she's not experienced with supervised parenting, and she is a qualified GAL and support judge.
But it doesn't say that she supervises. As you know, the court, we have a standing order now.
Do you have any suggestions on?
No, Your Honor, I think
supervisor?
this is one of those cases, Your Honor, where we would defer to the court. On the JAL, would defer. I am a JAL as well. I would be like, and I have a lot of people I know who are JALs. This is the kind of case where I think if either party chose, it would be met with suspicion. I think it's the case where, as the JAL supervisor, we would defer to the court.
So here's what would be helpful though. I think I have two names that mom has given the court. It would be helpful if the dad gives two names as well.
For a supervisor?
For a professional supervisor,
I'll
if
do
the
that,
court
too.
were to go that way, because I think it's only fair that each parent is able to suggest someone who they believe is appropriate. I will take this matter under advisement. I'm not your sitting judge, so this case will be heard from here forward by Judge Ulwick. However, I think the issue of whether or not a guardian ad litem should be appointed is imminent, and that is something that I will consider in my order, as well as a detailed parenting plan and what that would look like.
Your Honor, just one last thing. My brother and I both have in our papers that we want the parties to start communicating by OFW. I think that needs to start immediately. If Your Honor could put that into an order, that would be wonderful.
Yes, and I will refer to both of your proposed orders when I'm drafting the order for custodies, so I can make sure
And my client just reminded me, Mother's Day, if Your Honor could put in an order for that.
absolutely. Mom should have Kaden on Mother's Day.
Your Honor, I have in my motion about popular wizard as well. I have a caveat in there that those messages between them not be disseminated on social media.
Absolutely
There's
not.
a lot of social media.
Absolutely not.
This is in this case.
We need to
photographs of the
protect
child.
Kaden as
That
much
needs to
as
stop.
possible.
Agreed.
Absolutely not. Mother's Day is. I should know this. I don't know what that says.
It's in 2 Sundays from now.
3 Sundays, okay. What, if anything, would your client feel comfortable with as far as parenting time on Mother's Day? What is your client looking for as far as parenting time on Mother's Day?
Anytime, Your Honor. Obviously, she wants as much time as she can have. She'd love to have him in the morning, all the way through the evening, maybe even be able to, feed him, play with him, those kinds of things. I'm sure her mother would also like to be present. But anytime, Your Honor, is wonderful for my client.
Your Honor, I just want to again stress to the court, our primary concern is the child's safety. The passage of time alone doesn't negate a lot of what's happening. We don't have any information about the status of someone's mental health treatment.
So I can appreciate that. I don't reuniting with her mother and his grandmother, and his maternal side of the family is going to put him at risk. I think that will be good for Kaden.
Yeah, I agree. I was there last Saturday.
Right.
Facilitated that.
Right.
So I don't disagree, Judge. So does my client.
All right, I'll issue an order. Certainly I'll get it out before Mother's Day so that we're clear about what parenting time is going to look like. Is there anything further that the court can do for either party?
No, you're right.
Thank you very much for your time. You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, and thank you for submitting such thoughtful submissions. It made the court's job easier.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, for reading it.
All right, let's turn that off. Let's take that off the screen. Thank you, Missy. It was hard to hear, but I'm telling you, I wasn't so happy here, Judge, with the judge. I'm sorry. We did learn one piece of information, though. I want to tell you, Judge Ulrich, who signed the original restraining order sought by Justin, turns out is going to get this case back because Judge Karen Michal Munavar just said she's not the sitting judge on this case. And therefore, after she issues this order, the case is going to go back to Judge Ulrich, who this case was unassigned to, but did the original order against Kelsey. So that's one piece of information that I think is new, maybe to everybody. And then this issue of hung up on Mother's Day. Why not give all of Mother's Day? Why not say, why are you saying that? I don't think it's the issue whether she sees the child on Saturday or something. Judge, give me your impression. I wasn't too happy with this judge in terms of giving Kelsey's side what they asked for, which is the for the next couple of weeks, she gets increased time. Then after 2.5 months, she gets 50-50 time. And then after a couple of weeks, she also is able to have her mother supervised, which the judge didn't seem to have any problem with that. It sounded to me. What did you hear?
Oh my God. First of all, I was typing everything I could hear in the comments so people could kind of see where I've put little quotes of what happened. Second of all, I have so many thoughts. It's under advisement. I'm not surprised, but I am hopeful. Here's my thought is that the judge is going to give more visitation to the mother than the father agrees to, as evidenced by her last comment, which I'm not concerned about the safety of the baby with the mother, with the grandmother. Father's attorney even interrupted and said, well, us either. But yet father's attorney is arguing it needs to be done safely in a supervised setting because of how long it's been since she's been with this child. Well, that's their doing, not the mother's child, not the mother's doing. So I feel like this judge is likely to give more visitation than the father would agree to. I think this judge will probably say that guardian ad litem that's not technically a supervisor of visitation will be the right appropriate person, which the father doesn't agree with. I think she'll probably say that. I think the judge will also ensure a step-up plan because I think the judge is going to appoint a guardian ad litem, but knows mother needs to see child before that investigation's done. My last thought, Linda, is I do not think mother's going to get as much visitation time as she requested. That's where I'm disappointed. That's where I don't understand what the judge was thinking.
Yeah, that's what I felt too, because you as an experienced judge and has more than 2 years experience in this, very clearly made it clear at the beginning of the show that the mother should get this visitation. Get it on, get the reunification on, give her the hugs, the smell and all. And here, when I hear and Kelsey opposes having a guardian ad litem, it's one thing if you can say the parents are there for the supervised. We have no problem with that because she wants her parents also to have visitation with the kids. But then a guardian ad litem, that's for what? What do you actually need that for if you're going to have the parents with the kids and you're going to get reports back? I'm a little concerned that she actually is recalcitrant and giving Kelsey back the baby, even though, she made a big deal about, what do you propose about Mother's Day? And then I think there was an issue, well, as long as we get time, do we get a chunk of time all morning or all evening, we get a chunk of time. And she said, well, you don't have to have it on Mother's Day. It could be on Saturday. or something. I
Which
thought
is
that was
ridiculous. Why not do it on
ridiculous.
Mother's Day? Y'all always, if you look at a typical divorce agreement with standard visitation, the mother has the child on Mother's Day, the father has the child on Father's Day. That's normal for the day, right? Even if it's not overnight, for the day. Like that one, I don't have a lot of tolerance for. And she could either have said, I'm going to appoint this person to supervise visits just as an abundance of caution to make sure everything's okay. Or in the alternative, grandparents could have done it. The judge didn't go there. I'm hopeful she is not as deferential to Justin in the order as I felt like she was in this hearing.
Yeah, that's what I felt. I felt that she was very deferential to Justin's side, especially considering the prior cases we had. But the one good thing she did say that she wasn't worried about the safety of the baby. So that what I thought was good for both sides, especially safety of the baby with Kelsey and especially with the parents. But I have no problem if it's supervised with parents on both sides, right? Then I have no issue with it. But I just think that this limitation and which she was just, and then when she said, "This is really not my case," I'm not the sitting judge on this case. Well, aren't you sitting for this temporary custody hearing? Aren't you sitting for that? So I don't understand it. I mean, I don't understand it. It's like, well, it sounded to me like, well, I'm going to put this case in a holding pattern. So nothing is going to really happen until the sitting judge comes back and you try this case in August. That's what it sounds like.
Because the sitting judge, remind me, Linda, didn't you say the sitting judge is the one that issued the TPO in the first place? And my concern is, so I think that this judge is trying not to embarrass the sitting judge by saying anything that might be perceived as disagreeing with what the sitting judge decided. So she'll keep it more status quo and then kick it back to that judge, which I think is terrible.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's absolutely terrible. But in this midst of terrible, let me just remind you, thank you, Kay Schmidt, for gifting 5 Justice Serve TV memberships, and Sun Rider for advising us that Melanie had it up. It just took us a little bit and all. So it just thank you. Trust is love, new member always in Madeira Beach. We know. I just want to because I don't want to shortchange any of our thank you for the coverage. Trust is love, member for 5 months. And also I just want to thank everybody here. Please hit that subscribe, like, share, notify button. Madeira Beach, hello. Was an alias suspension brought up? Everything has been brought up. Everything was brought up. The papers, if you go look at the papers that KELSEY FITZSIMMONS filed, her attorney filed, they were extraordinary. They dealt with everything. And yet this to me, well, we'll have to wait to see the order. But she said she was going to appoint a guardian ad litem, which is something that Kelsey specifically objected to. She said that she was going to appoint that. Didn't you hear that? That's what I heard.
Yeah, no, I did hear that. And I'm not surprised she's going to. I didn't hear, did she say, was that to appoint a guardian ad litem, or rather was that to appoint the guardian ad litem that the mother requested be allowed to do the professional supervision, be appointed to do the professional supervision? I got lost in there because one argument was the person we want to do it's a guardian ad litem. Father's attorney said that's not appropriate for supervising visits. So I didn't know, was the judge saying I'm going to appoint that person to supervise visits, or rather I'm appointing a guardian ad litem? I don't know.
Yeah, that was because she kind of right, exactly. That conversation happened with that, and it wasn't clear to me. And then she said she'll make it clear in her order. So whatever she plans to make clear in her order, I guess that's going to come out today, it would seem to me. And she didn't really have anything else from the bench that was new. Talk about non-regurgitation. I think that Julie has made it clear that their proposal would establish contact immediately. And she had more than 2 hours a week in the sterile lawyer's office. It was establish contact immediately, and then move it so that by the end of 2.5 months, there's a 50-50 at least maybe, I don't know if they would call it shared custody or contact arrangement, 50-50 in terms of who has the baby, and you're stepping it up with the parents in between also. So it just, to me, it was like the judge ignored that. Like, isn't that the plan? Isn't that the whole point of this temporary custody, is to get some kind of reunification plan going?
Yes.
Because you don't have a trial to August.
Yeah, because she even said I loved Kelsey's attorney's words when she said, this is punishment, not reunification, what they proposed. And I agree with that argument. And more, often I have to sit with things, sleep with it overnight, and then I come up with this aha. But more and more, as I'm thinking through what I just observed and saw, I think at the end of the day, this judge doesn't want to upset the apple cart with the sitting judge who issued the TPO in the first place. And the easiest way to do that is to maybe order a little more visitation, because she said, I don't see any risk, but leave it fairly status quo, appoint a guardian ad litem, and then wait for the August hearing. I'm disappointed, but I feel like maybe that's what just happened.
Yeah, that's what I feel like too. That's exactly what I feel like. Let's go through. Karen Worrell missed the hearing, 4644. Thank you for that donation. Can we get a summary? All right, let's start backwards. And I will notify you, by the way, if Ashley and I have to leave at 2:00 or whatever, and Michael Bryant, we're going to leave the stream up. He is going to pop on right now. He's doing some taping and some interviews. He just texted me, but he will be on the stream at some point today. It doesn't sound like our 6:00 show will be done back in Connecticut. It sounds like it's going to be the mobile studio on the road. But the summation, I'll start backwards, was Judge Karen Michal Munavar, who we thought was the new judge on the case. At the very end, threw us a curveball and said, I'm going to take this under advisement because I'm not the sitting judge. Karen Worrell, 4644. I'm not the sitting judge. Judge Ulrich has been assigned this case. Judge Ulrich was initially assigned this case over for this hearing, and then we discovered over the weekend that Judge Karen Michal Munavar had this case. And you have to go listen to Michael Bryant's discussion on why Judge Ulrich may have been unassigned this case because of some issues in another case. We have a whole of 11,000 of you viewed that on our YouTube channel. But she was the original one who signed the restraining order against Kelsey that Justin sought, and actually lied in that restraining order, according to me, by how he put things, how he talked about Kelsey taking the baby far away, making it seem like she was going to commit suicide. That was a code word for suicide, when a faraway place was her dad's home in New Hampshire, and it had that nickname. And so to me, he lied to get that order. And none of that seems to have been phased to me by Karen, right?
None. Right. I don't think any of that was considered, Linda. I know that Mullen Law had said this is not an evidentiary hearing, but you could tell from the prior hearings where Michael was tweeting what was going on, and we were reading that to your viewers and listeners, that she had read the record. To me, I felt like she hadn't even read everything that you read that they filed. So I don't think much happened today.
Right. As a matter of fact, let me put this up for you. Jordan Breezy, 15. I don't like how the judge asked Justin how much time she could have on Mother's Day. It seemed to me like it was the wrong way, because Kelsey said they needed a block. They didn't care when it was on Mother's Day, but they wanted a block, either all morning or all evening. I don't know why they couldn't have all day. She's the mother. And the judge did say, well, yeah, we want to have time with the mother and the grandmother on Mother's Day. That was appropriate. But he says it doesn't have to be on Mother's Day. It could be on the Saturday, Mother's Day, which I think is ridiculous. I mean, just punishment. That's just like sticking the knife in her. It seems to me.
Because the judge, let me just add one thing, Linda, and I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, please interrupt. We interrupt all the time, Michael and I.
Is also because the judge even said, I understand where your distrust is from. Well, distrust in and of itself isn't enough of a reason to not allow a mother to have a relationship with her child. So, she was addressing Justin's counsel when she said that, or Justin. Okay, so you understand and empathize he may distrust the mother. Well, so what? At the end of the day, that's not enough for this, I think.
Yeah, I mean, talk about distrust. How about the mother distrusting him? Wasn't her job to get co-parenting going? and say, oh, this is a good time to get co-parenting going. We have a Mother's Day. I'm gonna let her see her mother, but her mother can be the to be the person who supervises her. The mother and her can have from 10 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock at night or something like that. Wouldn't that be the appropriate time? And then I'm going to have a plan in here. I understand that we want to have a step-up plan, and I'm going to address that. But ultimately, Judge Ulrich may have to make a ruling on this. So maybe you come back in 2 weeks, or maybe you come back in a week, and she can my order can be revisited by Judge Ulrich if you think it's wrong. I mean, I just got a really bad feeling from her. I really did. I'm sorry.
I did too. I did too.
Yeah.
Can I mention that I think it's Madeira Beach caregiver, and I apologize if I've
she's
missed
wonderful. She's
was
wonderful.
the wonderful. It was the initial.
Madeira Beach, thank you for that donation. You are always
Yeah.
Madeira Beach is a hospice nurse. She has the hardest job in the world.
Wow.
She travels
Thank you
all
for
over
your
the world.
service. That's
Yeah,
service.
She's wonderful. She's wonderful. Okay. Ashley.
Wow. And the question was the initial RO legal without DCF being present or brought in? So it's different in every state, but typically for a restraining order or a temporary protective order, all you need is an affidavit signed under oath by the individual making the accusations. And on its face, if there's enough information to suggest the person or the baby's at risk, that's sufficient. So DFACS is involved if there are allegations of abuse and neglect or DCF. But in this particular case, for the criminal RO that he took out against Mother, I do not think DCF would have to be involved. Linda.
Yeah,
know
no,
about
right. That's it didn't have to be involved. That was the thing. I mean, it was just not even to take the baby. There wasn't even they just had the police come and take the baby from her and then give it to Justin, which then caused all the problems, as we know. But let's see what else we do have. Otto 1630, Justin's sister wants him for Mother's Day. You could be right. The mother wants the baby for Mother's Day. The sister wants. They all want the baby for Mother's Day, forgetting that it's the mother who, in my opinion, should have the baby for mother. That's why it's called Mother's Day. Okay. You've got your kids, Justin's mom, and your kids are there. And so what? I mean, why you've had the baby now for how long? Since last June 30th. I mean, give it up a little bit. I can't imagine how Kelsey's feeling right now, but and I can't imagine how Julie Hess is feeling right now, unless the order is going to be. See, I thought if the order was going to be for Kelsey, this judge would blast it out because she knows how in the news this case, right? I'm gonna find that the reunification has here. I'm gonna find that reunification has to start. Therefore, I'm modifying temporary custody right now. I don't care about all your allegations. I'm not going there. The baby's safe. There's been no allegation Kelsey ever hurt the baby. All right. I'm going to start with this. You're going to have more visitation besides 2 hours a week at a lawyer's office. You're going to have visitation, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday or whatever. And you can have the baby for 3 hours. And then next week it'll be 4 hours. Next week it'll be 5 hours. And right now I'm going to have that your mother or your father or stepmother or stepfather has to be there. But as this goes on, we'll change that to they don't have to be there until we get to that 50-50 time over the next through maybe even July. And then you'll have a trial in August. And if this is going to be challenged, it can be challenged then. Boom, boom. That's what I would have done, but I'm not the judge.
I think what you just said was very reasonable and not unreasonable. I'm surprised by what we just heard, and I have to remain optimistic that perhaps there will be more visitation in the order taken under advisement, because I just don't understand why there shouldn't or couldn't be.
Yeah, that's and again, no one ever in Massachusetts does anything from the bench. Okay. Here's let me show this. Didn't Mr. Bradel say they were both in touch with the feds about Justin's misdeeds at Kelsey's house? Silver lining is hopefully something happens with that while we're waiting. Yeah, they did, but you know what? They were in touch, and there's a lot of issues. But let me tell you that the federal government right now and the FBI and Department of Justice, there's a lot of things going on. Okay, and whether they're being touched and whether the FBI will do anything, it could be one of those things that just like Sandra Birchmore, it's there. But until somebody does something, Sandra Birchmore came around because of Reed, right? The investigation into Reed. Feds usually deal with corruption in departments. Now, maybe they will deal with corruption in this department, but then maybe it's just the thought of the threat of something happening. Now, if something happens to Justin with regard to a criminal matter in the federal government, then that resets everything, doesn't it? But Think about this. Judge, your heart has to go out to the baby, because ultimately the victim here is Caden. He hasn't seen his mom except for 2 hours since last June 30th, and now he's a pawn in the legal system. And again, Kelsey's being punished. She's done everything right. Even the scram device that going to see, I can't blow on the scram device, and then she gets imprisoned. I mean, I don't. This is Kafka-esque to me. This is Kafka-esque. If anyone doesn't know what Kafka is, it's a novel. It's called The Trial, where the man who's on trial doesn't even know what he's on trial for, and he can't get out of it. It's not a dream. It's happening. This is just Kafka-esque to me. I don't get it. I just don't get
She's
it.
the mother. A parent has the right to raise their children unless, I'm thinking through, there's abuse or neglect or reasons why the child would be at risk. None of those things exist here. I do not understand. Be cautious. Make sure she doesn't have any untreated mental health issues that put that child at risk, but put the parameters in place to ensure the safety of the child, even if it's the grandparents. Let her see her child. There's no reason, Linda, that I've heard any evidence of. And I put in the chat, the father's attorney was talking both ways out of his mouth and his butt, because it was one, oh, we agree that the child's not unsafe with the mother and the grandmother, but the safety of the child, we don't know because she hadn't had the child for so long. What? You can't
Right.
have both of those. So
Right.
I am, yeah, our system's the best in the world. It has deficiencies. It has flaws. It has issues. And a child needs to be with both parents absent any abuse or neglect.
Yeah. Michael Bryant, by the way, is going to be joining our live chat in a second. In the meantime, let me get this up Madeira Beach again. Thank you for your donations. I really appreciate it, because hopefully we'll cover all this trip by Michael to Massachusetts with all of your wonderful generosity. But the fraud and theft, the alien committed via banking, life insurance, etc. Can't those corporate entities take legal action? You know what? They could, but my feeling is they won't, because they don't want to say they've done something wrong or they let just an alien in to protection. So there would be Kelsey taking action, and she just can't take another legal suit again. I don't see another legal suit happening again. Okay. Judge Ashley, we did answer that question. That's what I thought, Judge Ashley. I thought that this judge was covering her ass, okay, to make sure that nothing happened to the baby, because somebody did raise that, and she does know the history of Kelsey trying to off herself when she had that acute transient psychological crisis on June 30th last week. And she is concerned that maybe, even though everyone's saying Kelsey's fine, and even though Kelsey never hurt the baby, that maybe it could be, it's possible, might be, whatever it is. This is not my case. I'm not going to have anything happen on my watch. It's going to go back to Judge Ulrich, who'll make these decisions. In the meantime, I'm putting all these parameters in because I don't want anything to happen on my watch, but I know I'm supposed to have some reunification. So I'm going to give you some reunification, but I'm not here to really solve this case. I'm only here to cover my tush. All right. That was my view.
Yeah. I was headed that way as I was watching the hearing unfold, Linda, and I'm like resisting going that way because I don't like that feeling it gave me. And by the end of it, I was like, oh, crap. I think that's what just happened. And I think by her putting on the record, I'm not the sitting judge, I'm sure those attorneys knew it. They have to know it, right? They're practicing there. I'm sure they knew it. I think she was making clear for the record, it's not my case. All those other issues are for that judge who's going to be hearing it. So I'm not really going to do much. That was my takeaway.
Yeah, that's my takeaway too. That's exactly my takeaway. And we had such hope that she would try to do the right thing, as we say here at Justice TV all the time.
Devil's advocate, though. Devil's advocate. She took it under advisement. She made a statement on the record that she did not see a safety concern with the mother or the mother's relatives seeing the child. So devil's advocate, she may give the mother good visitation. We don't know yet for sure.
All right. Well, that's hopeful. I can't wait for Michael Bryant to get on. Let me ask him how far away he is from getting on. How far away are you from getting on with Judge
And
Ashley
while
and
you're
I.
asking that, I'm going to have to say, Michelle C says neither of these two was ready to be a parent. Can I tell you how many families I see where neither parent is ready to be a parent? I mean, you make a great point, right? Do any of us know how to be a parent before we have a child? Not necessarily. You don't really know. But there are so many people having children that are not equipped to put themselves aside to parent a child.
Yeah, but she was. So the thing about
I
it is when she had the PPD, she immediately got treatment.
Yes.
And she had no help from, to me it sounded like Justin thought that she was damaged goods. This woman can't have a baby and be all right. Postpartum depression. What is that? I mean, and therefore anything she did was like crazy. And so it seems to me that he was the one that just didn't understand how serious that is, and how if you're going to be a future spouse, you're going to be a loved one, you help your loved one. My God, we all know with our we all know when we have a great marriage or a great significant other, how supportive they are. Support is so important, and he's still not giving that support. Okay, he's still not. To me, he's the one that's not able to be. Well, maybe not so much a parent. Maybe he is a good parent, but he's certainly not the one thing I have about Kelsey that I've always said, she certainly had bad taste in choosing Justin to be her future husband, because he really didn't support her at all. I mean,
Right. I'm
that's my
sure he
view.
didn't the whole time. The other thing I always wonder in cases like this, and this one to me, it's really true because of when I was on with you and we were listening to him make the phone call and he had the baby and Caden was crying and crying and crying and crying and crying and crying and crying. And we pointed out he never did a damn thing about it. And it's his son. Putting that aside, I do wonder.
How can you can't, but you can't put that aside.
No,
That's the
you
problem.
can't. Right. Yeah, that is the
Right.
problem. But it also makes me wonder. There's so many cases I see where the parent is fighting only because of the family that wants the fight, because the family wants the baby. And in this case, I think it might be an example of grandparents really wanting the baby and kind of forcing Justin on this path.
Yeah,
Not
I get
forcing,
that.
that's the wrong word. Justin's too ego-based to be forced, but you know what I'm saying, that they
No.
want this baby.
Yeah, they're so supportive of him trying to go down this path when they shouldn't be. They should be saying, let's get everything together. Let's get back to a normal relationship. I also think there's a little bit of money involved here, because Kelsey sold her house, 25,000 profit, I believe. 50,000 went into, and it was her house. She bought it. She paid for it. 50,000 went into the trust to hold pending the outcome of whatever the issues here for the child. Justin didn't have to put any money up. He's getting $12 a week child support from Kelsey from that. And I think he wants the rest of the money. I think he wants to say, I'm taking care of the child. The child's living with my parents. The child's living with me. And I want the money. I believe that's also part of it.
You may, I hadn't thought about that. Like, of course, you should think about that. Follow the money. We do that in criminal cases for motive, but you do raise a good point. I hadn't really thought through that part, but you are right. But if a person's decent, at the end of the day, do they want a child knowing they can look back at this footage and what happened to think you didn't want me to be around my mother? What kind of issues is that going to cause? Like, a good person is going to be able to rationally say, no, I don't want to be that guy. What do we do? How do we work this out?
Yeah, that's exactly right, because you have to remember that's exactly what's going to happen. All this, unlike in some states where this would not be allowed to be public, right? Family court. This is public, and it was streamed. Okay. And, the child can see this as not as he gets older. I mean, you're talking kids who are 11, 12, or they're on social media all the time, for good or for bad. Some countries are banning that. But even though it's still going to be there, all this stuff is going to be there. Now, the question does become, though, and then you and I both have seen it, where there's been such parental alienation of one party to another, where one party has the most control of the child, that relationship is never formed between one parent and the other. And maybe that's what he's looking for.
And, Janet Unseen raises such a great point. He might be very sorry that he's wanting a GAL. And you're right. It may all come out not in his favor. So you could be right.
Oh, that's interesting. You were all assuming that that because he's gotten what he's wants so far, he got the restraining orders issue. But I did raise an issue earlier today. I said, look, he put in that restraining order, an affidavit, suggesting certain statements that Kelsey made were just statements that indicated she was going to kill herself, when it turns out the context of those statements were not. So maybe Judge Ulrich will see she was lied to, or there wasn't, you didn't tell the whole truth. And maybe she would be a good judge to then come back and say, no, the restraining order, you led me down the wrong path. I shouldn't have issued this restraining order. It doesn't say that, but gives more custody to, because that 50-50 custody in terms of time, and maybe the custody, the legal custody in some way to Kelsey in the future. But the problem is, Judge, here's what I see. He's got now, we haven't seen the order. Okay, you're right. We haven't seen the order. Maybe the order will do the right thing. All right. But let's assume the order doesn't do the right thing. Let's assume the order gives 4 hours for Mother's Day on a Saturday. Let's assume that. And then, it doesn't really step up the up until a 50-50 in the next 2.5 months, may step up and do things up until through July when they have the pretrial conference for the trial in August. Let's assume the order doesn't do that. Then Justin's allowed to argue, look at all these things. The baby's more comfortable with me. The baby's got more of an attachment to me. The baby's got more of an attachment to my parents. You can't take the baby away from me. And there's nothing, there's no good reason to change what's happening right now and keeping that limited relationship going, because it still is a reunification of some sort. Thoughts? I think Judge Ashley got frozen. I froze her with my question.
Yeah, it was such a great question. And maybe that's what happened. So again, I have to look at it. I'm going to say this, no matter what a judge orders today in this particular case, I truly believe, and I've seen it beginning to end as a judge as well as with private clients, I truly believe at the very end of it, it all comes out. It becomes very apparent if it is parental alienation, or rather if, there's safety concerns with mother. At the very end of it, eventually we get there. And usually it's with lots of safeguards along the way that are frustratingly slow to ensure that the child's safe. And at the end of it, people can look back and say, why didn't you just do this in the first place? So I have to believe in my heart that it will follow that route. And although it will take longer than we want, that the judge, the presiding judge who is familiar with the TPO, I think will see it without blinders, right? Like you can only rely on that affidavit when you're first issuing it. And then you get a little more information. Well, through a family law case, you get all the information. So I think that you make a really good point, which is she may say, listen, I've looked, is it a male or a female? I don't know that, Judge.
Judge Ulrich's female.
Okay, so she may look at it and, to your point, do exactly what you just said and ferret it all out and say, listen, you pulled the wool over my eyes because you really kind of misrepresented this, or giving you the benefit of the doubt, you didn't trust her, you said it the way you thought was right, but now hearing all of the evidence, I don't think you're right. So at the end of the day, I think that's going to happen, but along the way, I think it's going to be lengthy, arduous, tedious, and disappointing to Kelsey along the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. And I don't know the answer to this question. Zaida Bobo, thank you for the donation. How does nobody see that this is the exact plot of Rosemary's Baby? I don't know. I don't remember I don't ever watch Rosemary's Baby because I don't know. But this is whatever plot this is. This is not a good plot. This is Kafka. This is how you through no fault of your own get into the legal system, and you can't get out for yourself and for your baby, and to do the right thing. Now, Michael Bryant did say he'll be on in 3 minutes from now. Okay, so when he gets on, Judge Ashley and I are going to let him talk to tell us what it was like in that courtroom, how it felt like, because because he's the only one that's been in that courtroom. All right. No one else has been in that courtroom except for Amanda. Josie couldn't go in. So the only two law streamers in that courtroom that can give you that courtroom feel direct information from the courtroom is Michael Bryant and Amanda. Okay. And Amanda's lovely. Also, just so you know, as you all know, and so it was her 16-year-old daughter who does some of the best interviews, that asks some of the best questions of people on the courthouse steps, and also is going to be, she wants to be, I think, a lawyer, and if she does, she will be an amazing young lawyer, adding to the cadre of lawyers out there, some of which are not so amazing, Judge. We watch them, right?
You see them. There are a lot of bad ones. There are good ones. It's like anything, right? Any job, you have the good and the bad. That's just how it is.
Yeah, that's exactly how it is. So here's a question. This can pass. These questions are going by so fast with 4,000 of you watching. Judge Ashley, I think you are amazing, gorgeous, and so talented and
you.
smart. Blessings. How do you like that, Judge? That's a great one.
Yay. Though the tide has turned. I got one compliment. No, thank you. Seriously. I really and again, the thank you to Justice Serve TV for making this process transparent about family law. It's complex, it's complicated. The judge makes some subjective decisions as to what's in the best interest of the child. I have to say this quickly, Linda. I may have missed it. We didn't hear the whole hearing. And I may have missed it because the judge was hard to hear.
Right.
I did not. I don't recall hearing anyone say the words, what's in the best interest of the child.
I didn't hear when we heard it. We didn't hear it. Chat, did you hear her say that at all? Because that's what I thought she was going to rely on, because that's what the hearing's about. And that's exactly what should be done. I didn't hear it. Certainly in the part we heard. We did miss the beginning, as you know. We had problems getting the stream in. Michael Bryant's stream, for some reason, wasn't streaming. Law Girls went on, and then it went off, and we had to get back on. And so we did have, hopefully we will be able to hear the whole thing later on. And I apologize for that. That's why Michael Bryant went up. And that's why we bought this wonderful camera. And I see he's entering the studio. So, but I did not. Justin's lawyer said it. Okay. Danib 2469 said Justin's lawyer said it. Did you hear the judge say it at all? I didn't hear the judge say it at all. Okay. I didn't hear the judge say it at all.
But thank you for knowing his lawyer said it, because I missed it. That's why I was asking. So I'm glad it at least came out somewhere in the lingo. Good.
So, Michael Bryant, are you ready to be added to the stage? I see he's getting his ear. Yep, he is. Okay, here we go. Whoa, look at that. Oh, boy.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Let me double check my my microphone here, because I know sometimes it
we've had Judge Ashley has been with me since 9:45. We've been on since then with only a very short. I had to leave for about 20 minutes to do this phone call, and I have my hearing. Well, I'm going to have to leave at 2:00 because the hearing's at 2:30, so I have to set up for it. Okay, and then Judge Ashley's been with me answering every single question. We talked about the retraction. Here, she and I made some mistakes. We got corrected by the chat.
Of course you did.
We're good. We're all good. It's good. But then we had trouble with your stream. Your feed wouldn't stream. Law Girls feed wouldn't stream. It went off. It went to Hank Brennan. We had trouble. We finally got. Then we had to get Melanie Little in. So Melanie was on our channel for a while. We haven't told her that.
Nice. She needs the views.
But she was right on what she was saying, and then we were able to get her off and get the chat on, get the hearing on. So we missed like half of the hearing. But let me just tell you, our thoughts, that you can take them there, was we did not like this judge. Okay, we thought when we heard what she said under advisement, and that she's not the sitting judge. Judge Aldrich will be the sitting judge, and that she didn't care about whether it was Mother's Day was Sunday or a Saturday. Just you get some chunk of time, and then she was going to appoint a GAL. We weren't sure exactly what for, but we weren't really thrilled with her because Judge Ashley was this reunification should go on. Kelsey should be getting half this time, and then let's get it rocking and let's get it rolling, because nothing that has been presented indicates that Kelsey is a harm to Caden. Okay. We'll let you go.
Take a breath. So I just finished talking to Kelsey and Julie, and maybe a couple others may have chimed in, but they were upstairs, in the debrief doing their thing, and I'm the only one here. I was shocked. There's nobody else here. I could say I got an exclusive, which I did, but because I'm the only one here, so. They come down, they come out of the courthouse, and that's what's right behind me, the lovely brick edifice behind me. And somebody, one of the cadres, said, they're not going to say anything, not going to say anything. I said, really? We'll see about that. So I basically, said, come on, got to say something. So we will have that for you tonight at 6. It's fresh. It's still fresh in the recording device.
Oh, wow. So we're going to have it. We do have an exclusive with Julie Hess and Kelsey and the team.
Yes,
let's put that out.
Even Domino got a shout out.
Wow. So if we can put something in X like that, that would be great. That we'll have the exclusive.
Yeah, maybe I'll do a quick screenshot and put that before I hit the road here. Okay, so let's talk about the judge. First of all, Julie Hess is fine with her. Now we know that in her position, she's not going to be ragging on the judge. That's not very productive. But I felt it was genuine. She said she's had cases in front of her before. She's always seemed to be fair-handed. I didn't get into some of the things that I know they don't want to talk about, which included the judge gave some credence to the complaints by, or the allegations by Justin the alien. Hey, by the way, he opened the door for me today. Anyway.
Oh,
so,
really? Well,
yeah.
look, Madeira Beach
Big news.
Caregiver just gave you.
Yeah, so I take
another-
back everything
Madeira
I've
Beach
ever said
Caregiver,
about
This is her third donation today. Much thanks,
Oh,
Michael,
my
for
gosh.
representing all of us and the JSTV family. Much thanks, Madeira Beach Caregiver.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so let's
Always
look.
appreciate it.
He opened
So-
the door for you. Okay.
He opened the door at one of our in and outs, and not by design, it just happened. It was kind of a weird moment, but after, he knows who I am and the things I've said, and we're not exactly a big
I
supporter.
called him an asshole today, but the assholes have a purpose. So
Did
I'm not
did
trying
he
to
close
keep
the
it
door
up.
on you, Michael? Did he just
He
open
did
it,
not.
or did he close
He
the door?
opened it. I entered, and then I kind of
Okay.
just kind of left it open so he could come in as well. So it was a moment of détente, I suppose. Anyway, so the moment where the judge said, I'm not going to be the judge on this case. And I did ask Julie about that to get her take on that, because it's been a mess as to who's getting this case, who's hearing this. When Judge Black said it's going back here to Lawrence for all purposes, and it's going to be Judge Ulwick, and then we see on the docket the change and Ulwick taken off list, as they describe it eloquently, taken off list. We then assumed, well, I guess it makes sense if we're trying to be judicially efficient here, right, Judge? Let's just have this judge for any and all purposes. But no, that's not what's happening. So she's going to do the order, which we know Mother's Day's hammered out. I didn't get the take that she was poo-pooing Mother's Day. In fact, I thought she was being sensitive about it. And she was, when it was first brought up by Julie Hess that, hey, it's coming up. Well, of course he should spend, a portion of Mother's Day with his mom. What time of day? How does that best work? Justin the alien and his team, I was a little annoyed at them because I think they lie about what's been said up to this point and what their position has been up to this point. And I can see Julie Hess on the re-rack. You might be able to see it. She's biting her tongue because she's hearing them say things that are just not true and not consistent with what they put in their papers. So this brother counsel, sister counsel bullshit, they're not being honest with one another about how they feel about their relative positions. And I think the judge could sniff that out. But every time the judge went to the Justin side and said, well, what do you think about having her get some parenting time? We need to see the medical records. We need to know that she's taking the meds that she's being given. We're not comfortable with any. They wouldn't give an inch.
Wow.
And meanwhile, his attorney would then say, hey, of course, Judge, we want the baby to spend time with their mother. Of course we do. I was the one that set up Saturday's hearing, Saturday's appointment. I set that up. I reached out. Now the judge focused on that point early on, said, I don't understand why in the last 2 weeks it's taken so long just to have this very quick face-to-face time. I mean, she had to see right through it. She had to see that here he is setting this up 2 days,
Right.
before the court hearing.
Make him look
3
good.
days. Make him look like at least, hey, he's working it out, but crickets before that. Even though repeated attempts by Kelsey and her attorney to get things moving. So I don't think the judge buys that at all.
Really?
Guardian
Okay,
has
that's good to know, because we had such a different feel from her.
No, maybe it
watching
was, it was the 16th case I saw today. I saw everything. And, and as I'm posting these things on X, people don't realize, Judge, this is just every day in family court.
Yeah.
This parade of, malcontents, sometimes kids involved, sometimes the marriage was a mistake, whatever it may be. It's just one after the other. And this judge is like, I don't want to hear anything that's in the papers. If you got something else to add, let me have it. No, regurgitation, my word. And I always appreciate that. But she's doing it because she's grinding these people through the system. And she knows she's going to see them again. These things aren't one and done, right, Judge? They're going to be back again and again. And so she gets done what needs to be done today, moves everybody through, and basically cleared the plate so that Kelsey and the alien could take the stand there.
But he didn't take the stand. Phil
no, that's
650.
proverb. Yeah,
Just talk,
they
right?
were sworn in. They're
Yeah,
sworn in, and so they do
sworn in.
discuss.
Okay.
So
All
that is testimony. Yeah.
So
they
it's
just don't
both
physically go on the stand.
Kelsey and Justin were sworn in.
Yeah, this judge,
That
and I'm
is
sure it's normal. They just swear in. Anybody around want to be sworn
well,
in?
Mullen Law was on our chat for like
okay.
3 hours. By the way, giving us the specifics dealing with Massachusetts as we were talking.
So it's not
Phil,
unusual.
5098 donated to your fund today, Michael.
Oh,
he
good.
wants a cut of the fundraiser money too. Yeah, he's kind of annoyed. He does mention the fact that she has fundraisers. I agree with you.
Yeah.
So, Michael, can I ask you,
Yeah,
was the judge,
please.
it sounds like the judge was a little more deferential in this case than she was on the previous cases. A, was she, or was it just my sense? And
Well,
B, could it be because she's not the sitting judge?
here's my take on that, because there was really only one, maybe two other cases that had the kind of meat on the bone, like here's an affidavit that we're going to look at and we're going to talk about. And in one case, the husband, or perhaps just the father, he hadn't seen the affidavit, so he's reading it and saying, "Oh, this is crap." You can just tell. And so they have a little back and forth testimonial by the two parties about the allegation. So that was as close as it got to really a heated type of disconnect between the parties.
Mm.
I knew it was going to be far worse when they got to these folks, because what was it? I think Julie has said, I know, Judge, there were like 200 pages filed, and this judge says 216.
Oh, she was paying attention then.
Yeah, she knew what it was all about. She was a little off on a couple of the details, but she got it.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question.
Let me
both
just,
of you
before
guys.
you do that, Auntie BB 2370 says, in my opinion, I think the stalling is because they want the next hearing to happen first. God forbid Kelsey is found guilty. That will play into the final decision of custody. Linda, what are your thoughts? They in other words, they want all these hearings to go forward to give a chance for something to happen that Kelsey could be villainized by being, either bad
found
or
guilty
or whatever, or being or not, and if it's not even a criminal case, by violation of some kind of order or something like that. They're trying to stall.
Yeah. But what was your question again, Judge? I've forgotten. It was
Was she more deferential? Yeah, I think you already answered her.
Yeah, as it relates to their specific case, I think, we get kind of in our own little hole about how the evidence plays out in our minds. And if she comes to this truly clean, with a clean slate on either side, I could see how she would be concerned about the evidence that Kelsey Fitzsimmons is okay now. That whatever, she talked about a number of the incidents, she didn't go all the way back to, 21 when she had the issue expunged.
The judge talked about it? The judge talked about it?
No, the judge didn't talk about that.
Okay.
The judge went back to, primarily the joint bachelorette party, whatever you want to call that.
See, we missed the beginning. We missed the beginning of the hearing, so we didn't hear that.
I'm not sure that was, anyway, when they got to it, it was clear that she was concerned, and she used the word concern, that some of the issues that had been stated in the affidavit, which of course Julie has said, by the way, Judge, we refute all of that. Shocking. The judge hears that every day. It's the same way. Then one person says one thing, the other person says another, and the other refutes. So the judge knows the drill. So she, from that perspective, can say, I need more info. I'm concerned about this history of alleged violence, of alleged alcohol use, and she focused a little bit on that, the bachelor party, which was clearly a mess. So she wants to know more. One of the big issues was the guardian ad litem. Now, Justin's team has said we want one in place, and Julie Hess has said we don't, for the primary reason, Judge, is that it takes forever for it to happen, and here's the mom twisting in the wind in the meantime. I think she said that knowing that the judge would craft an interim solution, because the judge said there will be a guardian ad litem appointed at some point. We're going to go now with supervised, how did she call them? Professional supervisors, right?
Right.
So it's at this point, it's not going to be Lauren Page, not going to be, Kelsey's mom. It's not going to be relatives. It's going to be these professionals, and the judge is going to pick a schedule based on the two relative parties. We have two different plans thrown out there. What is it, Judge? It's called the 2-2-3. Is that it?
Yes.
That's 2 days a week for each person, and then alternating Friday through Sundays, something like that.
That's
pretty
right.
normal, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So that's what Kelsey thinks is realistic at this point, with a diminished use of a supervised person along the way. And then she wants to work the family members back in. That's all yet to be determined. Who knows if that's going to happen or not? It's going to depend on the judge's take on what happens between now and then. So that's key. The guardian ad litem issue is going to really affect the overall reunification. There's no doubt about it. Probably in a good way, but this judge made it sound like you got to have that. We're definitely going to have one at some point. So
yeah, so we were right, Judge, our Judge Willcottt, that she did say guardian ad litem, which is what they didn't want. And I said to Judge Ashley, I said, I got the impression that the judge, this is not her case, okay, and she's just interim, but she doesn't want to, seem like she's against reunification, but she doesn't want anything to happen on her watch, so that she's going to craft an order with a guardian ad litem to cover her ass until Judge Ulrich takes back over, and then people can come back in and say, look, we want more or we want less. But in the meantime, nothing's going to happen on my watch with my orders. That's the impression I got. This was it's going to be a cover your ass order. And instead of giving Kelsey the time that she deserves, she's going to fall back on, just in case there's a slim chance that
I think there's going to be, I'm a little more optimistic. I think there's going to be a better compromise than that, because the judge said more than once that the time that was allotted under the Justin order, his request, was ridiculous. Not enough time. And she may, without saying it, think that what Kelsey's asked for is too much. I think there's going to be some interim splitting of the hypothetical baby there and working toward whatever they decide ultimately is correct. She did say that the Justin's being the primary custodial parent is going to stay in place. That's the way it should be. And we knew that was going to come. We saw it happening. And it's because of her concern over this history with Kelsey that she's just not comfortable in, I guess, erasing. She sees each side's arguments, but she's not comfortable in saying it never happened. And if there is some chance that these things happened, the violence, the driving erratically, the drinking, the physical abuse, because that's what was alleged.
Yeah.
If there's a chance that stuff has happened, we're going to make sure before we change custodial arrangements that it either has or hasn't. We're gonna figure it out.
And that's what I was hopeful for. I said, listen, we haven't seen the order, and my hope is that she does set out more liberal visitation for the mother, pending the guardian ad litem, pending the comfort and the distrust and all those things. So good. I'm hopeful that's what happens.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me. And the order, I would imagine, is going to come down shortly because everybody's hanging there. I do know that the Mother's Day is cleared up. That's figured out because the judge focused on that and made a point of saying it's going to be in the order. It's going to be in the court order.
I have to turn off my Alexa, who's telling me that it's time to get off and get on my federal conference call. Alexa,
right, it is 2:00.
Alexa, could you Alexa, dismiss or stand down or whatever you do. As a matter of fact, last time I did this, by the way, somebody said that my Alexa, whatever I said, turned on their Alexa because I said the word Alexa.
You said too many Alexas. Well, so, if you have to go.
Judge Ashley is great. She has all the information. I will see you at 6. I do have to go and I will get spread out for this conference call.
I will not be driving 110 miles an hour, but I'll be zooming to get back.
Yeah, they were interested in that. I want you to talk about that because I did hear them talking about that, and Julie Hess denying some of the stuff, and I was like, why are they getting into that detail? But I leave that with you to answer with the judge. Bye, Judge.
I will see you later then.
See you at 6.
Bye, Linda. Thank you. Good luck.
We'll send you a new link. Okay. I'll send you a new link. Bye.
All right. So I know, Michael, some of the comments I can share is that they would love to hear more about what the attorney for Kelsey said to you because you got a chance to interview. That's going to be at 6, but they'd like to know a little more about that.
Just a little sneak peek.
Yes.
As much as I could claw from her, she's overall happy with the way things unfolded, happy with where she thinks things are going. Remember, from her perspective, she's got her cards, right, that she hasn't shown yet, which relate to Kelsey's medical condition, her mental health condition. She already knows what those things will say and knows that they will support Kelsey. So from her position, it's like, we got all we could get at this point. We got the rest to convince the court to get more. I think she was comfortable with what happened. The specifics we'll get to tonight when we run the interview, but that was the tone. It was just that, this went well. When I first was, I was begging, I admit it. When I was begging them to could you just come over? I'm here, just me. Can you just, and Kelsey stepped up and said, I could say a few things. I said, great. So she was charming and happy, clearly happy. I asked her about Saturday when she saw her son for the first time after that, 9+ months. So, she reacted as you would expect. So that was good to see. She seems strong. She had all of her normal family members there. Will was not there. I think Will Page, her stepfather's avoiding me. Will, don't be avoiding me because I tend to text and bug him quite a bit. And then he's conveniently not here. Anyway, and Steve Fitzsimmons was there, of course, and Lauren Page, her mother. So the core folks were there, and the Godfather. The Godfather was there, who we had a chance to interview once or twice before in the other court. So let me see if I've got any other comments here that I thought were interesting. And if you want to throw anything out, any questions,
Yeah.
any comments?
Yep. Well,
people
you
have?
look, I'm gonna bring in a couple comments from our amazing viewers. Everybody's been great. Lots of thank yous, Michael, for always being there in court and hitting us with us to let us know what else you've seen and observed. Conlan 4, Judge Ashley, when judges take cases under advisement, do they talk with others? That's a great question. When I took it under advisement, it might be to work with my law clerk, to look at the law again, to look at the facts again, to draft, to make sure the order's the way I wanted it. If you mean, do they talk to the other judge, the sitting judge, etc.? Not in my experience. Michael, I'll let you weigh in on that.
You know, I don't have the perspective you do. Never been a judge. I can't imagine why I've not been a judge. But I have to imagine any professional will, if they feel it's necessary, consult with other professionals. I just think that's human and normal. Whether it happens in family court more than others or less than others, I defer to you on that. But I just think, in general, professionals don't mind chatting about hypotheticals, perhaps, with other professionals to get, just some feedback. So, the one I mentioned how the judge was kind of waffling on how the family might be involved in replacing the supervisors, the professional supervisors, because that's a big thing for Julie and for Kelsey. And the court doesn't know enough to make that decision, but the Justin team, they are pounding away on that because they tried to bring up that Will and Lauren had been involved in, altercations or somehow mixed up in this brouhaha. And we know from the time that they went to the house at 3 a.m, there were allegations. Everybody ended up on the floor, just, wrestling around. I mean, if you believe that stuff, it's pretty bad. And you wouldn't necessarily say, okay, you guys take over for the professional supervisors. So that's still up in the air. That has not been resolved yet.
Okay, and it might be in the order. We don't know. The order's
It could
under
be.
advisement, and that's going to come out. So we'll see what the judge does in that, if she addresses or not.
They had, I think the judge liked that the Kelsey Julie Hess team had provided a couple of options. Here's a couple of names, for either GAL or supervisor. They're helping the process, right? Nothing from the Justin side, just that we're not helping in any way. We're here to help, but we're not going to help. So they hadn't provided any names, and the judge said, you got to give me a couple of names.
But not only that, they objected to the names provided by Kelsey's side. They did not agree with the ones Kelsey recommended.
Yeah, he said, hey, she's only been doing it 6 years. And, well, that sounds like a lot to me. I don't know.
Right?
It sounds like a decent amount of time. And then he said he reached out to that person and they never called him back. Well, because that person probably said, I think it'd be inappropriate if I call you back, dude.
Yeah.
And that's why Julie Hess didn't call her.
Right. Because they don't want to be involved. They need them to do their independent evaluation.
Yeah. So I think that was a point, certainly for the Kelsey team. They were prepared enough to offer some names, and that the Justin team looked defensive, because they hadn't done any, and then they're attacking those that were presented by Kelsey. So I would give the Kelsey team the win on that one. Oh, let's talk about this OFW, the app, right? The app. It's called Our Family Wizard. Is that right?
Right. That's right. Yep. We've been talking about it, and the fact that it also gives you data so that it says things like, this is the tone of the messages if you want to pull that, or this is how many messages this person sent and this one didn't. So it gives you data as well. But yes, we've talked about the parents communicate there, and that way it's all in one place.
Okay. And it has location information as well, right?
Yes. Yep. That's correct. Yep.
Yeah,
so it has all that.
Sense. But why? Again, this is according to the papers. It wasn't talked about in the court, except briefly. But Julie said, hey, we've been reaching out. We sent basically the invite to the Justin team, and they just ignored it. Why would you not even want to get involved in that at the most rudimentary level? That's just basic. You're not deciding anything. You're just getting everybody on the app. So
and Linda really made a good point earlier. She said, I think it goes against him, the fact that he was blocking her and didn't respond on it. Right. And it's a very low cost to use Our Family Wizard. I don't know, $9 a month or something.
I checked. We checked on that last night. It's from 10 to 20, depending on whatever services you pick. But yeah,
so it's not expensive, right? It's reasonable.
It's cheaper than Netflix.
Yes. So anyways, keep talking. Because the way I heard it, it sounded like both parties in court today all of a sudden agreed, whereas I thought Justin's had objected to it before.
Well, again, that's where this was another Julie Hess biting her cheek moment, because counsel for Justin made it sound like, well, we're fine. We're fine with that. Well, then why the hell did you rebuff the overture to just sign up? Why? But you know,
Why?
that they didn't dwell on that. It just became clear. Kelsey's team offered it up. Justin's team ignored it, or worse. But now we're all good with it. You know, it just
I
doesn't.
think it's because they might have read the temperature of the court, right?
Well-
They read the temperature of the judge listening to all those hearings like you did, and they may have
Yeah.
said, let's just not fight it. Let's just do it.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, it's imminent. Why would you not? It's the judge.
I
is
have
gonna
no idea
force
why
it
you
down
wouldn't. It
your
makes
throat.
you look bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just don't get it. I do not
Yeah.
get that.
I do think it made him look bad. I think that was a negative for him, positive that now maybe he said, okay, fine, we'll just use it.
Yeah, and it's all part of that overreaching, overwhelming feeling the judge got, because why are you waiting so long to just arrange this little visit with mom after all this time? It would have helped him if he could have justified doing nothing until April 14th, right? 2 weeks ago. He
Yep.
should have jumped on that opportunity at that point and set something up that day.
I
That
agree.
would have made him look pretty good.
I agree. But instead, to say, oh, they never asked for a visit. So we did one
Yeah.
for the. Are you kidding? She's asked
That-
for custody. I think you should know she wants a damn visit.
Yeah, it just doesn't ring true. It just smells. So let's see. Any other questions and stuff? I'm looking at my notes, make sure I got everything.
Yep. I've been looking at the notes. So many thank yous to you, donations. Thank yous, Michael, for
appreciate
being
that.
there.
I
We
mean,
told you
I was-
along the way. Yeah.
I was so surprised that nobody else was here. I mean, Amanda and Josie were here. We had to wrestle over the whole streaming thing. It really became a cluster that we hope to avoid next time. But that was it. I just kept waiting for one of the local stations to come in. They've been, I mean, we are, just to give some sort of orientation, brick building here is the Fenton Justice Center, I think it's called, and that's where probate and family law is. A block away is the Superior Court, where we've been a few times. And every time there's been a local station there. So I'm not sure, maybe somebody didn't understand the interest in this part of the case. 2 weeks ago was nothing compared to today. You know, that was a playoff game. This was the Super Bowl, you know, in terms of how things are going to be divvied up. And I just find it interesting. Maybe they had, you know, busy news day on some other level. But even streaming community, nobody here.
Well, I think it's because we all love you and know Michael's
that's
there. And
it.
Justice Serve TV.
That's
There
it.
is no comparable, so we're not going. I do wonder, does it mean, Michael, that interest is going to wane on this case because people? But I would think today it's going to spike because they still see it hadn't really changed, and he still has her baby.
Yeah, and you know, we did a poll after the 14th hearing saying, you know, what's your best guess as to how things are going to shake out? Of course, on the YouTube poll, you can only do 4 options. So they were pretty broad, like Justin maintains primary custody and they have equal parenting time. And then it broke down to Kelsey having custody and the majority of parenting time. Well, obviously, we're not anywhere near there at this point. Technically, right now, it's Justin has primary custody and majority of parenting time. That's, things have not truly changed
At all.
that much, but incrementally for her, it's life changing. You know, when
Right.
you go from 0 to what could be, you know, I would, if I were a betting man, I would say she's probably going to get probably 10 hours a week, maybe more. That'd be my best guess. And then they're going to have all of the documents that they need. What do you think about this, Judge? That the Kelsey team has been hesitant to provide all of the medical records, mental health records to the other side to allegedly make them feel better about Kelsey's well-being. And they want it protected. You know, they don't want it out. They don't want, you know, jokers like me going through it. They want it protected, and they don't want to do an in-camera review. They just want an order to protect that material before they turn it over. What do you think?
I was impressed that she said, we're not hiding anything. Basically, my words, not hers. But the attorney for Kelsey said that and then said, we're happy to provide it. We just want a protection. I think it's very generous. They don't have to do that. Number one. Number two, I think it's authentic. If you're willing to give all your records, there must not be anything in there that's very bad. And number three, I would agree with them, though. You don't want everyone to have your private records. So there has to be a safeguard to prevent people from getting access to that, because there's no reason for people to get access to that.
Yeah. I mean, just think of the Karen Reed case and how the social media evolution has, there's things that are impounded by the court that you can see online. I mean,
Right.
that's ridiculous. And so
Agree.
I get that, but I also know that Kelsey and the team realize they've got to prove their case. They have to prove that she is okay. Because this judge, and I imagine Olwick would be similar, as I think you would be, just looking at things on their face value. I got to know more. How is she now? Yeah, she got approved by the North Andover police shrink to go back to work, which to me
says a lot.
So if they say she can be on the streets with a gun, probably not a danger to herself, her kid, the father of the baby, or the public. But abundance of caution. Let's learn as much as we can. Okay.
Sure. And I think that if they weren't going to get that, there's a good chance the judge might, we talked a lot about this on the show today. The judge can always order parental fitness evaluation, a comprehensive assessment, a psychological evaluation. And I'm almost not going to be surprised if the court maybe needs a psychological evaluation of both parents if they're unable to provide information showing that they're doing well currently.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is heading to that. And also substance use or abuse testing. Now, they've both said, hey, I just took a blah, 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 hair root something test, and they were clean. Mine was clean. So those are going to be issues that have to be resolved.
Right. Agree. Completely agree with you. And that's what you have to do. An evaluation, the negative drug screens, that's normal in a case like this.
Yep. Yeah, I think I've hit all the high points from I've got
You're
so many
amazing.
notes I did from the cases
all
before.
12
I was
cases.
I was narrating them because I thought people would be interested and they would know that something's happening in the court since we didn't have the feed up. And this is just regular folks, dealing with life. And we see it, magnified under this Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, but it's every day in court. Every day some version of this is happening.
Yeah. And it gave great insight as to the kind of judge, because it was even funny, the language she used in one of your quotes about let's not something the translator because the person was talking too fast. What'd she say? Let's not.
I want to make sure she survives through the hearing because
she has a sense of humor. You got to love that.
Yep, she did. And she was talking about they had one child, two children made appearances, but one an infant and the other one about, 3-ish. So to keep him busy, the bailiff gave him marker pens and paper. So, he's scribbling away and seemed pretty happy. He said, as we were beginning, he said, how did he say? Queso. He wanted to know what the hell's going on. He's in court. He doesn't know. And so he's, scribbling away. And when he was done, the bailiff collected the paper that he'd drawn on and the pens and showed the judge. And the judge said, that is like a masterpiece. We should have that posted here somehow in the courthouse. So I thought she did have an appropriate sense of humor, but was also appropriately strict when she had to be and didn't want to waste time, which is very important because attorneys, how attorneys are. They can just go on and on.
Yes. But I had so much respect for her. Honestly, I was surprised by her approach on this case, but I am optimistic the order's going to give the mother more visitation, which is what I would like to see. But the rest of those cases, your descriptions, I was impressed. I'm like, I like this judge. She is running her court.
Yep. And I was trying to convey that this is just not two more people. Here's their fight. Her interaction with them was very important. And a lot of them used that same interpreter who was very good. She was very good. Yeah.
So I have to say, Alana UK01 asked a question that others are now asking as well. When will the order come out? And this is one of the biggest frustrations I find in court by everyone is anytime I take it under advisement, you don't know when it's going to come out. It may be tomorrow. It could be in 2 weeks. It could be in a month. We don't know. Michael, I don't know that you have more insight, but that's a repeated question on your chats.
Yeah. And it's a good question. And all I can say is that when it's ready, my gut feeling is because of the nature of the parties, the time that it's been, specifically how long she's been separated from her son. I don't care about the 2 hours on Saturday. Big deal. That's just an appetizer. I think the judge senses that, and I would be shocked. What is today, Tuesday? If there's not an order out by tomorrow.
Wow.
I really think it's maybe the end of the week at the most, but I think it's going to happen quickly because I think the judge senses that. And if you think about it, it's a pretty finite order. She's not dealing with a lot of these extraneous issues. It's all about setting up the parenting time with a supervised person and then really monitoring from there. She's not going to do the guardian ad litem yet. That's not going to happen. So, and that means even the 2 names that she's asked from the Justin team may or may not need to be provided before she does her order.
Yeah, you're right. That's true. That's true.
It's up to
And
her.
I'm going to tell anybody, I don't care how frustrating it is. It's not that I don't care. I recognize our family law system can be exceedingly frustrating because it is tedious and it takes a long time to process and get through. But like I said, at the end of the day, I think we get to the right place. It's just a long process.
Yep, very long. Yeah, the short answer to that question about the order, when is it going to come out? Not soon enough. That's
fair.
when it's going to come out.
Yes,
Yeah.
but it'll just cause another fight if one person doesn't like it, That's
Of
just
course,
the nature
yeah.
of the beast.
And so, she knows that's the job, as a family law judge, that's the job is making both sides at least equally unhappy with you, so that you can move forward.
And Beach Gal 818, I didn't hear this. You may have. She said that the judge said before Mother's Day.
Yeah. Well, now Mother's Day is a week from Sunday, and so we knew that one day was going to be crafted in the order. So that's a drop dead end of period. Maybe she waits till the end of this week if she's going to give the Justin team a chance to provide a couple of names, and if she's going to slot somebody in to those supervisory roles right now. Maybe I'm being too optimistic, but I think by the end of the week for sure.
Okay. All right. I don't see any other questions.
All right,
Anything else, Michael? This has been phenomenal. I always learn so much from you all, and what a day.
Ditto. And thanks for, I told you when we were setting this up, I said, it's a fluid situation. As you know, you've been at Court TV forever. You long crime before that. You just never know.
You never know.
And one of the
And this is a real day in the life of an attorney. You sitting in court and waiting for it to start. This is the reality.
This is, and like I'm part of one of these teams. All the hearings to date have been top of the list, or the only thing on the list. So there hasn't been this. This is normal. And I was talking to the bailiffs ahead of time. I said, "This is going to be a cattle call, right?" He said, "Oh yeah." So I didn't know how many were on the cattle call list, and she had more to do. After this, she was taking a break for lunch, and then those that didn't get done were circling back for second call.
And that's typical to your point. This is what court is.
Yeah. So, it's not all drama and, magic. There's a lot of sitting around. And I know how hard that is when you've prepared for a case that's been so intense as this one has. Both sides, they got to just sit there. And you got people that are really in close proximity to those they haven't been for good reason. Like Kelsey maybe 10 feet away from Justin, and Kelsey's mom a row in front of him. I mean, very close quarters, but everybody was civil, opening doors for people they don't even like. And I think it was a good day for those involved. And all kidding aside, I can only hope that they get together, they continue to talk, and that they help craft what's going to happen going forward.
Yep, absolutely agree with you. And a reminder to everyone, Joy just made a good point. 6 o'clock, Michael, you're going to be on. You're going to be sharing your interviews, I should say, because you've been boots on the ground in the courthouse with people after the hearing. Nobody wants to miss the 6P.
Yep, it's insightful, and I had to drag it out of them. We got something. We got something. So
you always do, and I love it. I was saying you're one of the best interviewers I've ever seen, so I'm thrilled you got some interviews.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm annoying, but not to the point people will leave. That's the key.
They still like you, so they'll talk to you.
That's right. All right, then I'm going to duck out. I guess we'll just end this whole party. I can do that from here.
Awesome.
In the back, Judge. Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
know it was more than you planned on, and
happy to do it. Great to be here. Thanks.
Take care then. All right, everybody. Thank you for joining. And hey, I'm gonna hit the road. See you tonight. And if it ain't all the way home in the studio by then, you know me. I'll pull over on the side of the road and we'll get this done at 6 o'clock. So in the meantime, please try to do the right thing.
Riding flames, they charge with mine.